Under this administration, we're going to leave every child with real assets and a shot at financial freedom.
I am a mom to my beautiful 9-month-old daughter, Isla, and I am so excited about the Trump accounts creating an investment in the next generation and setting our kids up for their financial futures.
My child will be able to start off with $1,000 and we can build with that money so that when she turns 18, she can have something for college or whatever she would like to do with the money, invest in a home.
We're super excited about the Trump account. As a family with newborn twins, we couldn't be more grateful for all the support President Trump has given to rural families like ours.
Wall Street will no longer be an abstract concept. It will be brought down to Main Street.
With a family as large as ours, having that seed investment is one of the greatest things that could happen for a large family like us dealing with so many expenses.
It supports families. It helps children at an early age understand the concept of money. And because they can't take it out for 18 years, which I love, it lets the market do its thing. For 200 years, the American economy has driven growth successfully. It'll do it for individuals now. So when that child turns 18, they have a nest egg. This is fantastic.
I'm so grateful. And it almost feels like it's Grandpa Trump giving my kid $1,000 to save up to use in a very, very monumental way.
My wife said, if you win, we'll fly to Asia. If I win, we'll fly to Paris. I bet you won't get toned with just Tai Chi walking before Christmas. Guess who won?
My dad can't lose weight with Tai Chi, so it's a scam?
Oh, no, he's probably just doing it wrong. Most men do Tai Chi wrong, and that's exactly why they can't lose weight. How old is your father?
He is 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of November, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
That's even better. Tai Chi was built for men 40 plus.
Isn't the gym better after 40?
The gym breaks you. Tai Chi will make you feel better and lose weight faster than in your 20s.
Does he need any equipment?
No, his body is enough. Yeah. Just do it for 9 minutes a day and see your body feel younger.
So what's the first step?
Click the link, get the app, and start tomorrow.
What happens if my husband starts Tai Chi tomorrow morning and follows it for 28 days?
You won't believe his results by the end of the month. This is how Tai Chi workouts work.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
He can start small, that's fine. This program is designed specifically for beginner men age 40 to 60 plus.
Isn't a gym better?
Gym doesn't work after 40. Do Tai Chi to live longer, healthier, and happier.
Any equipment required?
No, body is enough to build a strong physique and a clear mind.
How to start?
Just get the app and start tomorrow.
3 reasons to start Tai Chi workout this summer. In 1 week, you'll see your energy. In 2 weeks, you'll feel your breath. In 3 weeks, you'll have energy and your wife won't believe your results. Here is the personalized plan of short Tai Chi workouts tailored for beginners over 50. It takes just 7 minutes per day. Beginner friendly and requires no equipment. You can work out anytime, anywhere. Just open the app and follow.
Cue the orchestra. Trombones are playing, saxophones are serenading, and Tom Homan's getting a grand old entrance into Antifa's new favorite city, Minneapolis.
You can't fix problems if you don't have discussions. I didn't come to Minnesota for photo ops or headlines. You haven't seen me. I came here to seek solutions, and that's what we're going to do.
Party's over. Uncle Homan's home and says you should have listened.
I said in March, if the rhetoric didn't stop, there's going to be bloodshed. And there has been. I wish I wasn't right. I don't want to see anybody die. Not officers, not members of the community, and not the targets of our operations.
You think Homan wants to be in Minneapolis? He doesn't. It's 2 degrees, and he's supposed to be there playing good cop. But a good cop can turn into a bad cop real fast because the Ice Watch Mafia can't stop, won't stop.
I'm 65, and today I'm switching from doing nothing to Tai Chi chair workouts. Hope it's worth it.
This is me after 2 months of Tai Chi chair workouts. I feel younger.
No. Back up! Back up! The streets of Minneapolis are being seeded with supplies from socialist networks, and we caught them cold in the act. Watch this.
Look at this. Here goes a group of professional activists renting a U-Haul, getting signs out of their trucks. This is not organic. These are the same printed signs. Now they're heading to the federal courthouse.
Do you know who's organizing this?
The PSL, Party for Socialism.
Oh, okay.
The Minnesota mob has their own socialist supply lines, logistics, and financial benefactors. This isn't organic. What we're seeing is Riot Incorporated. They're calling Minnesota a testing ground for a domestic revolution. This is more than just about immigration. It's about the complete overthrow of Western civilization. Homan has already been creating a database of street soldiers and turning it over to Bondi for prosecutions. Homan's hit the ground running and has just cut a deal with the local police chiefs.
The chiefs I've talked to committed to responding to 911 calls when protesters turn violent, agents are in a dangerous situation, and there's assaults. They have committed to upholding public safety and responding to the needs, not to enforce immigration law, but to keep the peace.
So if the locals cooperate, ICE can reduce its footprint in Minneapolis. Right now, we need 16 agents per raid. Someone for the back door and the front door and the sides, and then a security team to do crowd control. But if Minnesota does its job, we only need 1. You just go into the jail cell and pick up the bad guy. Walz cut a deal to save his own hide because he's under investigation for Somali fraud and can't even afford a good lawyer. Now, Homan says the AG, Keith Ellison, he's going to play ball.
Attorney General Ellison, and he has clarified for me that county jails may notify ICE of the release dates of criminal public safety risks so ICE can take custody of them upon the release from the jail.
Now, Keith denies he's going to cooperate, but he's just saying that to keep the base off his back. ICE is going to start picking up the criminals out of the jails and just driving away. And ICE, the watch, they're going to have no clue. So we predict some tough talk from Minnesota politicians, but they're going to be cooperating when no one's looking. The problem is the radical left wants every single illegal to stay, from grandmas to gangsters. And they're telling the street to stand up like it's 1776.
We are seeing something that is absolutely unprecedented. It actually goes back 250 years in Boston when the Minutemen and Minutewomen rose up in order to stand against King George and his arbitrary imposition of laws illegally upon American citizens.
Markey wants to see more Renee Goods and Alex Preddies. They think if they can stack enough bodies, Trump's going to back off. You know, get a few more moms stuck in traffic and nurses rushing to give aid. Just the perfect guy in their eyes.
I saw a post by Alex Preddies' student that I wanted to read excerpts from into the record. Alex carried patience, compassion, and calm. I recognized his familiar stillness and signature calm composure. He was incapable of causing harm.
CNN says he's the kind of guy you want to bring home to meet the parents, like Fokker.
This is like the perfect guy. Alex Preddies is the guy you would want to date your daughter, the guy you would want your son to grow up to be.
If you saw the guy your daughter's dating, kick out the taillight of a cop car, you'd probably be like, honey, we need to have a talk with Samantha. Primetime showed you this video last night of Preddy a week before the shooting, spitting loogies at agents before going Bruce Lee on their car. Well, now we got our hands on video from a different angle. And if you listen, what was coming out of Preddy's mouth wasn't mostly peaceful. Yeah, he looks like a dangerous, hostile, unhinged male nurse with a loaded weapon who went back for more a week later. Doesn't mean the shooting was justified. That's still under investigation. But this is not the calm, righteous, peaceful protest the media is selling you. Screaming effing shoot me at officers isn't the kind of bedside manner you look for in a nurse. This is the real Alex Preddy, the one they don't want you to see. MSNBC is even showing airbrushed photos to make him look more chiseled.
This time it was 37-year-old Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse who cared for veterans. Donald Trump and his cabinet, his administration, are demanding once again that you not believe your eyes and ears.
Well, we looked into this because we didn't believe our eyes and ears. There's something a little off about this picture of Preddy. We tracked down the original. Look at that. You be the judge. He looks a little different on MSNBC. Tanner. They defined his jawline. They even fixed his teeth. The left AI'd a dead guy for posterity. Why would you do that if Mr. Nurse was Mr. Perfect? Why'd they give him a glow up? Because they know deep down he's not really a hero. He was a troubled dude who tempted fate. But the more masculine the martyr, the more inspiring the movement. They want to make you think Preddy was an athlete and fighting ice is like America's pastime.
They hit at the best of us doing activities that are at the core of what it means to be American.
Are the people you've seen get busted for attacking ICE the best of us? I don't know. I've always thought throwing rocks at cops and spitting on them, we could do better than that. I was raised to think police were heroes. When I see someone in uniform today, I always try to go up to them and thank them. I don't bite their finger off or kick their taillight out or tell them to go F themselves. These are the kinds of people the Democrats are making into heroes. Most of the country doesn't support this. They support mass deportations. There are disagreements over the tactics, yeah. But the mission, a majority of the country supports removing illegals, especially criminals, not protecting them. But it's fashionable in Hollywood to side with foreign countries. So they're accusing their fellow Americans of murder.
They're blatantly murdering U.S. citizens, detaining 5-year-olds like Liam Ramos, patrolling schools and churches. So imagine what they're doing behind closed doors at detention centers with no cameras around. We need ICE out.
Actually, illegals were blatantly murdering U.S. citizens. Illegals were kidnapping 5-year-olds. By Eva's own logic, we should want illegals out. Nepad Newsom, same thing. Very picky about the lives he cherishes.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you a way to...
This madness, masked men, not even identifying themselves, no warrants, terrorizing communities. People dying, quite literally now dying. We said people who will die. People are dying in the United States of America.
There are over 13,000 convicted murderers in this country illegally. Is Gavin Newsom comfortable keeping them around? If he is, he should just tell us. Why are Democrats making it so easy for foreign nationals convicted of homicide to hang out in their cities? What is that about? But for some reason, they're trying to put the guys trying to catch them on trial.
Do you think Stephen Miller should be out of a job? What do you want to see happen?
Nobody should ever have hired Stephen Miller, who basically has a is a copycat of the Nazis, and that's kind of the cruelty that he wants to, inflict on people. He should definitely be out. I believe for his part in this, definitely should be prosecuted.
America saved Omar's life in Somalia. She came here and we gave her everything. She's now worth $30 million for some reason. And she wants to incarcerate our White House Deputy Chief of Staff because he's Jewish or because he's a Nazi. I don't even know. She's confused. I don't get Omar. This woman gets squirted with apple cider vinegar. Trump arrests the guys, putting him in prison. But instead of saying thank you, she wants to put Trump in prison. The Nazi talk's getting a little out of hand. But Late Night says it's actually an insult to the Nazis.
Do not compare ICE or Border Patrol agents to the Nazis. That's an unfair comparison. The Nazis were willing to show their faces.
These people are bloodthirsty. If they take back the House, they're going to impeach the president and they're going to abolish ICE. That means the millions and millions Biden let in, they get to stay.
As soon as we get the gavels back, we have to dismantle DHS and ICE and CBP.
Democrats are holding the government hostage, and here are their conditions. Are you ready? They want agents to take off their masks, wear body cams, and get a warrant for every arrest. Let's negotiate. ICE should just say they're Muslim. They'll wear burqas, maybe. Or have them wear COVID masks. Say they're worried about a new strain. Body cams? I love that idea. Body cams basically bankrupted the BLM movement. Well, that and the embezzlement. And warrants? No, that's not negotiable. Not a single president has ever needed a warrant to raid an illegal's apartment. We're not going to clog this up in the courts any more than it's already been. ICE has never changed. The Democrats did. Homan's been around since Reagan, and there's never been riots since today.
If you want certain laws reformed, then take it up with Congress. Again, ICE is making this up. They're enforcing laws enacted by Congress and signed by the president. The same laws have been on the books for the last 6 presidents I worked for. I started with President Reagan and ending with President Trump. Every administration, we enforce the same laws.
You know who loved ICE? Hillary.
Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone.
Homan should tell Minneapolis, we're going to do what Hillary would have done, or Barack Obama. And if they have a problem with that, they can call Barack and Hillary Nazis.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
O sol brilha para todos. Aproveite cada momento da sua vida.
All right, and tonight, all eyes on Minneapolis, where anti-ICE protests continue to sweep the city following a second fatal shooting involving immigration officials over the weekend. Here now with the very latest, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Madam Secretary, thanks for being with us. I want to talk about how untenable the whole situation is and why. I'm going to get to that. There seems to be 2 criticisms that have emerged, and I want to give you a chance to address them. One was an ex-post 2.5 hours after the Preddy shooting that an individual approached the officer with a 9mm semi-automatic. Officers feared for their safety. And that's why the shooting occurred. It seems, as you look at videos, that the weapon may have been stripped, though, before that happened. And I guess my question is, was that statement premature?
Well, Sean, I know you realize that situation was very chaotic and that we were being relayed information from on the ground from CBP agents and officers that were there. We were using the best information we had at the time, seeking to be transparent with the American people and get them what we knew to be true on the ground. So we will continue to follow the investigation that the FBI is leading and giving them all the information that they need to bring that to a conclusion and make sure that the American people know the truth of the situation and how we can go forward and continue to protect the American people.
As untenable as this is, and and all these politicians pouring gasoline on what is already a difficult situation, and that's enforcement of the law, arresting the worst of the worst, and I'll get to that in a minute. The president's called for a full investigation. Stephen Miller seemed to concede that maybe some protocols weren't followed. Again, everything's hindsight 2020, and these things go down very quickly. Any lessons to be learned? Handle things differently going forward?
Well, Sean, that's part of the reason why we have several layers of an investigation here. We believe that we can always do better, and we seek to do that every single day. And we want to make sure that we not only improve protocols on the ground in chaotic and volatile situations like this, but that we continue to find the truth around this situation and get the facts to the American people, and make sure that we continue to do our work every day with integrity, but that we continue to be able to get criminals and dangerous people off the streets like these officers have been doing for months, ever since President Trump came back into office. They take an oath to go out and protect these communities and to keep them safe, and that's one of the jobs that they take very seriously, especially in Minneapolis, as we've seen this kind of violent riots go forward and attack them.
I think in the Renee Good case, it was more clear cut because we had the video. Clearly, she accelerated towards an officer. Injuries were incurred by the officer, internal bleeding, as I understand it. If I'm wrong, correct me on that. I think in this case, it's a little bit different. Although I don't know why he was there with a loaded gun, and this other incident raises questions I'll ask you about in a minute here. But people seem to be upset over the term domestic terrorism. Why do you believe that's appropriate? Because you used it in both cases.
Well, Sean, we're continuing to gather information, and the FBI leading this investigation is important to make sure that we talk about both these situations appropriately. In the Renee Good situation, we have more information as it happened previously, and we'll continue to get to the truth of all of this. But we can't distract from the fact of how we got here, and we got here because we had a Biden administration that allowed an invasion over our southern border and allowed millions of people to come into our country unvetted. And we know for a fact that we had dangerous criminals and drug traffickers, murderers, terrorists, people on the suspected and known terrorist watch list that are in this country that these officers are working so hard to get off of our streets. Every single day, they work to make sure that they're not just protecting their communities, but many of them live in these communities. And so they're doing work to protect their own families as well and make sure they follow through on President Trump's promise to make America safe again.
Well, I'm gonna scroll all the violent criminals that were arrested in Minnesota. Let me ask you, though, about this video that we've been showing, and this is 10 days prior to the fatal shooting of Alex Preddy. And what you see in this video, if we can show that, you see aggressive anger, taunting, come get me, cursing, spitting, kicking, all while, carrying a firearm. What is your reaction when you see that video?
Well, clearly there's a history there of attacking our law enforcement officers and our CBP and ICE officers. And that's an example of what our officers have had to face every single day in Minneapolis and in Minnesota, and why I'm grateful that the president had the wisdom to send Tom Homan there to have conversations again to see if he can get the leaders of Governor Walz and Mayor Fry to commit to honoring our detainers and to keeping our officers safe while they do their work. We've been asking them to do this for months. They have refused to agree. We're hoping that Tom has an opportunity to restart those conversations and see if we can get them to help clean up the streets of Minneapolis.
While I ask you this next question, I will scroll the people arrested in Minnesota alone. I mean, murderers, rapists, child molesters, drug dealers, because of the bravery of all of those agents on the ground every day. These would be people on the street, and those cities and towns would be less safe and secure. And I guess when you hear the never-ending refrain from Tim Walz, Gestapo, Nazi, fascist, or, Mayor, I call him Small Fry out there, get the F out of our city. Well, if they did leave the city, all of these people would still be there, and the people in their city and the people in their state would be less safe and less secure. Do you have a message for the governor and for the mayor?
Yeah, I would tell them to be leaders and to change their rhetoric, because it is encouraging the kind of violence that we see on their streets today. Their riots are attacking our officers, not just when they're doing their work, but even at night at their hotels. And they haven't allowed their law enforcement to keep them safe. Even while they're off shift, they can't go to restaurants. They can't operate safely. They've had their lives threatened and their families' lives threatened. So I would encourage the governor to work with us, the mayor to work with us, to get those dangerous criminals off the streets. That's all we want. We have specifically in Minneapolis targeted human traffickers, sex traffickers, and child predators. Help us get those individuals off your streets before they create more victims. That's the work that these officers are doing every day. And they have an opportunity here just to work in partnership with federal officers who are doing exactly what the people who live in that community want them to do.
You know, I call Hakeem Jeffries leader in name only because I think he is beholden, like Chuck Schumer is beholden to the radicals that run their party. And he had this to say about you today. I want to give you a chance to respond to that, too.
Yep. It's called a home equity agreement. And I got $143,000 for my home equity without monthly payments.
Y'all ever heard of a home equity agreement? It's
disgraceful. She's got to go. We are dead serious. She needs to be put on ice permanently. She's got to go.
I think somebody needs to go, and I'd start with him. That's my own opinion. Your reaction?
Well, these radicals are attacking me, but I'm just doing my job. I'm following the law, enforcing the laws like President Trump promised that he would do to keep people safe in this country. We're going to continue to go after these criminals. We're going to remove them before they have the chance to murder more Americans, to create more angel moms, and to go out and harm our children and our grandchildren. We have had violent crimes and murders drop dramatically in this country, the lowest they've been in over 100 years because of President Trump's leadership. I'm proud of the work that the Department of Homeland Security does, and I'm grateful and honored to be able to lead them during this time.
You know, I don't think enough emphasis can be put on the fact that over 12 million unvetted illegals. We don't know the actual number because of all the gotaways. We're talking about known terrorists, murderers, rapists, other violent criminals, cartel members, gang members, drug dealers have been allowed in this country. Now Donald Trump is trying to clean that up. He's already closed the border. You've been a big part of that effort. It is sad that so-called leaders won't partner and enforce the laws of our land. That is a real tragedy to me today. I'll give you the last word.
I'm just so grateful that President Trump stopped the invasion. He secured that border immediately. We are not letting any more of those dangerous individuals into our country. Now we just need to get these perpetuators of violence out of our country to keep the American people safe.
Madam Secretary, thank you for your time. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Iowa with so many proud, hardworking American patriots. 12 months ago, Joe Biden handed us a mess. We inherited the legacy of record high inflation, mass invasion of our border, and our country was being laughed at all over the world. We're not being laughed at anymore. Just after 1 year of President Trump, our economy is booming, incomes are rising, investment is soaring, inflation has been defeated. Our border is closed, and America is respected all over the world. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is stopped. Incomes are up. Prices are down. Our economy is roaring. Our workers are thriving. And our country is winning again, winning like never before. Together with all of you, we will make America powerful again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And most importantly, we will make America great again.
How long it takes a beginner like my dad to go from beer belly to get ripped again with Tai Chi.
Waltz, still a giant turd. You got to look back about being on the debate stage with him and thinking, man, you really maybe gave this person a little too much of the benefit of the doubt. And we're a little bit, the assuming good faith was maybe a mistake with JD Vance.
Look, I'll own it. But Tim, you've been around this long enough. No, when you're on a ticket, you take your orders. Look, I have agency on that, meaning I could have did this, but I am a good team player. I would beat the out of him now if I could, and I would call that out. I mean, that's just different. In verbally going at it, my argument is much better.
Joe, this must hit you hard because you work out a lot. You're in great shape. You hear somebody talk trash like that, it's like, who is he trying to kid?
Total weak sauce, Greg. I can see right through it. I know when someone's not tough. And I'll say this. He kind of stole my pre-fight strategy because he said he would kick J.D. Vance's ass if I could, which means he was like also acting weak in the fight scenario. That's what I do all the time. I always act weak in a potential fight. That way, maybe they won't try as hard. One of the things I do is I say, all right, let's fight, but could you try to avoid my left side because it doesn't work very well since I've had the stroke, right? And then once the fight starts, won't he be surprised when I grab his balls with my left hand?
That is perfect.
And what happened to Kilmeade?
He's surprisingly cagey and wiry.
He's a nimble little man, Kennedy. What is it with Democrats threatening to kick everybody's ass? Remember, it was Joe Biden.
Joe Biden's like, well, I'd take him behind the woodshed.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we have electricity now. We don't have as many wood-burning stoves to heat our homes as we used to. Amtrak Joe, but thanks for them fighting words. Woo. Yeah, Tim Walz is so full of tepid because I will never forget that debate because I use that debate as like a textbook metaphor for how I want my single friends' future partners to look at them. The way he looked into J.D. Vance's eyes, he was so romantically transfixed and he was so deeply enamored. And it's like, I hope to God for my female friends, they find a guy who loves them the way Tim Walz is in love with J.D. Vance and still is. Because, he has these martial arts like jujitsu fantasies about the two of them rolling around.
So this is basically the kind of like the politician example of pulling on the pigtails. He's pulling on J.D. Vance's pigtails.
He's looking into those deep blue eyes and he lost himself in a romantic Caribbean and he'll never be able to come back from that.
Oh my God. Starting to feel bad for him, Tyrus. Do you get the impression that Waltz realizes it doesn't matter what he says anymore, that he's done?
Oh, I get a lot of impressions when it comes to Waltz. He also doesn't give a how he dresses. This dude he's got 2 collars on. Like,
I do
what
that
the hell?
sometimes.
Really? And you put one up to look tough?
Yeah, that's not good for his
No,
look. Do you know that him and I are the same age?
Well, he is the most shot out 70-year-old I've ever seen.
I am not 70.
I just hindsight's 20/20, but this guy, he's still blind.
Yeah.
I would have, I could have, I should have, but you didn't. So why are you talking about it? Like, this is if I could, now he can't get on the same stage as JD.
Yeah.
Well, it would be a step down for him. You need to be focused on what's going on with your Somalian daycares and your fraud, bro. How about you kick that ass for a little while since you got?
He can't even share an elevator with JD Vance. I mean, he's like no longer even relevant in the political sphere, much less the elevator using sphere.
But being positive, and I will give him credit for that debate because they both were respectful to each other.
Yeah.
And that's not a bad thing. And that's what he's trying to they're like, and of course, when you see that and then I was forced to do that. Like, you only further let us know how we've been unburdened by what has been. Like, he's just, and he's just one of those guys. He doesn't get it, Greg. It's like your old saying. It's way better to reach up than reach around.
Yes. My priest told me that in 2nd grade. Guy, a lot of people don't realize you are a stone cold killer. But you never act that way because you're very calm. But you're an intensely violent man. You would snap a neck as soon as you could kiss a child. That makes no sense. But my point is, why is it that men who are helpless and weak become more violent in their rhetoric?
Well, because they can't cash the actual checks, right? And so he says, well, I would kick the bleep out of him now if I could. I'm saying bleep because I think we've run out of them on this show so
yes.
far.
Good for you.
And the answer is you couldn't when you had the chance rhetorically on stage, and you also can't physically. We can see that. I also would imagine if there were to be this fight that he's talking about, Tim Walz strikes me as the type of person who would fight by removing one of his gloves and slapping someone across the face. That's Tim Walz kicking the beep out of someone. And it's a pathetic, sad person. Also, he goes out there and he says, Trump's ICE is the Gestapo, although he called it Gazpacho because he's an idiot.
Yeah.
But he tried to call them the Gestapo. And then he, just a few days ago, said, we have to bring down the temperature. Then he goes on a podcast and talks about physically attacking the vice president. It's just incoherent.
Yeah, you know, I think his strategy, and it's a good one because I've used it before, he'll wrestle you, and then he'll hope that when he gets aroused, you'll back off.
That actually works, Greg.
Yes, it does.
No, I've experienced that.
Yeah.
No. When I was wrestling, there was this little guy named Spud, right? And I was teasing him. And I would tease him all the time, right? One day he got mad, and he's like, the hell is this? I don't care how big you are. I'm going to kick your ass. And I was like, what? I stood up, and he was around your height. Actually, he was a little taller, but he was still small. And he starts taking his shirt off and taking his pants off. And I was like, what the hell are you doing? He's like, this is how I fight. And I was like, you win.
Yes. It's called the Gutfeld method.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
The government is banning this $29 AI dog next month, and this is your last shot to get the original lifelike version.
Just a few hours, Border Czar Tom Homan will hold a press conference in Minneapolis after meeting with local officials.
It comes as new video appears to show Alex Preddy in a confrontation with federal agents just days before the deadly shooting. Lucas Tomlinson joins us live in Washington with all the details. Hi, Lucas.
Well, good early morning, Carly and Todd. A new video has surfaced showing the 37-year-old Department of Veterans Affairs ICU nurse Alex Preddy spitting at federal agents and kicking a government vehicle, resulting in the destruction of the back right taillight and some questioning Preddy's reputation for being nonviolent. The incident took place 11 days before he was shot and killed by federal agents. Those federal agents were placed on administrative leave. A family representative confirms it's Preddy. In the video, the family knew about the incident and that Preddy was injured but did not receive medical care. A family attorney says, quote, a week before Alex was gunned down on the street, despite posing no threat to anyone, he was violently assaulted by a group of ICE agents. Nothing that happened a full week before could possibly have justified Alex's killing at the hands of ICE on January 24th. Here was Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry last night.
There was a general agreement that what has been happening for these last several weeks should not be happening into the future. Now, I made it very clear that Operation Metro Surge needs to end.
Did Tom Homan say he would end it?
He did not make a commitment to ending it on any given timeline. However, my hope, my expectation is that the troops and the agents we're seeing will be drawn down.
A new Fox News poll shows President Trump's performance on border security, 52% approve, 47% disapprove. And another poll shows 59% of voters say ICE is too aggressive. Another poll shows 49% of registered voters think local governments like Minneapolis should cooperate with ICE. Mayor Fry says he does not plan to do that. Border Czar Tom Homan will hold his first news conference in Minneapolis at 8 a.m. Eastern after replacing Greg Bovino as the lead of ICE operations in the city. Carly, Todd?
All right, we'll be certainly watching that. Lucas Thompson live for us in Washington. Lucas, thank you. Let's bring in former DHS advisor Charles Marino. Charles, thank you so much for joining us. So there was a big back and forth between the White House and Minneapolis officials yesterday, and President Trump summed it up this way on Truth Social, saying, surprisingly, Mayor Jacob Fry just stated that Minneapolis does not and will not enforce federal immigration laws. This is after having had a very good conversation with him. Could somebody in his inner sanctum please explain that this statement is a very serious violation of the law and that he is playing with fire? So now Tom Homan is out there in Minneapolis. How does he work this out?
Yeah, it's a delicate situation in negotiation because somebody is going to have to give, and how give are they going to give? And also, what type of potential political hit will they take? Tom Homan's been clear from the very start of what ICE wants from local communities, including sanctuary cities, and that is to let ICE into the jails, to prioritize those public safety threats in the country illegally, allow state and local law enforcement to work alongside ICE to help them achieve their mission and also provide some level of protection and honor all of these detainers. That is, stop re-releasing these criminals in the country illegally back out onto the street, turn them over to ICE to be handed off. So I expect Tom Homan this morning to restate the case of the White House, which has said, look, this would not have been as messy as it has been if sanctuary cities were to work more collaboratively with us.
And look, Charles, I completely understand that threading the needle on this is extremely difficult. But do you share the concern that many other people have shared, that a concession by the White House on any part of this will just lead to more unrest in other cities beyond Minneapolis?
It will, because if we look at Minneapolis as the case study, it will prove to other sanctuary locations that you can influence through incitement, through obstruction, through threats, the way that ICE goes about its mission. And that's a horrible message to send. The easiest thing for Minneapolis to do is say, look, we're going to help you prioritize the public safety threats that you want, Tom Homan, and can you please shrink down this current operation that's underway so that you can really focus on the threats that you're after. And I think that would be an acceptable response to the White House right now. But the problem is, if they cave in on that one issue and that one issue alone, they are stepping away from their own sanctuary policies. And what kind of a hit within the Democratic Party are they willing to take?
Charles, this video of Alex Preddy is new, and his family's attorneys have responded to it. What's your take on this new footage?
Well, the two incidents, this one was a week before, where we see the taillight of the government vehicle being kicked out with government agents inside, gives us a peek into the mindset of Preddy. And that was, what type of role or activities was he involved in being out there on the street? And it's very clear that he had no hesitation about coming into contact with federal agents in a very aggressive manner. And that is to threaten and to obstruct, both of which took place the week prior to him being shot and killed. Now, though the incidents will be handled separately regarding use of force that took place during the most recent encounter, it does give us a peek into the narrative that Democrats are giving so far on this individual and what his plans were regarding peaceful protests, and the fact that that appears to be false. So if activity and behavior is consistent between the first incident and the second incident, then it kind of changes the narrative of how this may have played out with federal agents that had to use deadly force.
Yeah, I think this really sets up a legal battle with regard to state of mind and when state of mind actually kicks in. I know there's a lot of conflicting case law on this. Be interesting to see how it all shakes out. Yeah. I'm going to go back to your first answer. You said somebody's going to have to blink first. Quickly, who blinks first, Charles?
Well, it's not going to be the White House because of the question that you asked previously. It would set a very dangerous precedent and give sanctuary cities a huge upper hand in influencing the operations of ICE and whether or not federal agencies can enforce federal law unobstructed. That's very important. So I don't see the White House giving on that at all. At some point in time, the ball is in the hands of Minneapolis, Governor Walz. What is he going to do to bring down the temperature? Right now, since that first meeting with Tom Homan, we have not seen much. So we're currently still in a stalemate.
Former DHS advisor Charles Marino, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks. I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Navy SEALs are banned from doing crunches and sit-ups, yet they have the most defined abs you'll ever see. I spent 27 years as a Special Forces fitness instructor.
Breaking today, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth says all options remain on the table for U.S. action in Iran. Listen here.
we're having to rebuild how our enemies perceive us. And when President Trump said, we're not getting a nuclear Iran, you won't have a nuclear bomb, he meant it. They have all the options to make a deal. They should not pursue nuclear capabilities. So we will be prepared to deliver whatever this president expects of the War Department.
Senior Foreign Affairs correspondent Greg Palkot reports live. He's in London for us. Greg, where do things stand right now?
Well, John, as you just heard, the Trump administration is ratcheting up pressure on Iran to act. The White House now reportedly considering a range of possible military targets in response to the regime's bloody crackdown on demonstrators, which left tens of thousands dead, injured, arrested. And this comes after the threat from Trump yesterday for Iran to make a deal to limit its missile program, put an end to its nuclear program, cut off aid to its proxies, or face an even bigger attack than the U.S. helped unleash on Iran last year. The USS Abraham Lincoln Aircraft Carrier Group, plus other assets, are now in the region. Iran, for its part, saying it is ready to respond to any military scenario, and likewise is also ready to talk, but only, in its words, with dignity. A lot of other folks, a lot of other countries are speaking, both Trump administration and Iran, trying to look for an off-ramp. Russia says any U.S. military action would be chaos, but they're also looking at possible evacuation of their locals inside Iran, just in case. And, John, some support from over here, the European Union sanctioning a range of Iranian officials for their role in the protests and also branding Revolutionary Guards as a terror group. The pressure mounts. Back to you.
All right, Greg, we'll see which way it goes. Thank you so much. Sandra?
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Here with reaction, former FBI Deputy Director, friend of the program, Dan Bongino. By the way, Bongino is back. He's on Rumble, 10 a.m. Monday morning. His show, the Dan Bongino Report, starts. Welcome back to the airwaves. I know you told me you were only going to be at the FBI for a year. You kept your commitment. Let's talk about what you're seeing here.
You know, listening to Tim Walz and these other, left-wing jokers talk about public safety as if they have any kind of like lodestar or 12-step manual to get it done it's tragic. It's not funny. It really is tragic. These guys are clowns. Before people like Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump with that go get 'em boys attitude where you get these bad guys off the street came into power, they had to clean up the mess from these clowns running their cities the way they did. But to hear Walz talking, let me show you what real cops do. Well, I know what real cops do. Real cops would do real cop stuff, more real cop stuff, if people like Tim Walz and others would let them be real cops. Sean, just think about this, man. I'm a numbers guy. I like spreadsheets. Numbers can be boring. This one's not boring, I promise you. The President of the United States, under his first year, we just had the lowest number of homicides in recorded history. Not only that, the percentage drop from last year, which understandably was still pretty low, was also a record number. That was under this administration. Why? Because he let cops be cops and he let us go get the bad guys and he shut down the border. It's not freaking rocket science, man. But again, to hear these clowns on the left talk about this like they have some bedrock model of the left-wing success on public safety it's a tragic joke on all of us. It's a shame.
All right, let's talk about this guy, Alex Preddy. And, I know it was 10 days prior. I will concede the point to their family attorney that is not related to what happened when he was shot. However, he was armed in both instances. However, he's saying, come assault me, mother effer. However, he's spitting at agents and law enforcement and then kicking their car and knocking the taillight off while armed at the same time. People ask me, because I've been a pistol carry permit my entire adult life, you learn to de-escalate. That is critical. You learn safety and security. You don't start confrontation. In this video, he's starting confrontation. You don't resist. What do you see?
Well, the video, I think, just came out, today or so? So there's going to be an investigation on this. It's going to be an exhaustive one. There's going to be body cam video and everything else that's going to come out over time. Obviously, the individual had the right to carry a firearm, a huge Second Amendment advocate.
I agree.
That is, yeah. So, that we have to we have to silo that one off. You have both the First and Second Amendment right to protest in the country, and also you can carry a firearm. But I want to see this thing play out. I think the responsible thing to do is for everybody to gather all the inputs and produce a, informed output at the end. And we just don't have all the data yet. That's just the facts. So I'm going to let this thing play out, and I'll form an opinion on it when I have all the inputs to get it all together.
I want to go back to something that you said about when this goes back to July of last year, and you put out a very cryptic tweet, and you didn't disclose your specific findings, but you were shocked at what you have learned in the short time you've been on the job at that point, about 6 months or so, and that a republic cannot survive knowing what you found. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to keep it short, but I was sitting in the office on a Friday night over at Hoover on the 7th floor of the FBI building, and I was just me and the security detail. It was late, I was the last one around. It was only, I wasn't trying to be a martyr. There was nothing else, for me to go home to. I was alone that weekend, so I stayed at work late, and I was reading through some stuff that you can only read in the office, and it just involved basically the collusion hoax, Crossfire Hurricane, as it went by, and the various other spinoffs. And when you read from the inside, Sean, when you see the details of what these just absolute animals did to President Trump, and the barriers that broke down and the guardrails, it was, I mean, I'm not shocked often, Sean. I'm really not. I'm not, again, I'm not trying to put on some faux set of armor. I'm just not shocked often. I've lived 1,000 lifetimes between the Secret Service, the NYPD, running for office, TV shows, and all this other stuff. Just reading through it and seeing it in detail for the first time, all put together, you can't run a republic like this. You can't. Wow. You absolutely cannot. It was just stunning how all these guardrails broke down at the exact same time, and nobody there. Thank God there wasn't, it was and still is a long-ranging investigation into this stuff, because it's just frightening how no one thought to speak up and say, hey, man, not only is this wrong, this is like demonic. This is evil stuff. They ruined this man's life, President Trump, over, you get the rest, fill in the blanks.
I got it. We call it
Sean,
Schiff.
It was always BS. Yeah. It was always BS. But I want you to understand, listen to me, everyone out there. It was always BS. There was never anything there. It was always BS.
All right, Dan Bongino's back and unfiltered. We'll be watching. Dan, thank you. We always appreciate you coming on.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. Been a little busy day, right? We had a good morning, and now we're having a good evening, and we're going to a premiere in a little while. But there's nothing more important than what we're doing right now, in my opinion. Today, I'm signing a historic executive order to combat the scourge of addiction and substance abuse. Big deal in this country, and probably in every country. We're calling it the Great American Recovery Initiative. I'm grateful to be joined by co-chairs of this sweeping new effort, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and Senior Advisor to the White House Great American Recovery Initiative, Catherine Burgum. Thank you both very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Where's Bobby? Bobby. Hello, Bobby. Come here. I love Bobby. You're doing a great job, Catherine. All right? Do we think so? Who's doing a better job, him or your husband? Maybe the husband. He's doing a good job.
I'm just getting started, sir.
They're both doing very well. Now you're going to do better than both of them. Thanks as well to Attorney General Pam Bondi, Secretary Doug Burgum, Secretary Scott Turner, Secretary Doug Collins, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who's got some pretty good news, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, FDA Commissioner Dr. Marty McCary, NIH Director Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. Oh, I've gotten good at that.
You are,
Jay.
sir.
Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's doing a fantastic job, and Director of the Office of National Drug Control Policy, Sarah Carter. I also want to introduce a great friend of mine who happened to be here, and he's very much committed to this. He knows how important it is for our country. He's built a tremendous American company. It's called WeatherTech. I guess you've seen the ads. I've seen the ads. I think they're great ads, but more importantly, it's a great product. David McNeil. David, congratulations on what you've done. It's incredible.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Really great. And the president of WeatherTech, Ryan Granger. Ryan, congratulations. What a great job. They built an American company, and it's a thriving company too. So with a great product.
It's great to be here in America.
You know, when I was in the private sector, I'd always buy the floor mats, but now that I'm president, I no longer have to buy floor mats. But you made a great floor mat, and you still do, and lots of other things. Many of those with me today have personally known the heartache of a loved one taken by drug or alcohol addiction. I do, just like millions of American families. Every year we lose an estimated 300,000 people to drug and alcohol abuse, and the real number is probably much, much higher than that. Thankfully, drug overdose deaths plummeted by 21% in the last year. We're working very hard on it. We've closed the southern border, seized over 47 million fentanyl pills and 10,000 pounds of fentanyl powder. That's a record. And I have formally designated Dr. And I'll tell you what, we have a group of doctors, some of them behind me, who have just been incredible, and they've really wanted this, designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And for some reason, they didn't want to do that until we came along, but they are indeed foreign terrorist organizations. With our action in the Gulf of America, that sounds so nice when I hear the Gulf of America. Drugs entering our country by sea are down 97%. So when you see the boats being hit, those boats kill on average 25,000 people a boat. So that's 25,000, I would assume mostly American lives, but lives are being saved. Now we're taking a bold action to help Americans struggling with all forms of addiction so they can get the help and the support that they need to free themselves from the horrible burden of dependency. The Great American Recovery Initiative will bring together federal, state, local, and private sector resources to support addiction, recovery, treatment, and prevention. And it will help mobilize the full resources and authority of the federal government to help stop this tremendous plague. And I'd now like to invite Secretary Kennedy to start, and then Catherine Burgum, and then I'll sign the order, which I've just signed. And wanted to make sure the signature was good, took my time. And we can, let me just see, pretty good, not pretty good. Let's give it a 10, okay? For Catherine. But I'd like Bobby to say a few words, and Catherine, thank you very much, everybody. Please.
Mr. President, thank you for your leadership, for signing an executive order that tells the truth about one of the greatest challenges that our country faces. Addiction is not a moral failure. It is a disease. It's chronic, it's treatable. And for too long, our nation has responded with fragmentation, with stigmatization and silence instead of science, compassion, and coordination. Today, President Trump changes that. With the Great American Recovery Initiative, we finally bring the full strength of the federal government together across healthcare, law enforcement, housing, labor, faith communities, and the private sector to save lives, restore families, and rebuild communities that addiction has hollowed out. Nearly 50 million Americans suffer from substance use disorder. Many never receive treatment. Even more don't believe that help is possible. That is not because recovery doesn't work. It's because our systems have failed to reach the people where they are early enough, long enough, and with dignity. This initiative fixes that. We will align federal programs instead of letting them operate in silos. We will set clear, measurable goals and report honestly to the American people. We will use evidence-based care, modern science, and continuous support, just as we do for heart disease, diabetes, and other chronic illnesses. We will focus on prevention before addiction takes hold. We will intervene early. We will expand access to treatment that leads to real long-term recovery. And we will support re-entry because recovery does not end when treatment ends. It succeeds when people return to their families, their jobs, and their communities with purpose and with hope. As co-chair of this initiative alongside of Catherine Burgum, whose leadership and commitment strengthens this work, I pledge urgency, accountability, and honesty. Catherine and I share the experience of having been addicted and long-term recovery. But almost everybody in this room and almost everybody in our country has been touched by addiction. Steve Witkoff, who's here, had an extraordinary son, Andrew, who was a superstar boy, a straight A student, an athlete, and a wonderful leader, and lost that son to addiction. President Trump has talked about his own families who had a struggle with addiction. All of us are touched. If it touches these people, it can hurt every American. And President Trump has often talked about, with compassion, about the families who lose children to this disease. 100,000 children a year until recently. Now it's about 76,000. Those families are devastated forever. And the cost to our country, not only in dollars, but in just the malaise and the despair that it imposes, is incalculable. We are going to listen to states, localities, frontline providers, and tribal nations. We will partner with communities and faith-based organizations. We will work with employers, clinicians, and recovery leaders who know what works on the ground. President Trump has already acted decisively, securing the border against deadly drugs, signing the Halt Fentanyl Act, strengthening treatment programs, expanding access to naloxone, medication-assisted treatments, and investing billions in prevention and recovery. This executive order builds on that record and accelerates it. Recovery is not a side issue, it's an economic issue, a workforce issue, a family issue, a national security issue. When Americans recover, communities grow stronger. When families heal, children thrive. And when we confront addiction with courage instead of complacency, we reclaim the promise of our country. This initiative is about life, it's about responsibility, and it's about building a great American recovery together. With this executive order and with major announcements that I will announce next week, we are taking decisive action to make America healthy again. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby, and great job. And you're doing a fantastic job. You're doing a fantastic job. And I saw his wife yesterday, and she confirmed that he's doing a fantastic job. So she's on your side. You know that. She's great. And Oz, thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Catherine, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Your leadership today, relative to this announcement about the Great American Recovery, is a gift to all Americans who are suffering from the brain disease of addiction. I also want to thank First Lady Melania Trump for her leadership during your first administration, and now the work she's doing championing youth and children, especially related to foster care, where early trauma and instability are often consequences of the disease of addiction. Addictions touch this administration in real and profound ways. President Trump, you've openly spoke about your brother Fred, who struggled with addiction, shaped your life and your understanding of this disease. And Susie Wiles carries the lived experience of her father, the late, great Pat Summerall, whose recovery journey became a source of hope for millions. Vice President Vance has shared his story of his mother's battle and recovery. And as Secretary Kennedy just said, he brings his own lived experience, proof that recovery is not theoretical, it is possible. These stories matter because they are not isolated. They reflect the reality of the over 190 million Americans, that's half our nation, who are impacted in some way by the disease of addiction. And I am one of them. I started drinking in high school, and I was a blackout drinker from the start. For 20 years, I've struggled, relapsing constantly starting over, constantly trying to stay sober and failing. And I reached a point where I truly did not believe there was one single reason for me to keep living, and I was suicidal at the end of my drinking. One day I was out walking alone. I didn't have faith. I wasn't religious, but something in me said I should ask for help. And out loud to no one, because it was just me, I said, I don't know if anyone is there, but I need help. And that was the day I became sober. 15 years later, I found myself somehow standing in front of people as First Lady of North Dakota, thanks to him. But I was asking people to share their stories openly about addiction so we could eliminate the shame and stigma, so more people would reach out for help and more lives could be saved. And today I'm standing here in this incredibly beautiful Oval Office. And if not for the grace of God, I would not be alive today with over 23 years in recovery. That's why I'm here. My message is simple: never give up hope for recovery. Mr. President, I also want to thank you for allowing me to stand here with you today. I was in this building in 2017 when the administration announced the national response to the opioid crisis. And nearly a decade later, the crisis remains, and in many ways it has grown worse. Not because we lacked compassion, not because we lack effort, but because we never fully aligned our system with the truth. Addiction is not a moral failure. It is not a character flaw, and it's not simply a behavioral issue. Addiction is a lifelong, chronic, relapsing medical disease as real as diabetes, cancer, and heart disease. And when we fail to treat it as such, we don't treat the disease, and we pay mightily for the consequences. Emergency rooms, jails, foster care, overdose deaths, and broken families. The Great American Recovery changes that. This initiative represents a fundamental shift from reaction to prevention, from fragmentation to coordination, from stigma to science, from short-term fixes to long-term recovery. And for the first time, we're aligning federal leadership across health, justice, labor, housing, veterans, social services, the faith office, and education around one single shared truth. When addiction is treated early and correctly, people recover and families heal. Addiction is a generational disease, and if we don't treat it properly, it repeats from parent to child, from community to community. And when we treat it like a lifelong condition, the condition that it is, we stop that cycle. We save lives, we restore families, we rebuild communities, we return people to dignity, purpose, and productivity. Mr. President, thank you for seeing this moment clearly. With your leadership and the Great American Recovery Initiative, we're establishing a new framework and a new national response to the disease of addiction, including treatment and care that parallels other chronic diseases. With this framework and treatment, recovery is not the exception, it is the expectation. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. You know, I saw them riding horses in a video, and they said, "Who is that?" I was talking about her, not him. And they explained it. I said, "I'm going to hire him because anybody has somebody like you to be with. It's an amazing tribute, and it's a great couple, amazing couple." And she's very much a part of his big success. He was a fantastic success, as you know, having been one of the most successful business people. And I saw him campaigning, a great governor, two-term governor. He did a fantastic job, North Dakota. And he's done a great job. And I'll tell you what, Catherine's a very big part of it. I see it. It's just really one of the fantastic couples. So I appreciate it. What a beautiful job you've just done. And I'm going to give this to you, and you can figure out what you're going to do with Bobby, you know. But let's have a good picture of the two of them and everyone else. And I'd like to ask Steve Whitcuff also to say a couple of words when we're finished, because he's a very special person who I knew very well, an incredible person. So if you don't mind, Steve, I'll ask you to do that in just a second. All right? Please, brother. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
very much.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you so much.
Steve, please.
The president is doing the same thing to me now that he did to me in 2017. Do you remember, Catherine?
Yeah, we were sitting next to each other.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I want to tell the story about this. So I came to the opioid conference, and the president did not know I was coming because I was invited by the first lady. And he leaned over, saw me in the aisle, and he looked at me and he said, "Steve," and then he realized why I was there, because I had lost my son Andrew, and the president was an incredible friend when I lost him. I lived in his building at 502 Park Avenue, and I remember when him and the first lady came, and I talked about this all the time. And so he took my hand and he said to me, "Come on up to the stage and tell the world about your boy Andrew." And of course, that was something that was really meaningful to me, and I got through it. And I talk about it all the time. I talked about it on the campaign trail and so forth. He is a very special man. And he's begun and led the fight against opioid addiction and alcoholism. And Catherine, I feel like we sort of bonded from that day. And it's just my blessing to work for you, sir.
He's a special guy. He and a group of people, Jared helped and others helped. Steve, peace in the Middle East, and we're there.
Yes.
A couple of little flames, but they're very little by comparison, and they'll go out quickly. They're already going out. And he's now trying very hard to settle up with Russia and Ukraine, and I think a lot of progress is being made there. I told that Russia's not doing any shooting for a period of time during this horrendously cold weather.
Because of you.
So we asked President Putin if they could stop the shooting for a week. They're being hit with proportionately the kind of cold that we're being hit. It's much colder in Ukraine to start off with, but it's really cold now. And he agreed to do that. We appreciated that very much. It's a nasty war. It's a nasty, nasty war. Would anybody else have anything to say? I can say that I am extremely late, but that's okay. Don't worry about me. Would anyone else have anything to say? Doug, you're doing a fantastic job. We appreciate it. Marty, you are really something special. Everyone's talking about you every time. If I don't mention Marty, Bobby always mentions it. So we have a great team. Jay, great. Marty, great. You guys want to say something?
Thank you. Thank you. Well, historically, with addiction, the entire society has always been reactionary. And that's been the story of healthcare. But at the FDA, we are looking into incredible cutting edge therapeutics, and we are being proactive, giving them vouchers when we see something that's promising to get an approval as quick as weeks in an era of a 10 to 12 year approval time. And the ultimate therapeutic is community, houses of worship, addressing loneliness. And so that's part of the MAHA agenda, thanks to Bobby's. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Jay?
Mr. President, in 2018, you launched the HEAL initiative, helping to end addiction long-term at the NIH. It's paid fruit. It's yielded fruit. The ingenuity of small business has developed products that can deal with pain without opioids. The naloxone, which saves lives,
right.
That was the fruit of NIH. And for the kinds of investments that are your administration that you made starting from the first Trump term to now, will continue to pay dividends. The kind of research that the NIH is doing will help turn the tide, make people's lives so much better, restore families. All of the addiction that we've seen, 80,000 deaths we saw, and the huge spike in addiction deaths, during the first Biden term is going to be a thing of the past. And I'm so proud to be part of
And
this.
tell us some great things happening, right?
Yeah.
Marty, it's great, really great things happening, I hear. And some pretty big announcements over a short period of time, right?
Yep. Moving drugs over the counter so you don't need a prescription.
You're right.
Naloxone, which treats opioid, is one of those drugs. And we're being proactive with synthetic 7-OH, a new opioid that's showing up. And we're working with the DOJ on addressing that because chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. Now I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Oz. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys, for supporting. Thank you, guys.
I'm 65, and this is my first Tai Chi chair workout. Hope it's worth it. This is me after 2 months of Tai Chi chair workouts. I feel younger and stronger than in my...
So at the moment, the FBI is going through a trove of evidence seized during a search on a Georgia election office. Sources telling Fox News it was related to the election of 2020. This is Fulton County. David Spunts in Washington, D.C. David, hello.
Bill, hello. FBI agents spent most of the afternoon inside the records warehouse for the Fulton County, Georgia Board of Elections. The matter is sealed before a court meeting. Details are limited, but we can report, as you mentioned, this is related to the 2020 presidential election. Sources tell Fox that agents retrieved documents, phones, computers, ballot boxes after a judge signed a warrant. President Trump has long made Georgia and Fulton County a target of his complaints regarding the 2020 election.
It was kind of disbelief. It's been a long time in coming, I think, and getting a lot of the answers that need to be given.
This is an order from on high to try to disrupt Fulton County's election administration just because Donald Trump is still mad that he lost the 2020 elections.
Shortly after the election, Trump spoke to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and told him to find 11,780 more votes to win the state. At the time, Raffensperger said he felt pressure from Trump. He still says so. He's denied any widespread election fraud. Fulton County DA Fani Willis brought state criminal charges against then former President Trump and others in 2023 for an alleged conspiracy to overturn the election. But her prosecution was famously derailed completely after it was revealed she had an intimate relationship with the top prosecutor on her team. Interesting to note, Dana and Bill, that Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, was on scene yesterday with no official explanation why for her exact role in the probe. Back in December, the DOJ sued Fulton County, Georgia, seeking access to 2020 voting records after state officials allegedly failed to respond to a subpoena. Fox News has learned the FBI's Atlanta field office head was forced out in recent days, but it's unclear if this is all related, but certainly a story we're watching.
Yeah, no
Bill.
doubt. We've got more to learn. Thank you, David. Nice to see you on that story in Washington.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Too early, isn't it? Look, I've been given talking points, and I don't like reading speeches, never have. But my chief of staff did put some stuff down here in writing just to make sure I don't miss anything. So I'm going to be reading a little bit, and then we're going to open up for questions. I've been on the ground less than 3 full days. I got in here Monday. President of the United States called me Monday morning and asked me to deploy here. Got here Monday evening, and I'm staying till the problem's gone. But we've made a lot of progress in the last 3 days. Marcos Charles, he's running ICE operations here. There you go. Rodney Scott, Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, standing here beside me. Good morning, I'm Tom Homan, I'm the Border Czar for President Trump. I'm here on behalf of the President, along with U.S. Commissioner for U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Rodney Scott, and Marcos Charles, who's leading the enforcement effort here right now. I've been on the ground since Monday.
My body truly grew weary of bending over to trim my nails, often pricking myself in the process, until my neighbor recommended this electric nail trimmer and file. It shapes nails into a smooth, rounded finish whilst preventing you from cutting them too short. This is the all-new, upgraded second-generation electric nail clipper, featuring an enhanced nickel alloy blade and high-quality motor with a maximum speed of 16,000 revolutions per minute. Its combined clipping and filing function makes it more convenient. With infrared protection and automatic skin detection, it prevents hand injuries for enhanced safety. A single charge provides 6 months of standby time, making it more energy efficient. Includes an integrated debris collection compartment for one-touch cleaning, eliminating scattered filings for cleaner, hassle-free trimming. Built-in LED illumination ensures clear visibility in low-light conditions, suitable for independent use by children and the elderly. Crucially, the price is exceptionally affordable. I've never seen this brand priced so low before. It turns out to be a brand anniversary promotion, though I cannot guarantee how much discounted stock remains. Act quickly to purchase.
To regain law and order in the city beloved by many, and work together to remove threats from the community. During the past administration, well, I'll remember, more than 10 million illegal aliens entered this nation. Many were national security threats, public safety threats. We can't remember over 2 million known gotaways. 2 million people who paid more to get away. Why? That should scare the hell out of everybody. President Trump promised American people, including the residents of Minnesota, that he would work to ensure our communities are safe. And with that, this administration is absolutely focused on identifying removal aliens that pose a public safety threat and national security threats. And the numbers prove it. The data proves it. In the past few days, I've met with Governor Walz, Attorney General Ellison, Mayor Fry, numerous police chiefs and sheriffs, and I have more to meet. I'll also be continuing the dialogue with business and religious leaders in partnership with Minnesota, your community leaders. I'll be meeting with them too, because I want to hear what they have to say. In my meetings with folks so far, and most importantly, the governor and the AG, the Mayor Fry, we didn't agree on everything. I didn't expect to agree on anything. I've heard many people want to know why we're talking to people who they don't consider friends in administration. Bottom line is you can't fix problems if you don't have discussions. I didn't come to Minnesota for photo ops or headlines. You haven't seen me. I came here to seek solutions, and that's what we're going to do. And we've come a long way, and we got some good wins for the people of Minnesota, I think, and for the administration and for the safety security of this city. One thing we did agree on, though, everybody I talked to agreed on, was that community safety is paramount. One thing we all agreed on was U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement is a legitimate law enforcement agency that has a duty to enforce the laws enacted by Congress and keep this community safe. Like I've said many times for the last several years, even before this administration, jurisdictions that refuse to cooperate with federal immigration authorities are sanctuaries for criminals. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals and endangers the residents of the community. To be clear, we did not agree with Minnesota state and local officials that they would be involved in immigration enforcement. I didn't ask them to be immigration officers. I'm asking them to be cops working with the cops to help us take criminal aliens off the street. What we did agree upon is not to release public safety arrests back in the community, and they could be lawfully transferred to ICE. I'll speak more about that. I will highlight that the Minnesota State Prison System under the Department of Corrections have been honoring ICE detainers. And we appreciate that important collaboration, and we're going to expand upon that. That decision has made Minnesota safer, not only for residents of Minnesota, but the men and women law enforcement, not just ICE, all law enforcement. Rather than arresting the same public safety threat, significant public safety threat over and over again, they agree to work with us to identify those people and remove them. I'm also pleased to announce I had a very good meeting with Attorney General Ellison And he has clarified for me that county jails may notify ICE of the release dates of criminal public safety risks so ICE can take custody of them upon the release from the jail. And let me tell you why that's important. I know people are a lot concerned about the manpower has been sent in law enforcement manpower. Look, I've said this many times before. I've said it for the last several years. Give us access to the illegal alien public safety threat and the safety and security of a jail. It's common sense. It's safer for the community, it's safer for the agent, and it's safer for the alien. Because anything can happen on a street arrest. It just makes common sense. And for the people that argue, well, we're a welcoming community because we want victims and witnesses of crime that are here illegally to feel safe to come to police without fear they're working with ICE. We're not going to talk to the victim witness of crime. There's no problem there. They should feel safe to come to police and ask for help. All we want is to talk to the person that local and state law enforcement authorities locked in a jail cell. They chose to lock this person up. That's who we want to talk to, the public safety threat. So the argument is that protects victim witnesses of crime. It's a bunch of crap. Victims and witnesses of crime don't want the bad guy back in their neighborhood either.
Caesar Milan, how to add years to your dog's life. Sardines.
9.
Bone broth.
10.
Raw eggs blended with the shells.
9.
So great progress with the Attorney General and local sheriffs. And one thing, when we have these agreements, it takes less law enforcement agents to do the job. One agent can arrest one bad guy in the safety and security of a jail where he's behind the wire. We know we don't have weapons. But when you normally release that public safety threat, illegal alien back in the community, we have a job to do. We're going to arrest them. So we're going to find them. And what happens is now we got to arrest somebody on his turf. We have access to who knows what weapons. Now we got to send the whole team out. Cover the back door, cover the front door, officer safety reasons. Then because of the hateful rhetoric and the attacks on ICE officers, now we got to send a security team behind the arrest team. So what could have been done with one person in safety and security jail, now we got 15, 16 people out there doing it. I know that causes stress in the community. So if we get these agreements in place, that means less agents on the street. More agents in the jail means less agents in the street. This is common sense cooperation that allows us to draw down on the number of people we have here. Yes, I said it, draw down the number of people here. Because we have the efficiency and safety of the jails and the prison. Matter of fact, I have staff from CBP and from ICE working on a draw-down plan. What does that look like based on the cooperation? What does that look like based on how many targets we have left to find? In my meetings with Governor Walz, AG Ellison, and Mayor Fry, as well as state and local law enforcement, again, I appreciate they all acknowledge that we do have federal immigration laws in this country that have been passed by Congress, and that ICE is in fact a legitimate law enforcement agency charged with enforcing those laws. We're not making this up, folks. ICE is enforcing laws enacted by Congress. They're a federal statute. That said, I'm not here because the federal government has carried this mission out perfectly. First thing I said to senior staff when I walked in here is what I told you earlier. I didn't come here looking for photo ops or headlines. I come here looking for solutions. I do not want to hear that everything's been done here has been perfect. Nothing's ever perfect. Anything can be improved on. And what we've been working on is making this operation safer, more efficient, by the book. The mission is going to improve because of the changes we're making internally. No agency or organization is perfect. President Trump and I, along with others in the administration, have recognized that certain improvements could and should be made. That's exactly what I'm doing here. As such, in meetings I've had with federal law enforcement managers, including ICE and CBP and other federal partners, as well as state and local officials, I have conveyed the President's expectations with regard to federal immigration enforcement efforts. We will conduct targeted enforcement operations. Targeted. What we've done for decades. When we hit the streets, we know exactly who we're looking for. Good idea where we may find them. You have a criminal history. You have their immigration history. A lot of information about this person that we get from numerous databases out there. Targeted, strategic enforcement operations. That's traditionally been the case, and that's where we're going. That's what we're going to continue to do and improve upon that. With a prioritization on public safety threats. I want to be clear. I don't read a lot of social media. I don't read a lot of media. I don't believe half what I see. We are not surrendering the president's mission in immigration enforcement. Let's make that clear. Prioritization of criminal aliens doesn't mean that we forget about everybody else. That's just simply ridiculous. But when you have a criminal standing here and a non-criminal standing there, that criminal always should be targeted first because he's a significant concern to the safety and security of the community. By and large, for decades, ICE and CBP have carried out their duties with integrity, professionalism, and compassion. That remains the expectation under President Trump, and I will hold our agents and officers to that standard. I'm almost done, and Tom can be Tom. As far as the agitators, that said, I want to reiterate and make very clear. I want to make it clear. ICE and CBP officers are performing their duties in a challenging environment under tremendous circumstances, but they're trying to do it with professionalism. If they don't, they'll be dealt with. Like any other federal agency, we have standards of conduct. They are sworn law enforcement officers working tirelessly to enforce our country's border security, immigration laws, protecting the interests of our country and preventing dangerous people from walking the streets of this nation when they're not supposed to be here to begin with. Men and women of ICE, I was a Border Patrol agent. I was an ICE agent. I was the first ICE director that came up through the ranks. I spent over 40 years doing this. These men and women that carry that badge and gun are American patriots. They put themselves on the line for this nation every day. But I want you to remember, they don't hang their badge. They don't hang their heart on a hook every day they come to work. They're mothers and fathers too. They're sons and daughters too. And if they've seen a fraction of the tragedies I've seen in my career, they take a lot of damage home to every day. The things they've seen, especially on the border with border patrol agents. People drowning in the river. Women being raped by criminal cartels. Giving CPR to a baby that was thrown in the river by the cartels because Border Patrol came too close. So let's throw the baby in the river. That way the Border Patrol was concentrated on that so I can get away. These men and women see some terrible things. But I want you to remember, they're mothers and fathers too. Many of them are members of this community. God bless every one of them. The hostile rhetoric and dangerous threats and hate must stop. And we all agreed to that. All everybody met here to tell you, we got to stop the rhetoric, the hateful rhetoric that has caused an increase in assaults. That has caused, because of that, having to send security teams out with arrest teams, which surge the city with additional resources because of the rhetoric, because of the threats, because of the assaults. Again, with the agreements we've achieved and following through the agreements, with the rhetoric dropping down, that allows us to pull more agents out once we feel the environment's safer. I begged for the last 2 months on TV for the rhetoric to stop. I said in March, if the rhetoric didn't stop, there's going to be bloodshed. And there has been. I wish I wasn't right. I don't want to see anybody die. Not officers, not members of the community, and not the targets of our operations. For the people out there who don't like what ICE is doing, if you want certain laws reformed, then take it up with Congress. Again, ICE is making this up. They're enforcing laws enacted by Congress and signed by the president. The same laws have been on the books for the last 6 presidents I worked for. I started with President Reagan and ending with President Trump. Every administration, we enforce the same laws.
We promise a tenfold refund if it doesn't work. Traditional dentures can lead to jawbone loss and change your facial contour over time, but this denture completely avoids such issues. It can be worn successfully in just 1 second and is suitable for everyone. Whether you have a full set of teeth, partial tooth.
If you don't like what ICE is doing, instead of protesting this building, go protest Congress. Tell me what changes. You have your First Amendment rights. I support that. You have the right to protest. I'm just asking you to keep it peaceful. But threatening law enforcement officers, engaging in impeding and obstruction and assault is never okay. And there will be zero tolerance. You interfere, impede, assault an ICE officers, you will be arrested. Like I said a bit earlier, in my meetings with Governor Walton Ellison and Frey, as well as state and local law enforcement, I appreciate they acknowledge this, that public safety should be paramount. The chiefs I've talked to committed to responding to 911 calls when protesters turn violent, agents are in a dangerous situation, and there's assaults. They have committed to upholding public safety and responding to the needs, not to enforce immigration law, but to keep the peace. With that, I call upon those officials to stand shoulder to shoulder with us to tone down the dangerous rhetoric and condemn all unlawful action against law enforcement in the community. There are many ways your voice can be heard, express your feelings, and affect change in the country without crossing that line. Political and other disagreements in this realm should not be at the expense of public safety or the safety of federal law enforcement officers. In closing, I want to thank the state and local officials here in Minnesota that I met with and the many I'm going to meet with. We've had meaningful dialogue. And look, again, we didn't agree on everything, but we agreed on the things I just talked about. There's much more we can do. And I'm going to continue this dialogue. I got many more community leaders to talk to. I got many more sheriffs to meet. President Trump wants this fixed. And I'm going to fix it with your help. I want to thank President Trump for his unwavering commitment to public safety and prosperity of every American. Under the President's leadership, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation, which means less women are being raped, less children are dying crossing that border, less fentanyl is getting in this country to kill Americans, less known suspected terrorists are crossing that country. And we don't have 2 million unknown gotaways. We don't know who the hell they are. A secure border, we have stronger national security. A secure border saves lives. When 96% less people come in, how many women aren't being sexually assaulted by members of the cartel? How many people aren't dying making that journey? How many Americans aren't dying of fentanyl overdoses? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked in this nation? The data proves it. Anybody can find that data. So God bless this great nation. God bless Minnesota. We can do better. And I thank your local and state leaders meeting with me. We made some significant gains, significant coordination and cooperation, and you're going to see some massive changes occurring here in this city. Thank you.
Can you clarify the rules of engagement on? Right here. Thank you so much. Mr. Holman, Giovanna Delorto with the Associated Press. Based on how you have described these changes in the mission, Can you be more specific about the objectives of Operation Metro Surge? If what you have described changes the parameters for interior enforcement only in Minnesota or also in Maine and other places? And finally, when will you consider that those objectives will be achieved and this operation will end? Is it in terms of agents on the ground, in terms of who you're targeting for arrests?
The withdrawal of law enforcement resources here is dependent upon cooperation. Like I said, one agent arresting one bad guy in the jail means less agents on the street. We have some agreements. We got more to talk about how we're going to implement those agreements. But as we see that cooperation happen, then the redeployment will happen. Look, target enforcement operations should happen across the nation. That's what we've done for decades. And with target enforcement operations, I've done many of them. It just makes it safer for everybody. When we know exactly what we're looking for, what is his criminal history, what is his immigration history, where's he live, is he in an apartment complex versus a house, has he got a known record for having weapons, it's safer for everybody. Then we know what type of resources we need to go. And, it just makes this operation cleaner, more efficient, and it's proven less violence when we know exactly what we're getting into and we can take the necessary precautions to keep everybody safe. Some of the operations that I've been involved in, we know there's children in the house based on surveillance. So we know you got to be a little bit different when you go in that house because there's going to be children present. So target enforcement operations, the way we've always done it, I think we got to wait for a little bit. And we're going to make sure we do target enforcement operations. And look, and I will say it again, we are not surrendering our mission at all. We're just doing it smarter.
Shimon Prokopez from CNN. Mr. Holman, how did we get here in terms of you had Greg Bovino, who was the face of this immigration operation, the mission, as you say, to having border patrol agents in the interior of this country, stopping U.S. citizens, asking them for ID, creating this fear in places like Chicago and now here. And then finally, it took really the death of Alex Petty for us to get here. How did that happen? Who made the decisions to allow this kind of operation to proceed in this way and to create such fear?
Well, look, the Border Patrol, last 4 years under Joe Biden, we had an open border where 10, 12,000 people a day are coming across the border. Border Patrol got overwhelmed, which means we sent thousands of ICE agents down there to help deal with that humanitarian crisis, to help secure the border. Now we have millions of people released in this nation, many unvetted. Now we got to find them. Before the big, beautiful bill, we had a total just under 5,000 deportation officers to look for millions of people, many in public safety threats. So yes, we needed Border Patrol to come and help on our mission now. And reason for the massive deployment is because of the threats, because of the violence. Our officers need to be protected. If I'm on an operation, an arrest team, I'm going to a house, I got to be busy with that guy, the dangerous guy, and I can't keep looking over my shoulder at what's happening outside the house. So we brought extra resources in to provide that security. And as I said, as we drilled down on these great agreements we got and this great understanding we have means less. So we can draw down those resources. When the violence decreases, we can draw down those resources. But based on the discussions I've had with the governor and the AG, we can start drawing down those resources as far as those looking for.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to
public safety threats being released and do it in the jail with much less people. So the drawdown is going to happen based on these agreements. But the drawdown can happen even more if the hateful rhetoric and the impediment and interference will stop. So Border Patrol, I was a Border Patrol agent. These men and women are patriots. God bless them. They're here to help us. And the drawdown will come soon, depending on when this actually, I see this in play. But the agreements to have a loan is going to cause a significant drawdown. So you're going to see a drawdown.
personal question, just on a personal,
Go ahead, Ben.
you've been
Yeah.
doing this
Ben,
for
go
40
ahead.
years. Just
Tom
a
Homan.
follow-up.
Ben, go ahead.
First off, Ben Burkbaum, Real America's Voice News. On behalf of the American people, I just want to say thank you to you and to all of the agents that are putting their lives on the line to go after the people that were allowed in the last administration. We watched that happen in the media, the honest media, covered up by many of the media that are behind me. We want to say thank you, and to all the men and women that are out there. Can you talk to us about what's being done with the leadership on these signal chats, on these WhatsApp chats that are organizing the attacks against you, the obstruction against you? Are we going to be arresting those individuals as well? And to the folks out there in America that voted for this, that want mass deportations because they saw a mass invasion under Joe Biden, what would you say to them? How are we going to get to that point?
Well, first of all, about the organization and the funding of the attacks on ICE. I'm not going to answer a lot about that because I'm not going to show our hand, but they'll be held accountable. Justice is coming. Again, we got to all remember why the questions we've seen and why we're here. What started this? 4 years of an open border where millions of people are in this country unvetted. Remember, let's not forget, for 4 years, we were told the border is secure. 4 years, we were told the border is secure. And we all knew it wasn't. And I want this to be a positive thing we're doing here today. I also want to remember the politicians are continually attacking us. Where were they the last 4 years when the number of women, children, sex trafficking went all-time high? Where were they when 250,000 Americans died from fentanyl coming across the border? Where were they when women and children are dying making that journey? Where were they when over 4,000 aliens making that journey died? Historic record. Where were they? Not a word. Now we're just trying to respond to what happened the last 4 years and keeping this country safe. And we're arresting a lot of public safety threats, take them off the streets, which make this country safer. President Trump promised to make this country safe again, and that's what we're doing. But my 2.5 days up here, we made a lot of progress. I think everybody agrees on the criminal and public safety threats. They agree it's much safer and easier to arrest an alien in a facility than send a whole team out in the field that's going to draw anger, because now we got to send a bunch of people to do something that could have been done by 1 or 2 people. And I've said this for years. I have no ill will to anybody in Minnesota. All the people I talk to, we're never going to agree on everything. We have different philosophies and different opinions on immigration, but we all agree this is a way to go to reduce safety, reduce crime, not reduce safety, reduce crime and increase safety for our operations. More people in the jail means less people on the street. It's simple math.
Lana Zach, CBS News. Everybody I've spoken with agrees that if somebody has a violent criminal history and is a fugitive, they don't want them as their neighbor. But when you're talking about a targeted operation, and are you talking about targeting people whose crime is coming to this country, or is it a more specific definition now?
All operations will be targeted, but the prioritization are going to be criminal aliens, public safety threats, and national security threats. I've met with Marcos and his staff. We got a lot of them. We got a lot of them to keep us busy. So that would be our focus.
But that is enough that's what, there is not going to be a focus on people who have no other crimes except for their status.
If you're in the country illegally, you're never off the table. But prioritization doesn't mean you forget about everybody. So let me say this. If the message we send is you can enter this country illegally, it's a crime, don't worry about it. You can have your due process, show up in court, not show up in court, get ordered removed, don't worry about it. Unless you commit a serious crime, you're good to go. If that's the message we send to the world, you're never going to fix this problem. The most vulnerable people in the world will make that dangerous journey like they did under the Joe Biden administration. Over 4,000 aliens died making that journey. And again, a significant increase in sex trafficking, because when they did that and opened those borders up saying We're not going to detain you. We're going to give you free health care. We're going to fly you to the city of your choice, put you in a free hotel room, give you 3 meals a day, and give you work authorization. We're just going to bring you in. And when they did that, they sent a message to the whole world, you can come and do this. And what happened? They overwhelmed the men and women of the Border Patrol, where many days 70% of agents were pulled off that line. 70%. You don't think the criminal cars had a field day with that? They created gaps for the cartels, do their activity. And that's why you've seen the rise in fentanyl overdose. That's why you saw the rise in sex trafficking. The 2 million plus known gotaways, why did they pay more to get away? Why didn't they pay less? Turn yourself in, get released within 24 hours. You get a free airline ticket to the city of your choice. We're going to give you a free hotel room, and we'll give you free food and free medical care. And you're going to get work authorization in 6 months. Why did 2 million people choose to pay more not to take advantage of that giveaway program? They didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted. That scares the hell out of me. And it does still. The Trump administration with ICE and Secretary Noem and Marco Rubio and the intelligence community, Tulsi Gabbard, we're all working together to try to identify who these people are. And we've already found many of them. But it's hard work to do. But there are national security threats walking this nation because of the last administration. And they are one of our main priorities too.
Thank you. Can you please be specific about how many ICE and how many Border Patrol agents are currently operating in the state?
I think we're near 3,000. There's been some rotations. Another thing I witnessed when I came here, I'll share this with you. I met with a lot of people, a lot of the agents. They've been in theater. Some of these people have been in theater for 8 months. So there's going to be rotations of personnel. Hopefully less now that we have some agreements. Maybe we can make it more efficient and safe. But they've been in theater a long time. And so, there's rotations happen all the time to get people out of here and go home, get some rest and see their families. Day after day, can't eat in restaurants, day after day, having people spit on you, blow whistles at you, day after day, having all these threats at you, day after day, having people trying to interfere with you, day after day. They're human.
How long it takes a beginner like my dad to go from beer belly to get ripped again with Tai Chi.
How old is your father?
He is 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of November, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
That's even better. Tai Chi was built for men 40 plus.
Isn't the gym better after 40?
The gym breaks you. Tai Chi will make you feel better and lose weight faster than in your 20s.
Does he need any equipment?
No, his body is enough. Just do it for 9 minutes a day and see your body feel younger.
So what's the first step?
Click the link, get the app, and start tomorrow.
So, we've got to rotate these people, and we've already rotated some. But my main focus now is drawdown based upon the great conversations I've had with your state and local leaders. Again, I'm not a fool. I'm not walking away without seeing this put in place. But I take the word of the people I met with. I think they're honest, and I think they're good brokers, that they want public safety protected, and they also want what's happening in the city to go away. And that's my goal.
Last question in the back.
Mueller Newsmax. The new video of Alex Preddy is now circulating. Your reaction to that, and do you think law enforcement could have played a role if, like, let's say, Minneapolis police were able to respond to that? Have those top law enforcement officials said they'll help or do anything to help these agents who are out here?
I'm not going to comment on any of these shootings. I said from day one, I said on any of these shootings, as a career law enforcement officer, we'll let the investigation roll out, let the investigation play out, and let it go where it goes. I'm not going to come out and make any comments I think is right, wrong. Do I have an opinion? Yeah, my personal opinion, but I'm not going to share that with you. I'm going to tell you, let the investigation play out and see where it goes. But again, the president, one of the words he said to me when I came up here, he said he didn't want to see anybody die. The less interference, the less rhetoric, the less, there's just I have buried Border Patrol agents and I buried ICE agents throughout my career. And the saddest thing I ever done is hold hand a folded flag to a wife or a child. I don't want to see anybody die, even the people we're looking for. I don't want to see anybody die. And despite what people think of Tom Homan, I say a prayer every night that everybody goes home safe. This isn't good. But I think my conversations the last 2.5 days are leading us to a safer community, letting ICE officers operate in the safety and security of a jail more than on the street. I think anybody here with common sense would say it's safer to arrest a public safety threat in the safety and security of a jail. And let me tell you, what is that going to result in? Less collateral arrests. When we go find that bad guy, when we find that bad guy, many times it's with others. Well, guess what? They're in the country illegally. We're going to enforce immigration law. They're coming too. You want less collateral arrest? Let's in the jail. But we're going to enforce immigration law. For the people that saying we're here to surrender our authority and the mission of enforcing immigration law, you are wrong. We're going to do target enforcement operations, and we're going to prioritize the public safety threats and national security threats. That is what we're here to do.
Sir, no more questions. No more questions. Go ahead. No more questions, guys. Thank you.
Very much. I think you probably noticed the cabinet room is getting more and more beautiful. You can see the flags behind us of the different forces and the American flag and various others. It's, I think, quite spectacular. It's never looked this good. And hopefully we're going to do work that's never been as good. So I think that's basically what's happened in our first year. We've had an amazing year, and this will be our first cabinet after the year, so we're starting our second year. Tremendous progress has been made. I want to thank my entire cabinet for 12 months of unprecedented achievements. We really have. I mean, it's unprecedented. The numbers we've had on the economy and growth, you see them, and that's despite a Democrat shutdown. Without the shutdown, we would have picked up about 1.5 points more than already high numbers, record-setting numbers. So this has been, I think, and a lot of people say it, the most successful year of any administration in American history. First year, there's never been a first year like this, including the fact that we extinguished 8 wars, and another one we think is coming. Steve Witkoff's working very hard, and Jared and everybody else, and I think it's coming. It was just announced that the murder rate in our country is the biggest drop ever recorded. It's at the lowest level in 125 years. First in recorded history, it's the lowest in at least 125 years. It's a wonderful thing. And the crime is way down. And one of the reasons is we've taken a lot of bad people and gotten them out of our country. In some cases, they're so bad that we put them in prison because we don't want them to even take a chance of coming back in, even though our border is very secure, record-setting secure. We had 0 illegal aliens being admitted into our country for the last 8 months. That's hard for even me to believe, but the people that make up the lists are supposedly nonpartisan, but I would say they lean toward the Democrat side. And if they say that, I'm all for it. As you know, we've had a situation take place with respect to Venezuela. I want to just thank General Kane and his staff. Well, the job that they've done is incredible. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And once it did take place, I want to thank the leadership of Venezuela. We're getting along really well with them. The relationships have been very strong, very good, and they have informed me that they feel there's very good security, very strong security. We're working with the various people involved, including Chris and Doug and everybody on the oil. We have the major oil companies going to Venezuela now, scouting it out and picking their locations, and they'll be bringing back tremendous wealth for Venezuela and for the United States, and the oil companies will do fine too. Venezuela will actually make for themselves more money than they've ever made before, and that's a good thing. And the people of Venezuela were literally in the streets waving American flags. They were so happy. And the people in our country, like in the Doral section of Miami, which is considered little Venezuela, they're thrilled. And I just spoke to the president of Venezuela, informed her that we're going to be opening up all commercial airspace over Venezuela. American citizens will be very shortly able to go to Venezuela, and they'll be safe there. They'll be safe. It's under very strong control. And the people of formerly of Venezuela, some want to go back and some want to go back to visit, and they're going to be able to do that. So I've instructed Sean Duffy and everybody else concerned, including the military, that if you would, by the end of today, I'd like you to have the airspace over Venezuela. Planes can go to Venezuela opened up. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank all of the people in Venezuela for what they went through, and I want to thank the leadership for really they're doing a good job. And just as I promised, we've defeated the Biden inflation nightmare and achieved explosive new economic growth. The Atlanta Fed is predicting an astounding 5.4% GDP growth in the fourth quarter, and that's despite the fact that we had a Democrat shutdown. We would have had that number would have been 7%, which is a number nobody's ever heard of. And we've been given great national security because of tariffs, and we've also been given unprecedented income because of tariffs. Part of the income that we gave, $12 billion, we gave to the farmers of our country, so that yesterday I was up in Iowa, and they were very happy, Madam Secretary.
Yes, sir.
They were very, very happy. They were great. So the GDP growth in the fourth quarter was great. And it's going to be, I think we're going to have an amazing and incredible year. Hopefully we won't have a shutdown. We're working on that right now. I think we're getting close. The Democrats, I don't believe, want to see it either. So we'll work in a very bipartisan way. I believe not to have a shutdown. We don't want a shutdown. And just yesterday, the S&P 500 hit 7,000 for the first time ever. There's never been any time at which it's done like that. And the other stocks also, I think it was 52 times for the Dow, had hit a record high. But the 7,000 was not a number that was even thinkable if you go back a year ago. So S&P hit 7,000 for the first time ever. The stock market has set, it's actually 53 all-time record highs since the election, adding $9 trillion in value to savings, retirement accounts, and 401ks. And I mean, everybody benefits, but we have record stock markets. Companies have never done well. And most importantly, if you think about it, after 4 years in which Biden got much less than $1 trillion of investment into our country, in just, actually it was taken over 11 months, even though we're 12 months. In 11 months, we've taken in more than $18 trillion. So they did less than $1 trillion, Scott, in a period of 4 years. And we've done $18 trillion in less than 1 year. So there's never been anything like that. No other country has done those numbers, by the way, in history. 10 years ago, one country did 3 trillion. No other, we did $18 trillion is being invested now. Thousands of businesses, plants, equipment all over the country are being built right now. And they're going to be opening pretty soon. And when they open, you'll see numbers like nobody's ever seen before. The economy is doing amazingly well. I wish the press would report it, but people are finding out. They're seeing it. It's coming. It's becoming pretty evident. It's hard to hide. Biden inflation, which is really stagflation, cost the typical family $34 $34,000. Think of that, $34,000. But after 1 year, growth in real incomes is outpacing inflation by more than 3,000 under Trump. So one cost 34,000 and one made 3,000. That's a big swing. Gasoline has plunged to, think of this, over $4 a gallon, depending on where you are. In California, it's $7, $8 a gallon. While I was in Iowa, and they had $1.85 because I had it at $1.99 a gallon. And I was corrected by two farmers that said, I just bought my gasoline for $1.85. So, Chris, you have to be doing something right, you and Doug, right? But I don't want to give you too much confidence. You got to keep it going. We're drilling, I think I can say we're drilling more than at any time ever in the history. We're taking out more energy out of our land, but specifically, if you look at oil and gas, we've never been anywhere even close. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct. All-time records.
Yeah, great. It's a great job. Well, it's supply and demand. So that's going down rapidly. And, you know, when energy goes down, everything else goes down. They tried to do their thing. It was a disaster. Then they ran back very late to the Trump policy, but they didn't do the Trump policy. They cut leases. They did everything that they could do, but they lost it. And they were very high. And we're now less than $2 in many areas, $2.30 a gallon average. Grocery prices, airfares, hotels, car payments, and rent prices are coming down very fast. And you don't hear the word affordability issued by the Democrats anymore. Now they're going into other things because they're getting beaten badly on affordability. Remember that when I was elected, I came into office, I inherited a total mess, starting with eggs, which were 4 times higher than they were just a year before. And Brooke got them down very quickly before Easter. They said they wanted me to buy plastic eggs for the egg hunt, at the very famous egg hunt at the White House. Sir, would you buy plastic eggs? I would buy a lot of, like 100,000 eggs. I said, we're not going to buy plastic eggs. And by the time we had the egg hunt, a few months later, we had the prices down pretty good. And now they're really low. Now they're at a very low level. So we really have, you don't hear the word affordability because we inherited very high prices and we inherited the highest inflation in 48 years. I say the history of our country. I think it sounds almost the same. Actually, I think 48 years sounds actually worse for some reason. So I'll go with the 48 because the press corrected me. I said history and they said, it's not history, it's 48 years. I said, I'll accept that. And we had the highest inflation in 48 years. We have now as you saw yesterday with the Fed, I'm not a fan of his. He said that inflation essentially is not a factor. It's really been pretty amazing. I just put out a statement about his statements. I won't repeat them here because they're too angry. And thanks to our tax cuts, millions of Americans will soon receive record-setting tax refunds. You're going to get a lot of tax refunds, with the average refund expected to be over $1,000 higher than it has been at any time. So we're going to be getting some pretty good refunds, a lot of people. If congressional Democrats had their way, Americans would right now be facing the largest tax hike ever. You know, their proposal was to raise taxes very substantially. And our proposal, which is in the great, big, beautiful New Deal, it's a New Deal in its own way. It's a Republican version of the New Deal. Right behind you is a nice picture of FDR. This is a much better deal than the FDR deal. But we have the great, big, beautiful bill, and it's given tremendous tax cuts and a lot of other things. People are now finding out how good it is, and it's just kicked in as of January 1st, by the way. So we're really starting to see it. Even though it's a month, we're really starting to see it. The U.S. economy would be cratering if they had won this election. Our country would be in very bad shape, would be maybe not much of a country anymore. I don't think it would be a country anymore. They were doing everything wrong, but they were going to give you the largest tax hike in history, and we're giving you the largest tax cut in history in the great, big, beautiful bill. In addition, I think it's very good. I think it's very important. You have no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, and no tax on Social Security, but you also have, you're getting this is the first time this ever happened. If you buy a car, you go out and borrow money, you get an interest deduction. You take the interest rate, the interest that you're paying on the loan, you're able to deduct it for income tax purposes. So that's a first ever. And I think it's going to be great for everybody, including the car companies. I was in Detroit 3 weeks ago. I went to the Ford factory, spoke to the General Motors people. It's all the same. They're doing better than they've ever done. The factory I went to was like a World War I, earlier than World War I factory, opened up, one of the oldest buildings, but one of the biggest. And Ford was getting ready to close it a couple of years ago. And then they saw that I was doing well and it looked like I would have a good chance of winning. And they kept it going, barely going. And last week they announced, during my visit, they announced that they're going to round the clock. On the round-the-clock production, they never thought it was. I said, "Did you ever think?" I spoke with Bill Ford and the president of Ford. They were both there, and they said, "We can't even believe it. We were going to close this building 2 years ago, and now it's going round the clock." He said, "We cannot." I mean, they wish. They said, "We wish it was twice the size," but they're now building additional plants in the United States, as is everybody else. You have AI building, but the car companies, I love the car companies, and you have them, they're all coming back. They're coming back from Mexico, they're coming back from Canada, they're coming back from Japan, and they're coming back from Germany, all over Europe. They're coming back, they're building here because they want to avoid the tariffs. They don't want to pay the 15%, in some cases 25% tariff. Could be a lot higher than that if it wasn't working. So because of that, they're all coming back. One statistic yesterday that Scott told me is that for the first time ever, tell them about the steel and Japan, that we are now making more steel. Go ahead, please.
So yesterday they reported for the first time in 26 years, the United States of America produced more steel than Japan. And that is entirely driven by your tariffs.
Amazing.
Now think of it. He obviously said that much better than I did because I got no applause. And I'm giving you home run after home run. He says one thing and everybody else. I should have saved that one for myself. No, but think of it. First time, and they read almost 30 years, but I guess it's what, 26, 27 years, that we are now producing more steel than Japan. Japan being a big steel producer. Japan and other countries really took our steel production away from us. Now, if you think of this, 3-4 years ago, the steel companies were all closing up. We worked a fantastic deal with U.S. Steel. We saved U.S. Steel. And now it's all coming about. But and that's just the beginning. There are a lot of steel plants right now being built. So that's an amazing number. Nobody would have believed that. If you would have said that 3, 4, 5 years ago, people would have said, yeah, it's not a true fact. But so it has to be true, because otherwise you question me on everything. I have to be extremely accurate. I don't exaggerate it. I don't want to exaggerate, because you will call me. You don't call other people, but you would call me under my most favored nation spot, which I think is the most important thing, Bobby, of all what we've done, because we're bringing drug prices down by 80, 90%, depending on the way. You could say 5, 6, 7, 800%. Depends on the way you want to calculate it, right? But let's go the old-fashioned way. But drug prices for prescription drugs will be down 80, 90%, 75%, 68%. They've only gone up for years and years and years. They've only gone up. And now we're going to have essentially the most favored nation. We're going to have the most favored price in the whole world. Whatever the lowest price in the world is, that's what we're going to pay. And I don't want to go into a big deal, but nobody else could have gotten this but this administration. I'm being very nice when I say that. The cost of prescription drugs is coming down by a number that was never even thought of. This will have a huge impact on healthcare, by the way, because obviously drugs are a big part of healthcare, and it will help repair some of the Unaffordable Care Act's damage that they've done, because the Unaffordable Care Act, which is Obamacare, it's unaffordable. It's not affordable, and it's a disaster. And hopefully we will be paying money directly to the people instead of giving the insurance companies the money. They'll go into a healthcare savings account or whatever it is. But think of it. We pay the money, billions and billions, really trillions of dollars going to insurance companies. We want that money to go to the people. They buy their own healthcare. and it's so popular. The problem we have is the Democrats are owned by the insurance companies. They're literally owned lock, stock, and barrel by the insurance companies, and they hate it. But the people love it, including all Democrats. So I think we'll perhaps be successful with it. But it was an idea I had. I read the papers, and I'm reading one of the stories about the insurance companies, how much money they're making, where they received, billions and billions of dollars for this stuff from the United States of America, and their stock has gone up by 1,400%. Think of it, 1,400. One went up 1,700%. Numbers went up. If you go up 1,000%, you're doing bad in that business, right? And it's all because of the money. Not all, but mostly because of the money the United States pays to the insurance companies. They say, this is big stuff. And I asked somebody, why don't we just pay the people directly? And they said, that's a good idea. It's funny, it's a very complicated business, but actually it's not so complicated. And I went to Bobby and I went to Dr. Oz. I said, can I talk to you guys about this? Is this the kind of money the insurance companies get? Yes. Why don't we pay the people directly? And the primary answer was that the Democrats will never go along with it, but the people go along with it because I put it out. It went viral. Susie, I went all over the place. It became the biggest story. I just said it. And so I think we have a great situation if we can do it. But if you think most favored nation policy for drugs will bring you drug prices down at levels. So now if they're selling a pill for $10 in London and $130 in New York, the London price will go up to $20 and we'll go down to $20. So we'll go from 130 down to 20. And by the way, tariffs did it again because the drug company said, we'll do it begrudgingly, but they were okay. But we'll do it, but no nation's going to approve it because even if you raise the price by, like on a pill, $10 to $20, you're doubling the price of their prescription drugs. I said, no, they'll do it. And when I got them on the phone, I said, if you don't do it, we're going to charge you very substantial tariffs, more money than that's going to cost you. And they said, we'll do it. And before, I don't know that any other president even tried to do it. We can't find it. But if they did try, they wouldn't have gotten through the companies. They wouldn't have gotten through the company, and then they wouldn't have gotten through the country. I spoke with Macron. He was the first one. He was not at that time wearing sunglasses. And he said, no, Donald, I will not do this. I will not. I won't even consider, you're asking me to double the price. I said, you have no choice. You have to do it because you guys have been ripping us off. In other words, the whole world, we've been subsidizing the whole world on drug costs. That's why they were $10 and we'd be at 130. As an example, there were many examples. I could give you examples even worse. He said, no, I will not do that. And I said, yes, you will. 100% you'll do it. He said, no, I won't do that, Donald. You're asking me to double the cost of our prescription. We will not do that. I mean, look, you've been ripping us off now for decades. We're not going to do it anymore. You can do it under Biden and Obama and other people. You're not going to do it under us. We won't do it. I said, well, if you don't do it, I'm going to charge you a 25% tariff on all of your wine, champagne, and everything else you sell into the United States. He said, like I said, I will do it. And that was the end of the conversation, right? That was the end of the conversation. So now we have favored nations that everybody said would be impossible to get. And I then had the same conversation with 15 other countries. Every one of them agreed after a short conference. They all said no. And then within a matter of seconds, they said, we would be very happy to do that. Thank you for asking in such a nice way. And it's a great achievement. I think it's going to be one of the best achievements we've had in this country in a long time. So we're going to be knocking drug prices down at levels never seen before. I want to thank the drug companies because once they agreed, they really did. They felt it was very unfair. One of them told me it's actually a relief to agree because this has been just a rough thing for me, to justify it because they couldn't justify it. I said, how come in London I can buy something for $10 and in New York I have to pay $130? And they go, well, it's research and development. I said, yeah, but you have research and development from them. Made in the same factory, made in everything. This is where my friend who's very successful, I told you, a seriously overweight person, he takes the fat pill or the fat shot. And he was in London and he said, costs $87 there, costs $1,300 in New York. What's going on? He called me up. And I mean, I knew that, but he put it in a very blunt way. I've known him a long time. He's a crude individual, but smart as hell, made a lot of money. But he just thought it was sort of ridiculous. He happened to be in London and he got the shot, Ozempic, I think, or one of them. And I told him it wasn't working. It was, for him, it didn't work. But he brought up a good point. It didn't work. I told him, he knows who I'm talking about. He's going crazy. He begs me not to mention it.
He's not talking about me, ladies.
It's not our great vice president. No, but he begs me not to mention his name because he's become very famous without mentioning his name. And he is actually a very well-known business person. But he did make a point. But I knew the point very well. We were always paying far more than any other nation. We were subsidized in the world. Right now, there's no more of that. So we're going to be bringing the drug prices down at numbers never seen before. It's going to have a huge impact, positive impact on healthcare. So with that, we are going to ask a couple of people to say a few words. We're not going to go through the whole table because the last time we had a press conference, it lasted for 3 hours. And some people said he closed his eyes. Look, it got pretty boring. In all fairness, I love these people. But there's a lot of people. It was a little bit at the boring side. But I didn't sleep. I just closed them because I wanted to get the hell out of here. Some of them, I didn't sleep, by the way. I don't sleep much. But it's funny. Some of them got me in a blink. When you go like, and they took me as at the closed segment of my cycle. And they said he's sleeping. And besides that, Marco, between these two guys, if I was sleeping, they'd be waking me up very fast. They'd be knocking me. Come on, you got to wake up, boss. But no, we've had great meetings. Look, we're the most transparent presidency by far, and I love going around the room. But we're going to pick a few people. I think I would like to ask Steve if he could just give us a brief description of how well we're doing in the Middle East, because we have peace in the Middle East now. There's a couple of little minor flames that we put out very easily. And very importantly, we got our last hostage back, which is incredible. Unfortunately, this was something that nobody said could be done. And I will tell you, Hamas was a big factor in getting all of the hostages back. We were not happy with them, and they had to bring them back. And they found the dead hostages, the bodies of hostages. And those parents wanted their sons back. I think in all cases, sons, but they wanted their sons and their family. They wanted their sons back as much as the people that had living hostages that we got them back to. So we got the 20, but remember, we got hundreds back previous to that. But I always said getting those last 20 back is going to be very tough. And we got them back, and we got all of the bodies back also, which to those parents was just as important as getting back the son that was living. Steve, could you give us a little description, please?
Well, your policy of peace through strength, that's what delivered them home. Without that pressure, it never happens. We are in the second phase now. We've stood up for the first time, Mr. President, on your behalf, a technocratic, all Arab government. We've got the terrorists out of there, and they're going to demilitarize. They will, because they have no choice. So we expect that. Pardon me?
And now we want to get Hamas no guns, right?
Right. They're going to give it up. They're going to give up the AK-47s.
A lot of people said they'll never disarm. Looks like they're going to disarm. And they did help us with those bodies, getting them back.
And that family is so grateful to you. They called. I spoke to them. Jared spoke to them. It's an amazing story. He broke his shoulder, but he went out there because he didn't want his friends to fight alone. He would be alive today, but for that, he had no reason to go out with a broken shoulder, and he went out and fought them courageously.
And died. That's right. It's a great story, and the parents are great. They were the only ones who didn't, they came back pretty rapidly, actually, considering. And we had got some back initially with the initial group. After that, we had Get a lot. That's a tough job. That's a nasty job too. Who would want that one? That's a nasty job. And between Israel and Hamas working together, if you can believe it, they got them back, and we got the last one back yesterday. And the parents are so happy. It's amazing, actually, how
We sent a message to the parents on your behalf, as you suggested, and they were so grateful. I have a note for
grateful
you.
to me is a much better word because it's hard to be happy, but they were actually. I mean, they couldn't believe that they had their baby boy. The mother said, my baby boy back. It's a very terrible thing. Steve, Russia, Ukraine, we've making a lot of progress. Could you explain that?
The Ukrainians actually said that we've made more progress since Geneva than they've seen in the last 4 years of that conflict. So we had 5 Russian generals last Sunday in Abu Dhabi with Jared and Dan Driscoll, and we think we made a lot of progress. The talks will continue in about a week, but lots of good things happening between the counterparties discussing the land deal. And we have a security protocol agreement that's largely finished, a prosperity agreement that's largely finished. And I think the people of Ukraine are now hopeful and expectant that we're going to deliver a peace deal sometime soon.
And because of the cold, extreme cold, they have the same that we do. I personally asked President Putin not to fire on Kiev and the cities and towns for a week during this. It's extraordinary. It's not just like cold, it's extraordinary cold, record-setting cold. Over there too, they're having the same. It's a big pile of bad weather, the worst. But it was really, they said they've never experienced cold like that. And I personally asked President Putin not to fire into Kiev and the various towns for a week. And he agreed to do that. And I have to tell you, it was very nice. A lot of people said, don't waste the coal, you're not going to get that. And he did it. And we're very happy that they did it.
That's correct.
Because on top of everything else, that's not what they need is missiles coming into their towns and cities. So I just thought I should say it. I thought it was a very good thing. And Ukraine was almost, they didn't believe it, but they were very happy about it because they are struggling badly.
I think it shows, Mr. President, how you provide an overarching sort of presence in these negotiations. The Ukrainians never thought it could happen. The Russians are doing things maybe that people wouldn't give them the credit for doing, and I think it always comes down to your indomitable spirit.
Well, it was a good thing. You know, if you think it's cold over here, they say in Ukraine you can add another 20% to it. It was very cold place anyway, but this was, they see numbers that were they'd never seen numbers like that, cold numbers like that. So it was, I thought I should mention it. Could I ask Scott Bassett, we have so many things happening, could I ask you to maybe say a few words, please?
Yes, sir. So the one big beautiful bill that was passed on July 4th last year, we're starting to see the effects kick in. You mentioned the great economy. One of the things in the one big beautiful bill, Mr. President, it was an honor to host you. And as you said, the best rapper in the world, Nicki Minaj, at yesterday's Trump Accounts Summit.
It was great.
We've now had 1 million people sign up for Trump accounts just this week. We think there'll be 25 million families who are eligible. The segment that you and she did has 1 billion hits. 1 billion hits on the internet. So we're telling everyone, go fill out form 4547, trumpaccount.gov. So thanks to you, the Trump accounts, and Next Generation's America will benefit from today's record-breaking economy, record-breaking markets. Sir, when we came in, the Biden administration had destroyed the American people with the 3 I's: immigration, inflation, and interest rates. Immigration, check, you close the border. The inflation, as we've heard, back down to target. Prices are coming down, and interest rates, we hope there's more on the way. We've got gains in wages, low prices, and I think 2026 is going to be the year for the Trump boom. It's going to be a supply side boom. I enjoyed the trip out to Iowa in the diner, the staff there was thanking you for the no tax on tips, and they're expecting big refunds. From that, we saw the CEO of John Deere who said, thanks to your tariffs, new plants in Indiana and North Carolina.
Two massive plants being built by John Deere. And he's the chairman and CEO, wonderful guy. And I said he was at the event we had in Iowa, which is appropriate, John Deere, Iowa. But I said to him, so what are you doing? He said, we just announced 2 massive plants. In fact, they're going to have one plant for excavators. And he said, there hasn't been an excavator built in this country in 50 years or something. He said, they're taking it out of Japan and they're moving it into the United States. 2 very big plants. And I said, so why are you doing it? He said, because of you and because of tariffs. I said, if we didn't have tariffs, would you be doing it? He said, absolutely not. So it's very important. And I hope we're going to be successful with the Supreme Court case because we're waiting and we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars and we don't want to give it back, number one. And number two, and you know, the people that are fighting us on that case, by the way, are China-centric. These are people that are for China, but they're also outside of the United States. These are countries that have ripped us off for years and years, charging us tariffs. And now we're doing an amazing job and we're getting it back. We're getting it all back and then some. And they're the ones that are leading that lawsuit that we have in front of the United States Supreme Court. So it's a very important lawsuit for our country. And hopefully it's going to work out. We're waiting a long time, but hopefully it's going to work out. We've taken in hundreds of billions, even trillions of dollars. And certainly we've taken in trillions of dollars of, you know, a big part of that $18 trillion that's coming in is because of tariffs that are coming in. They're building because they don't want to pay the tariff. And the tariffs are very, you know, steep. They could be much steeper. You probably saw I put out a truth today, and the tariffs could be much steeper. We've been actually very nice about it. But even being nice about it, we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. And honestly, they've given us tremendous national security. The power that we have because of that. They have given us tremendous strength and national security. Go ahead, Scott.
Yes, sir. And the IEPA power you used on the tariffs, as you said, we're bringing in tens of trillions of investments. The tens of trillions of investments turns into factories construction, which turns into factory jobs, which turns into consumer spending. You've right-sized the government. So government employment is down. Private sector is up. Growth was a stunning 4.7, 4.8% in the past 2 quarters. Biggest back-to-back gains in a decade. And we are doing that with government finances improving. So that will bring down the borrowing cost, the calendar year budget for 2024, 7% deficit to GDP, highest when we weren't at war, not in a recession, all the way down to 5.4% and getting better. Biggest decline since 2014. Generational gains in productivity, soaring productivity. We're going to lift workers' pay, record high prices, record high profits, and stock prices are soaring. You got a manufacturing renaissance, and all the key inflation metrics are trending lower. Over the past 3 months, the consumer price index is just 2.1, and core prices are even lower at 1.6. And I think that could trend below 1, given energy, as you talked about, the pharmaceutical discounts and rents. So we're expecting a great year in 2026, Mr. President.
And we're going to be announcing next week, I think sometime, Scott and Howard and everybody, we're going to be announcing the head of the Fed, who that will be. And it'll be a person that will, I think, do a good job. We're paying far too much interest in the Fed. The Fed rate's too high, unacceptably high. We should have the lowest. And I think you read my statement today. I put out a statement before the meeting, but we should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world, because a lot of these countries are successful only because of us, because we allow them to have surpluses. And without surpluses, some of the countries that you most respect financially, that you say, oh, this one, that one, this one, that one, they're successful because we allow them to have surpluses. And we could easily stop that with the powers that we have, but we don't. We took some of it, but we took really just a small portion of it compared to what we could take if we wanted to. We should have the lowest interest rate anywhere in the world. They should be 2 points and even 3 points lower. And if it was, each point is the equivalent of, I would say, $500 billion. So if you got 2 points low, you have $1 trillion in saving. And it's almost, if you call it just a paper expense. You can do it with a pencil. It's not cutting. It's not saying we have to get rid of jobs. Or it's just like literally so easy to do. But we have a guy that doesn't want to do it because he's, I think he's politically biased. I really do. I believe he's politically biased because most smart people say it's not even a question. But despite that, we were able to bust through. It's like busting through a wall. We were able to bust through a wall, and we have the kind of numbers that Scott and Howard with the steel and other things talk about. What would you say, Howard, in terms of how we're doing, generally speaking? Great businessman, very successful guy. He's doing a really good job. What would you say?
Well, no one, before you walked in the door, no one thought our economy could grow 2%. Fourth quarter, with the shutdown, 5.5%. And that means the first quarter, you could see the United States of America, with its $30 trillion economy, grow in the 6% range. And no one thought that was possible. That's how you get jobs. That's how you get money down. That's how you fix the deficit. You are fixing everything with your policies. You have changed America and created the golden age.
Thank you.
And with the help of the Fed, because we really, we want help, not hindrance. Why would the Fed hinder? But with the help of the Fed, with the right choice, if we make the right choice, a lot of times you make a choice, you think it's good, and it turns out to be not good. But with the help of the Fed, we could hit numbers that have never been hit before. We could hit 8, 9, 10. There's no reason why not. And, I talk about, if you go back 20 years, 25 years, I'm old enough to remember, when we had good news, when you announced good news, the stock market went up. You announce anything good, the stock market went up. You announce bad, the stock market went up. And that's the way it should be. But now it's over the last 15 or so years, if you announce good news, that means they're going to raise interest rates because they want to kill it. So you can never really be that successful because you announce all record numbers, great, because they're afraid of inflation. But growth doesn't have to have any impact on inflation. It can make inflation go down in many cases. So, and you've seen that with us. I mean, we're growing at a much faster rate than anybody thought was possible. We have very controllable inflation. With Biden, we were getting killed, and we had the worst inflation in 48 years in history, in the history of our country. And that's with going down. So growth is a great thing. It doesn't mean inflation. And I want to go back to a system where when we announce good news, they say that's great. We can lower interest rates instead of raise interest rates. And by the way, if inflation comes, we'll take care of it when it comes. But, they're trying to guess it, and they're trying to get it 10 years before in advance. And, we want to make this country greater than ever before. And I think we're doing that. But we want to make it that when if we announce bad news, that happens too. We bring it down and we control and we do what we have to do. But we can have numbers in the upside like nobody's ever seen before. I want to ask Bobby to say a few words, if he would, about some of the incredible things that we've been doing in your department with Oz and everybody else.
Mr. President, we're in the process of implementing your great healthcare bill, which is going to increase affordability, drive down costs, and increase the quality of healthcare for every American. You mentioned MFN, Most Favored Nation. We now have agreements with 16 to 17 drug companies. And you asked us to do something, Clinton had promised to do this, Biden had promised to do this, Obama, Bush had all promised to do it. None of them succeeded. It was regarded as impossible, and you made it 10 times harder. As you said, not only do I want MFN, but I want them to all reshore their production to this country. And they don't have any money to do it because we've taken it all from them. And I want to make sure we continue to lead the world in innovation. We succeeded in all of those goals. And the proof that we did that is after we signed those agreements, the stock prices for those companies went up $1.3 trillion.
Amazing.
And they are reshoring. Eli Lilly is building 6 new plants, including an API plant. So the next time that we have a pandemic in this country, we're not going to be stuck buying API from China who cuts us off. We're going to be able to make it right here. Novo Nordisk is building 4 new plants, and we are going to be releasing Trump RX so that every American can get the lowest prices in the developed world. In some cases, they're going to be lower than the lowest prices in the developed world. And that's going to be happening sometime probably in the next 10 days. So we're doing rural healthcare. We sent out $10 billion last week. The states have that money. They're going to be giving it to rural hospitals sometimes in the next 2 weeks. And we're going to revolutionize rural healthcare in this country. You are raising the influx of federal dollars to rural healthcare by 30% over the next 5 years. So 30% every year, more dollars, federal dollars, are going to be flowing to them. It's going to allow them to rebuild their decaying infrastructure, to retain providers, and also to revolutionize the use of AI and other technologies, which is going to dramatically lower the prices for rural Americans and raise the quality of their health care. Brooke and I released the dietary guidelines, which have been received incredible acclamation from both sides of the aisle. We are going to change the food culture in this country. Brooke gives away $405 million a day to buy food for Americans in the WIC program, the Head Start program, SNAP, school lunches, the VA, and the military. They're now going to be getting real food for the first time. And Brooke came up with the ingenious idea of requiring every store in this country that accepts food stamps to double the amount of real food that they're selling. And this is going to drive change in the market. And it's going to lower the cost of meats, of proteins, of whole grains, of fruits and vegetables, so that every American will have in their reach an affordable meal that actually is real food. 70% of American kids now are, 70% of the diet of American kids is now ultra processed foods. That's why we're spending $5 trillion in treating chronic disease in this country every year. We are attacking fraud. We have Oz finding hundreds of billions of dollars in Medicaid, Medicare fraud in states like Minnesota and California, and we are clawing back that money. We also accomplished something that every American has promised, which is prior authorization. Now we have 80% of the insurance industry that has agreed to eliminate prior authorization in almost all of their procedures. So that this is going to dramatically change the experience of every American with the healthcare system. When you go to your doctor, your point of care, before you leave that office, you will know whether the insurance company is going to pay for the procedure or not. And that is going to, as I said, change the experience. We're also doing price transparency, which you asked during your first term. It never got implemented because the Biden administration never enforced it. We brought more enforcement actions against hospitals than in this 1 year. And the Biden administration bought in 4 years, and we're doing a crackdown so that every American, when you go to a restaurant, you look at the prices before you buy the meal. You ought to be able to do that when you go to a hospital, and by the time that we leave office, every American is going to have that guarantee. We're doing a lot of other stuff, but we were told to keep it short.
You are. And the autism that's moving along really is trying to figure it out.
We've commissioned now dozens of studies, maybe over 100, and we are going to get those done for you.
Good. That's so important. Also, Eli Lilly, Merck, Pfizer, every drug company, they're spending trillions of dollars right now, as we speak, building plants in the United States because they want to be able to save a lot of money on tariffs. It'll be hundreds of percent, 100%, 200%, 300% in 2 or 3 years from now. So I said, you better have your plant built because in 2 years from now, before I leave office, it'll be a sad day, very sad day for me. But before I leave, every one of these plants better be built because you're going to be paying 300% tariffs. And they're all building their little hearts out. I spoke with the head of Eli Lilly, who's a fantastic guy, a star, actually. He's a star, very smart. And he told me he's building 6 plants in the United States, big ones, and locations that I know very well, but all over the country. There, Merck is building, and Pfizer's building, and every one of them's building, and foreign companies are building. So it's an amazing thing that's happening, and you're doing a fantastic job. I read an article today where they think Bobby is going to be really great for the Republican Party in the midterms. So I have to be very careful that Bobby likes us. But we're letting you do your job, right?
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
President.
thank you, man. You're doing a great job. You and Oz and the whole group, they're doing it.
I'll add this, and Marty McCary has done an incredible job at FDA.
That's true.
Last month, we approved more gene and cell therapies than any time in history. And we're making this a safe and productive and encouraging ecosystem for biotech so that China does not steal that industry from us.
Fantastic. I'm going to ask Scott Turner to speak really quickly about housing because, in my opinion, I have very strong opinions on housing. That's what I did for a long time. I did good with it. But, we got to get interest rates down even lower. They are now pretty low, but we got to get them lower. And I'm a big factor. To me, the biggest factor is interest rates for housing. Only in that, you have a lot of people that have become wealthy in the last year because their house value has gone up. And, when you get the housing, when you make it too easy and too cheap to buy houses, those values come down. I don't want those values to come down. We have millions of people that own houses, and for the first time in their life, they're wealthy because their house is worth $500,000 or $600,000 or more or less, but more money than it's ever been worth before. I don't want to do anything to knock that down. And so I want to be very careful with this. You make housing, I can turn on housing immediately, but you make it too easy and you're going to knock the value down of people that own houses. I want to, for those people, those millions of people that own houses, we're going to drive those values up, but we're also going to try making it easier for people to buy. The best thing that can happen for both groups of people is lower interest rates, and those interest rates are coming down. And with a proper, intelligent person at the Fed, that person will be able to work with us to get interest rates down. That covers all of the sins. It covers everything. Lower interest rates keeps the values up for the people that have housing and lets other people buy housing. And Scott, if you could just expand quickly on that.
Yes, sir. You did allude to when we first came in, sir. Our fiscal house in America was a mess. But because of your economic policies, the economy is thriving. And I do have some good news to share. As you said, good news. I hope this will make the interest rates continue to go down. But because of your policies, sir, home sales in December, they rose sharply to their strongest pace in 3 years. A lot of people, when we first came in particular young people, were concerned and asking the question whether they would ever be able to afford to buy a house in America, which is the American dream. The 30-year fixed mortgage rate dipped to a multi-year lows, driving monthly payments down for the 2 years at the lowest levels. So more people can get a mortgage now. More families can be able to afford to get a home and achieve the American dream. At HUD last year, we helped and supported over 1 million people through FHA and Ginnie Mae to be able to buy a home. 500,000 of those were first-time home buyers, and hundreds of thousands of our veterans we supported. And so that's good news that millions of people in our country are now beginning to buy homes. We also, sir, saw that you are and will work with you making bold action to ban institutional investors from buying single-family homes. Those homes are for the American people. So, sir, thank you for your leadership on that. Also working with Director Pulte over at FHFA to buy $200 billion worth of mortgage-backed securities, driving down even more the cost to get a home. And so we're grateful for those actions. Also, the One Big Beautiful Bill has been tremendous, making the low-income tax credit increase, working with Secretary Bessent at Treasury to produce more projects and more homes in America. And the One Big Beautiful Bill also made our beloved opportunity zones permanent. And the media doesn't talk about opportunity zones very much, but I'll do it today because I know that they have been transformative in our country. Over 1 million people lifted out of poverty, sir, in opportunity zones, 300,000 new units of housing in opportunity zones, and a 3.4 increase in the value of houses.
And that's, by the way, we have to give him credit. Senator, he's a great guy. Tim Scott came to see me first administration, first term, and he had this idea for opportunity zones. And he gave me the idea. We did it. We implemented it. It's one of the most successful programs in the history of our country, and nobody talks about it. The press doesn't talk about it, but I want to just tell you, Tim Scott, Senator, South Carolina, did a great job, right?
Did a wonderful job, yes, sir.
Did a good job. He's a good man.
Yes, sir. And so those have been made permanent now. Will help millions of Americans to be able to afford to buy homes. Also, the One Big Beautiful Bill has been allowing HUD to make sure, working with Department of Homeland Security, that every person that lives in HUD-funded housing is an American citizen. A blind eye has been turned prior to us being here to people living in HUD-funded housing, but no more. We're going to take account and transparency to make sure. And so there's a lot of crime that goes on in public housing, but we're coming after the criminals and making sure that everybody in there is an American citizen. So thank you for your support. We have taken possession of our new building in Alexandria, and we're going to save the American taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. So, sir, thank you for your support and your leadership.
Thank you, Scott. Great job. Appreciate it. One of the things Scott said, though, is, again, existing housing, people that own their homes, we're going to keep them wealthy. We're going to keep those prices up. We're not going to destroy the value of their homes so that somebody that didn't work very hard can buy a home. We're going to make it easier to buy. We're going to get interest rates down. But I want to protect the people that for the first time in their lives feel good about themselves. They feel like that they're wealthy people. And I want them to understand it. There's so much talk about, we're going to drive housing prices down. I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up for people that own their homes. And they can be assured that's what's going to happen. Chris, could you say a few words about energy, please?
You bet, Mr. President. I can say with confidence that your energy dominance agenda is firing on all cylinders. United States oil production today is greater than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined, the number 2 and number 3 producers. Our natural gas production today is greater than Russia, China, and Iran combined, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th largest natural gas producers. Huge production in the United States. Secretary Burgum at the Interior Department has taken in more money on oil and gas lease sales in the first year of this administration than the entire 4 years of the Biden administration. And beyond oil and gas, 6 new coal leases under this first year of this administration from the Interior Department, and coal production is growing again in the United States after years of decline. And this beautiful clean coal was the MVP of the huge cold snap we're in right now. I can say with some confidence, hundreds of American lives have been saved because of your leaning in and stopping the killing of coal and revitalizing coal. Coal, over the last few days, where we're at peak demand in electricity, has delivered 20 times more electricity than solar and batteries. Think about that, 20 times more.
That's because coal doesn't mind very cold weather. Right? You're not allowed to say the word coal without proceeding by saying clean, beautiful coal. Clean, beautiful coal. It's not affected by bad weather. Rain, snow, sleet, freezing cold. How does it react under freezing cold weather?
It steps up and delivers big time. In fact, what coal did during this storm was deliver massively more electricity than it was delivering a month ago, because we needed far more electricity. Who can step up?
The windmills, by the way, are all frozen. They don't turn. The windmills aren't turning. The windmills that these fools paid for. The fool is this country, because the people that have the windmills get massive subsidy, and they make a fortune on windmills that don't even work, and they don't produce anywhere near what they should be. And it's the most expensive form of energy there is. And by the way, Europe is destroying itself with the stupid windmills they're putting all over their beautiful areas of most magnificent landscapes in the world. And they're just destroying. Europe better get smart. Between immigration and energy, they destroy. It's not recognizable. They've got to smarten up before it's too late. Please go ahead.
Yeah, in New England, with somewhat European energy policies, at peak demand time, very cold in New England, wind, solar, and batteries that you were just speaking of delivered less than 3% of the electricity needed at peak demand time, and that's when it matters. Because if electricity goes out when it's very cold, people die. Over 200 people died in a smaller cold snap during the Biden administration. This was massively larger geographically. We've had no failure of the electricity grid, no failure of long distance transmission lines. Local distribution lines have iced up and come down, and we have people from all over the country working to get those back up because people need their lights back on. But your energy policies deliver just a dramatically different outcome for the American people. If we continued the Biden-era policies for one more year, continued to shut down coal plants, continued these crazy climate restrictions that wouldn't even let power plants run at maximum demand time, we hadn't liberated all the backup generators that are sitting there. We gave up an emergency approval.
So a lot of
run
those
everything
plants
you
that
need.
we're going to close, coal plants that were modern and good and threw up very little problem, and that were really powerful. You know, by the way, China does most of everything they're doing with coal. Not that we want to copy anybody, but you know, they make the windmills, but they don't have a lot of wind farms. That's somebody ought to look at that. How many wind farms do they have? Very, very few. They make them, they sell them, they make a fortune, but they don't use them. So the coal, I mean, I understand they're using it also as a great backup. So you build a plant, but they have it as a backup in case of tragedy, in case of really bad weather, et cetera, et cetera. They actually store coal on the site of other plants so that if they need emergency energy, the coal is always going to be there, whereas other things aren't. Is that correct? I mean,
Exactly. Coal
pretty
just
good.
stepped up here to 25% of our electricity during this high demand time. Natural gas, coal, and nuclear. They are what run the American electricity grid. The others are ornaments and often expensive
And you
ornaments.
stopped plants
that drive
from
up
being
prices.
demolished, right?
17 gigawatts of coal generation plants were slated to close last year that were stopped from being closure by this
And if they
administration.
were closed, we would be really tight on energy.
We would have had significant blackouts at these peak cold times, and extrapolating from the last storm during the Biden administration, I think at least hundreds of deaths. Because in the South, a lot of heating is done with electricity generation. If those grids go down, people die. So these, and when going back to the Working Families Tax Cut Act, or the One Big Beautiful Bill, that got rid of $500 billion of subsidies, energy subsidies, that do nothing but make energy more expensive and less reliable. And under this administration, we've spent massively less on energy, and we've delivered massively more on energy. And when you have more energy of lower prices.
It's a fantastic job. You and Doug. Doug said, you got to get this guy, Doug. You got to get this guy, Chris, Wright, and get him as soon as you can. I said, but I want you to run energy. He said, well, I'm good at it, but he's better, right? Didn't you tell me that? So I gave him the land. I gave you the energy, right? And it's a great combination. I mean, they literally have, I said, maybe we'll merge it in some way. They said, we don't have to. We get along. They work together, right, with the land. He's got the land and the energy. He's got the knowledge to take it out. It's been a good combination.
This administration, the whole administration, and your leadership has been very focused on energy, because we can push down energy prices, we can lower costs on Americans, and we can raise wages by bringing jobs and opportunities here. It is a transformation of American energy. Thanks for your leadership.
He's one of the most respected people in the energy world. And Doug told me about Chris Wright. They said, if you could get him, what he gave up to do this job, you make it a little less money, but that's all right. You don't care. What you're doing is fantastic. But he said he's the best in the world. Other people have told me that. The heads of the biggest companies have told me that. And it's really panning out to be so. We appreciate it very much. It's great. One of the things we're doing with energy, I think that's so important. We have an old grid, been around a long time, and not really, can't be much expanded. Can be fixed up a little bit, but can't be much expanded. And we have some plants that are so big that the grid would never be able to hold it. We're allowing them to build a electric producing plant, mostly electric, but they can use nuclear to do it. They can use oil and gas. They can use coal. They can use whatever they want. I think many are choosing oil and gas because it's there, it's tried, it's true, it's plentiful, it's inexpensive. Some are going nuclear. Some are going both. Many are going all three. But the plants, you read, well, how do we ever fire those plants? Because to do this, we need 2 times the electricity we produce in 1 year for the entire country, which is almost hard to believe. These buildings are so big. They're going up now. So I did something that nobody thought was possible also. When they build their building, they build their own electric generating plants. And we are seeing some of the most incredible designs you've ever seen. So we don't need the grid. I read an article in the Wall Street Journal saying, oh, we're falling behind China. We're not actually. We're leading everybody because I'm letting them build. The government would never be able to do that. Now, China is a different kind. They build, they do things that you got to hand it to them. President Xi, they build vast amounts of energy. They don't have certain constraints that we have in this country, but we're more than topping them. We're leading China by a lot on AI, and it's primarily because I'm allowing them to build with their plant their own electricity. If they had to rely on the grid, they wouldn't have any power. You wouldn't have any power for anything. And they're building the electricity. And one of the reasons I'm able to do that is we have a very capable man in the room named Lee Zeldin. He may be in the room someplace. Is it his normal place? He's there. He's always there. Most reliable, solid guy. And he's done an amazing job. Could you just explain that? And also, because of the fact he's so good, California has a problem. The hardest permit to get when they lost 25,000 or so houses, which shouldn't have been lost, they should have allowed the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest, which was very plentiful. But they didn't do that. They lost 25,000 houses. Lee and his team gave them the most complicated permit within 20 days. Everybody, every single house that burned down got the federal approval. Unfortunately, it's well over a year. And the state and the city, that's Gavin Newsom, and the city, the mayor, who's grossly incompetent, by the way, they have been unable to give permits. There are like 3 houses being built out of thousands and thousands. They have no permits. So I read about a week ago that it's possible because of what's happened, whether you declare national emergency or something, these people are they're dying to build their house. They want to do something that I could put somebody in charge from the federal government. Congratulations, Lee. And I'm putting Lee Zeldin in charge of getting them their permits, city, federal. You have the federal, you need the city and state. And I hear you have great powers over them if we want, and we're going to give you that power. We've already given you that power. So Lee Zeldin is going to work with the thousands of people that are dying to build their house. And I also recommend one other thing. Give them the house plus a 10% bonus. In other words, you get a bonus, you can build your house 10% larger. They've suffered so greatly. They've waited so long, and they should be given a bonus. So I think, and I've heard this has been done before, they get a 10% bonus. They can build a house that's a little bit larger than what they had before. And I'd like to have you take it over.
Mr. President, your great Secretary of State was looking for another job.
I was thinking about him, but he's pretty well booked. I watched you. He did a great job yesterday, but he's a little booked up. Let's go, Lee. Talk. No more ideas like that, Lee.
When President Trump came into office, he immediately signed an executive order giving EPA 30 days to complete our Phase 1 hazardous material removal, so that the Army Corps could come in and complete their Phase 2 debris removal. So at first, the response was that was going to be impossible. Good luck trying to get it done maybe by the summer. But we figured it out because operating at Trump speed, the president was just sworn in. We had to get it done, and we got it done in less than 30 days. The Army Corps then came in and completed the debris removal. So the federal government, while the governor has tried to accuse this president of not focusing with a laser on putting all of the weight of the federal government to getting this done, it happened from the moment he was sworn into office. SBA came in. I think it was about half of the disaster loan money, billions of dollars from last year went towards these residents and businesses. So the full weight of this government. But right after I was sworn in, which was actually a year ago today, my first trip was to East Palestine because the vice president never forgets his home state. The second trip was going to Los Angeles. There were people with contractors all over Palisades and Eaton ready to rebuild right then and there. You're talking about a year ago. And now the frustration, the passion that we all hear from all of these Los Angeles residents. And President Trump, he's made it clear to us that he's heard enough. And the message should be heard loud and clear to that local leadership. They should be motivated listening to this right now. And when this cabinet meeting is over, if it hasn't been done already, is that they need to go into the office where these permits are just laying around, flip over tables if you have to, fire people if you have to, and get all of these approvals done so that people can rebuild their lives. It's been a year, and this president has had enough.
So whatever you can do, that's going to be very important. And it's so sad. Those people, we were there a few days after the fire. You were there with me. We were walking down the streets. The people are devastated. The love that they had for that property was everybody was going to rebuild, and they thought they could do it immediately. They should have. We gave it to them so quickly, but they can't get their permits. They still can't build, and they're losing spirit too. I mean, a lot of people are losing spirit. And the other thing I'd like to talk to you about and other people about that happen to be sitting around the table. They want to build a low-income housing project right in the middle of everything in Palisades. And I'm not going to allow it to happen, okay? I mean, maybe it's politically correct, maybe it's not. I'm not going to let these people destroy the value of their houses. I built a lot of low-income housing. I made a lot of money building low-income housing. I know more about it than anybody. We're not going to allow this guy to build a low-income housing project on top of everything else in the middle of that mess that was created by the fact that they didn't allow water to come down from the Pacific Northwest, okay? And I'd like you to have that stopped and stopped immediately. No financing. That might be you, Scott, because they'll come to you for financing. It's never going to be approved. You would never, but Scott thought it was a horrible thing. So there's going to be no financing for low-income housing. Let the people build their houses, and as fast as you can, help them, help the mayor and help the governor get their permitting done, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Kelly, I think you were just alluded to, are you helping some of the people out there with loans?
Yes, Mr. President, thanks to your leadership, you also helped put the fires out. Your executive order got water to the scene in your earliest days of your presidency. So you've been there from day one. We've been out there twice now. There have been no changes until your executive order this week that is allowing that permitting to happen quickly. We have 16,000 structures burned. We have put loans out on 12,000 of them for $3.2 billion. More than half of all the disaster money delivered in America went to that area. Now, because of the abject leadership, the failures of Gavin Newsom, they have not been able to rebuild. Because of your leadership, they're going to be able to rebuild. But that's not all you've
And
done.
they'll take the credit for it. Watch, it'll start, and they'll take the credit. Look at the great job we did. They would never. It wouldn't get built in 20 years, and it will be destroyed by building low-income housing next to luxury housing. History says that doesn't work too well. Go ahead.
We're going to make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. President.
Please.
But under your leadership, you've ended at least 8 wars, okay? But probably the most important and underreported war that this president ended was Joe Biden and the Democrats' war on Main Street and hardworking families. We've seen it as I've gone across the country this month, 10 different states, and we saw it when we were together in Iowa. Hardworking families, farmers, small businesses expressing gratitude, lined up to thank you. I was out with our great vice president last week in Toledo, Ohio. They are thanking this administration for getting Main Street back. The Trump tax cuts, the tariffs, deregulation, it's all rocket fuel for hardworking families in Main Streets. And I see it whether it's talking about small business expensing 100% accelerated for Made in America factories, the 20% pass-through, but it's also working families where they have expanded child tax credits, increased standard deductions, permanent low-income tax rates, health savings accounts, Trump accounts. This president is delivering for Main Street. It's the most underreported story in this country. And I see it in Main Street businesses. All-time small business confidence hit a record under this president last year after the Trump tax cuts. All-time small business formation now at 36 million small businesses and a record $100 billion out from SBA because a record number of people want to invest in this country and hire. And whether I've talked to manufacturers about tariffs, they know that this president is bringing manufacturing back, just like Prince Manufacturing in Macon, Georgia. 500 employees machining parts for our defense, our agriculture, our automotive, our aerospace industry. They're going to hire 500 more people this year because of tariffs, because of the Trump tax cuts, and because of SBA lending. And I see this state after state as I've gone across the country, talked to hundreds of business owners, walked dozens of factory floors. This is not being covered, but it's going on in America. The number one problem is they need skilled workers. This is something I'm working on with Secretary Chavez-Reimer. I'm working across the administration to ensure that we empower our small businesses. 98% of our manufacturers meet the small business definition. So Ford has 5,000 small manufacturing suppliers. The $18 trillion you brought in is creating an economic boom like none we've ever seen before. We are going to have 7% GDP growth. GDP now is probably underestimating where it is in 4Q, but with interest rates going down, with regulation going down, these are all taxes on small businesses, and those are going away. And thanks to President Trump, your leadership, we are seeing Main Street boom. Hardworking families have $1,000 already in their pockets, and when they get their $1,000 refund tax, I hope they all remember that every Democrat voted against them getting their tax refunds, because this is what our administration is doing, is powering your incredible economic agenda forward on Main Street.
Thank you very much. Great job. I do want to say that on my left, I have a man who's doing a fantastic job, and on my right also, by the way. But we're spending a tremendous amount of time and effort on building our military. We largely rebuilt the military during my first term, fortunately, and we're greatly enhancing it now. We're going to be doing something new. We're bringing back the battleship, and I thought, like you remember the battleships for the great Iowa and Alabama, Missouri, those unbelievable scenes that you see, Victory at Sea. You'd see these incredible ships, and I thought they were powerful, but the battleships that we're building are going to be 100 times more powerful than those beautiful works of art. I mean, they were magnificent, all steel. We have the steel now, and we're going to be doing that as an enhancement. But our military is very strong. You may want to say something about the large fleet of ships that's heading over to the Middle East.
Well, Mr. President, you had to, like so many other cabinet members have referenced, rebuild the perception of America. And at the Department of War, that meant reestablishing deterrence. What happened in Afghanistan, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never would have occurred, what happened on October 7th in Israel, never would have happened under President Trump. So as a result, we're having to rebuild how our enemies perceive us. And when President Trump said, we're not getting a nuclear, Iran, you won't have a nuclear bomb, he meant it. And we sent those B-2s halfway around the world, and they never noticed. When he said, we're not going to tolerate trafficking drugs anymore in our hemisphere, we treat them like the Al-Qaeda of the Western Hemisphere, he meant it, and we're executing that. When you said, Mr. President, we're securing the border, the military was proud to do their part alongside Homeland Security to do that. Same thing with Iran right now, ensuring that they have all the options to make a deal. They should not pursue nuclear capabilities. So we will be prepared to deliver whatever this president expects of the War Department, just like we did this month. No other military in the world could have executed the most sophisticated, powerful raid, not just in American history, I would say in world history. What those men did going downtown, another country, their most secure place in the most secure base in the middle of the night, without anybody knowing until those simultaneous bombs dropped 3 minutes before the helicopters dropped. No other country could coordinate that. No other president would have been willing to empower those warriors that way to be that effective. And that sends a message to every capital around the world that when President Trump speaks, he means business, and we are reestablishing deterrence at the War Department. Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job you're doing. Just to finish up on that, the Somalian pirates over the years have pirated, stolen many ships. They would get large amounts of money for the ship. You know, you have $1 billion ship, and the insurance companies didn't want to fight because, you know, some of those ships are very flammable. They're carrying millions of barrels of oil, very flammable, very dangerous situation, and they're shot at. So they wouldn't fight. We notified them a number of months ago. Anybody that does that gets the same treatment as a drug dealer sending their drugs in from Venezuela or anybody else. As you know, it's 97% down by water. So the drugs coming in by sea or by water is down 97%. Now we're also starting, that was the more difficult route. Now we're starting to do that by land also. It will be, you'll see that happen as they come in and kill our people with drugs. I think the real number is 300,000 people a year, not 100, but whatever it is, it's a lot of people, hundreds of thousands of people. They're going to get hit. But also, we added to the list the Somalian pirates that go out on a boat, similar type boat, actually not quite as fast, not quite as nice as you can imagine, but they get the same missile that we give to the people that are bringing drugs. And so far, we haven't seen anybody going out. So the traffic is not being interfered with by people pirating our ships, not our ships, ships all over the world. I said, make it for any country. We're doing the rest of the world a favor. It's a very effective favor, but we see very little pirating nowadays. You used to have ships being taken every single, like 2 or 3 a week, these massive ships that be brought in to some place in Somalia, which I don't even know is it a country. We have Ilhan Omar left, and then she gives us lectures on the Constitution of the United States. These people are, what they've done to rip off our country is terrible, but the pirating has essentially stopped. They know that if anybody even makes a move toward a ship, they get the ultimate treatment. They will go to wherever they want to go, but it's probably not going to be to heaven. I can't imagine, but they get hit very hard, just like a drug dealer, just like the boats, the ships that are coming in. Every boat that comes in with drugs on it that we take out, we just saved 25,000 American lives. Each boat is the equivalent of saving 25,000 American, mostly American, but American lives. So I just wanted to let you know that, and Pete's been totally authorized to do that. And they know it's going to happen. And it seems that all of that brisk business that they had has been stopped in its right in its foot. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. My cabinet has been amazing. I like this much better than going around for 3 hours. We'll pick on other ones. Pam, you're doing great. We're all doing great. JD, if you'd like to say something, you can. Would you like to really quickly? He is, after all, the vice president of the United States.
It's okay, sir. I'm here for the free coffee. I just say it's an honor to serve with this group, and we're doing a lot of good for the American people. We're very proud of it.
Yeah, we're very proud of the country. We're very proud of you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Most men over 6 walk wrong. That's why they don't lose weight. Tai Chi turns every move into fat burning.
I'm 62. I did Tai Chi for a month and lost 22 pounds of belly fat.
Make it a habit. 7 minutes of Tai Chi every morning, all the way for 1 month. In 1 week, you'll feel.
Well, maybe this will allay their fears. The president unveiling his new Trump accounts at a D.C. summit yesterday, detailing how they will benefit newborn Americans and secure their financial futures. Listen to this.
For the first time ever, we're going to give every newborn American child a financial stake in the future, head start with life, and a fair shot at the American dream. It's really an amazing thing because it gives young children that start out with really nothing. And we gives them, boy, it's more money than anybody could imagine. Decades from now, I believe the Trump accounts will be remembered as one of the most transformative policy innovations of all time.
Joining me now, former communications director for Speaker Kevin McCarthy, Mark Bednar. And Mark, the president went on to say, I love this line, quote, even the people that hate me are making this investment. So will this be Republicans' silver bullet heading into the midterms?
Well, good morning, Todd. So President Trump is right. This is transformational policy, but it's because it creates a new opportunity for American families in ways that we had never previously imagined. You saw Nicki Minaj there. He's building new coalitions, bringing more philanthropists and corporations to the table in new ways. But functionally, what this does for American families, for American kids, It allows them to participate in the global market economy. It actually allows them to practice financial literacy, and then it allows them to plan for the future. We haven't seen anything like this before. And from a political standpoint, this is ingenious because you often heard Republicans lament that, start where to talk about it. Well, this is something concrete. If you want a roadmap for 2026, starting with kids and families is a great place to start.
Yeah, I think this just is so sellable on the campaign trail. Like Republicans are literally giving your children money that will grow and set them up for their futures, which is something every parent wants. You mentioned Nicki Minaj, I believe, among other headlines she made yesterday. She said she's going to fund these for her fans. They're known as barbs. I'm told that by the children as well. A Turning Point, though, is also going to do the same for their employees. And you heard the president, you used the word as well, transformational. Are we talking like 401k, IRA, Social Security level transformational, Mark?
Well, it's huge because you get, first of all, the coalition of all these different entities who have never been really participating in this sort of way in politics. You have them coming together, but then also just the fact that this money is set out for newborn kids, but then it grows over time. You can't access it till you're age 18, but once you can do that, once you access that and families can contribute, then you can go, use it to go to school, use it to start a business, use it to go out, move to a new city to get a new job. This actually is transformational. It'll allow families and kids to actually, be equipped to empower their own future. That's huge. And for Republicans, 66% of Americans support this. 2/3 of Americans can't even agree on what day it is of the week. So the fact that they support this to such a high degree, this is something you can run on and win on.
And it gives you a lot more options than your standard 529 account, which is literally only for education, only for potentially college or trade school. I want to get your thoughts on this. Senate expected to hold a government funding test vote later today, with Democrats threatening, of course, partial government shutdown if no changes are made to the admin's immigration crackdown. Here's the Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer with his list of demands. Listen.
Our caucus is unified over three main legislative objectives. First, we want to end roving patrols. We need to tighten the rules governing the use of warrants and require ICE's coordination with state and local law enforcement. Second, we want to enforce accountability. Third, we want masks off, body cameras on.
So reportedly last night, the president and Senator Schumer got together late into the night, came up with the framework of a plan. Under this plan, they're going to bifurcate this. They're basically going to take the 6-bill package of spending measures, do that, and then agree to negotiate on the border issues. In return, the White House says these restrictions could be discussed at a later time. You think this deal ultimately is the deal that gets us to avoid a shutdown tomorrow?
Boy, we'll have to see. If anyone can pull this off, it's the negotiator-in-chief, President Trump. However, a lot of Republicans on the Hill that I've been talking to, they view this as an 11th hour bait and switch with a lot of policies that they don't agree with, that they feel that is very important for law enforcement and for ICE and the Department of Homeland Security to use. But furthermore, they're also just insulted that at a time when we've seen these crazy storms and we've seen these crazy temperatures, that Democrats are threatening the pay of FEMA and of the Coast Guard and of TSA with other parts of the government, just throwing their paychecks and throwing the certainty there kind of as a part of this negotiating process. So that's not good. But this is encouraging that they're talking. That's at least a good place to start. But Todd, it's a funny thing. When I was on the Hill, I remember when Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House, she actually imposed fines on members of Congress if they didn't wear their mask on the floor during COVID, and threatened to even fine staffers if they didn't, or arrest staffers if they didn't wear masks. So now that we're calling for a new remove the mask is pretty rich from what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's certainly one point. If I'm looking at this from afar, and again, I've never worked on Capitol Hill, but to me, this looks like Democrats getting another out so they can go to their people. Hey, we tried, because we all know the president, if you watched our earlier segment, the president in this White House is never going to cave on getting illegal immigrants that have committed crimes out of our country. They're just not going to budge on that. So you wonder if this is like the last shutdown, where the Republicans and Democrats agreed to have a discussion, but ultimately in the end, the Republicans got their way. Mark Bednar, thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Yep.
It's called a home equity agreement. And I got $143,000 for my home equity without monthly payments.
Y'all ever heard of a home equity agreement?
I know. It's good to see me too. Good evening, everyone. So, Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel said he would cut off his own penis to win a Super Bowl. A Super Bowl. In a related story, J.B. Pritzker said he'd do the same for a burrito bowl. A burrito bowl. Delicious. A broken sewer pipe has left the Potomac River with 12,000 times the limit of E. coli, which causes intense diarrhea. While people have reported symptoms, life went on as usual for one man. Because he has it every day. Do I have to explain these jokes to everybody? A Kenyan activist broke a Guinness World Record by hugging a tree for 72 consecutive hours. I believe we have a picture. Which one's the tree?
Well, one of them has wood.
Yeah. Are you sure? California reportedly received millions of dollars to provide food and internet for 94,000 dead people. To be fair, they were alive when they called for service. Because, you're always on hold. These jokes. Kanye West is now blaming his hatred of Jews on an undiagnosed brain injury. Why was it undiagnosed? Well, he didn't want to go see a Jewish doctor. A Georgia state rep filed a resolution to rename the Shawnee Mountains after President Trump. Oh, yeah.
Big Shawnee.
Sit down, everybody. To be fair, they also want to rename Death Valley after this guy. Yeah. They're waking up. That got them on their feet.
Now you're cooking with oil, kid.
Jimmy Kimmel cried on his show Monday while talking about Minneapolis. We don't know if he was sincere, but sources say before he took the stage, he'd been reading his ratings. And finally, a new report shows that men who get busted sleeping with prostitutes can attend a John school where completing the courses would mean no jail time. And one man has already graduated magna cum laude. Two jokes in one. All right, stop everything, America. Actor Ed Norton is demanding a national economic strike to get ICE out of Minnesota. Because are these not normal times?
These are not normal times, and it's like we have extrajudicial assaults on Americans and humans going on a daily basis now. I think we should be talking about a national general economic strike until this is over and stopped.
Wow, look at that couch. Pretty brave, Ed. This coming from the guy whose biggest sacrifice this year was switching to diet caviar when feeding his puma. Then there's NYU professor Scott Galloway, who also doesn't mind if you feel the pain.
I'm talking about something quieter, far more unsettling to the system, and that is an economic strike. A short-term coordinated withdrawal from spending and maybe work. Wealthy households took their spending down 10%, and middle-class and lower-income households, which have a difficult time reducing their spend, took it down 5%. You would take GDP negative almost overnight.
Overnight. Not true. But who is he talking to? Certainly not the penniless orphans in my wallet factory, and not most Americans either. Sorry, Scott, most people aren't going to stop buying food for their kids because you said so. So you got an actor and an academic, two jerks, insulated from the consequences of their own commands. Both are worth millions and can afford a few days without a $20 smoothie from a cafe that's so hip the female barista has a penis. And their jobs aren't exactly necessary for society's function. You think America is going to miss another Ed Norton movie or a podcast from Galloway? That's like choosing between gonorrhea and syphilis. But with a national strike, everyone with real jobs and actual families suffer. But that's just a pesky detail for the happily insulated virtue signaler. They either don't see that their luxury ideas have grave consequences, or they don't care. Galloway lives in London. Easy for him to skip a meal there. The food sucks. But the big joke here is that they think they'll be taken seriously. That's the only good thing about their advice. No one takes it. Climate change, crime, trans, you listen to them, it's all the same. The issue is irrelevant because it's really about their egos. Whether it's open borders or ending bail, Dems don't see beyond the instant gratifying attention. Then they lose interest once the grim fallout follows. Because by the time the damage became evident, they've already moved on. You know, it reminds me of the Free Britney movement, which was all the rage among those who flit from one cause to the next. Oh, they got their wish. Britney was legally emancipated, but she was still mentally ill. And as her so-called champions moved on, she remained on Instagram, nearly naked, dancing with knives, or what Bill Clinton called a challenge. Her saviors were not saviors at all, just self-involved douchebags who enabled this self-destruction to then be handled by the family members that they had demonized. Sound familiar? Well, look at ICE, who's only in Minneapolis to clean up the mess that open borders caused. And now those who caused this label those guys the Nazis. And then they lie and say, nobody asked for this.
Nobody asked for this. Nobody put them up to it. They decided to launch this in order to show off what they could do. And now they are in full retreat. If you were one of millions of Americans who protested ICE out of Minneapolis, you should know tonight you are winning this thing.
You are winning. Winning what exactly? Who are you rooting for? More dead people? From her comfortably warm and secure studio, she applauds the chaos that caused 2 deaths, which was the point all along. Create chaos, leading to tragedy, which causes more chaos. And Rachel's numbers will go up. But why isn't she out there leading the charge? Instead of home ripping phone books in half to maintain forearm strength. I guess it's just better for others to risk their lives doing stupid that drives her ratings up. She's a modern-day Eddie Haskell, egging her friend to eat the Tide Pods while she films it for her show. That's been her MO for years, as well as maintaining her eerie resemblance to Mannix. But we're different people now. We've seen this before. They take a short-term position that guarantees long-term harm, then they blame us when it goes bad. But we're done. They follow the same pathetic playbook so many times. Cleaning up their messes is now what we do best. So they can either grab a mop, and help, or they can off.
This is the most anticipated smart security camera of the year. No internet connection needed, no wiring or complicated installation, and best of all, it's completely free to use for life. With your dead and never lost, developed jointly by the U.S. National Academy of Engineering and Caltech. This smart AI-powered camera connects directly to your phone. Even if you're on a plane, you can monitor your home 24/7 in real time, crystal clear, just like watching a live stream. It comes with a lifetime warranty, and if anything goes wrong within the first 10 years, we'll replace it for free. Super compact and packed with a high-capacity lithium battery, this camera can run for over 5 years, even without being plugged in. Here's the coolest part. It has its own built-in network. No need for Wi-Fi or any external internet, just pair it with your phone. And you can check your live feed anytime, anywhere. And yes, the network service is totally free for life. No power cords, no drilling holes, just stick it or place it anywhere you like. You can even mount it in your car as a dash cam.
Let's welcome tonight's guest. Be sure and congratulate him for getting his learner's permit. Host of the Guy Benson Show, Guy Benson. If laughter's the best medicine, find another comedian. Comedian Joe Mackey. She went from dating pop stars to hoarding gold bars. Host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast, Kennedy. And he's currently the centerfold for Rand McNally, former NWA world champion and host of the Planet Tyrus podcast. You know, I was listening to those people talk, Guy, and I kept thinking, who are they talking to? Like, would you actually, if you have kids, and you do have kids, say, you know what, I'm not going to go buy them formula, or I'm not going to go buy breakfast food to make a point? How can somebody think that people are actually going to do this?
So they're talking to each other to impress each other, to signal that they're good.
Yes.
That's what this is. And I did find it interesting that some of the anti-ICE agitation that these celebrities were engaged in with their very brave pins that said ICE out. This happened, and I love this, at the Sundance Film Festival in Tony Park City, where they're like, in this chalet, we believe that illegal immigrant child molesters are our neighbors. So America, go do a strike. But not you, Mr. Waiter, because my champagne needs topping off, right? Like, it's so detached from reality. On Mad Out, quickly.
Yeah.
When she said nobody asked for this, actually the American people asked for mass deportations. The president ran on it and he won. Now, the chaos, none of us want, except for the people doing the chaos, who are encouraging the chaos. And so when she makes that assertion, she's actually, they always freak out about democracy. They are spitting in the face of democracy by denying what the last election largely was about.
But the underlying thing is that the only reason why she thinks they're winning is because it got louder after a death. So she is like, she is egging on. They need another death.
Well, and the winning thing is also weird. Like, this is not a game.
Yeah.
ICE has a job to do to enforce the laws that Congress passed and the president back then signed. They're on the books. And they are trying to get out felons who have no right to be here. And now some people are dead. And the administration is trying to negotiate with these Democrats. And she's like, we're winning. I think that's actually a pretty sick thing.
No, it is sick. And speaking of sick, how you doing there, Joe?
I'm okay, Greg. How are you?
When you hear somebody like one of your fellow peers in the entertainment industry, like Ed Norton, who you've worked with many times in motion pictures.
I call him Ed.
Ed, that's good, because that is his name. It'd be weird if you called him Fred.
That would be.
Yeah, but I got to ask you, would you be willing to sacrifice, part of your Playboy lifestyle if it meant changing a political issue?
That really wouldn't work for me because I go months at a time without spending money because so much of my lifestyle is funded by the women I've seduced. But I'll say hats off. Stop laughing. Hats off to Ed. Hats off to Ed Norton because although I don't agree with his views necessarily, this is a peaceful protest. So they cracked the code. Finally, a peaceful protest. They're not invading a church and harassing children there or hitting people with bike locks. So more power to him. You're allowed to do that in this country. But to your point, like, he's a millionaire actor that has security in a gated mansion. Why would I listen to that actor's opinion on anything when his lifestyle is so far removed from a lowly, destitute Gutfeld writer, barely scraping to survive?
That was unnecessary, Joe. It's funny that you brought that up because I was actually scheduling a meeting to talk about a raise that I was going to have. I mean, it was scheduled, but got other things.
Off the docket, Gutfeld.
Yes.
Off the docket. Got any more jokes? I got a couple other things to cross off here.
Oh boy, I'm just digging myself a grave here.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Kennedy, Joe brings up the whole point that, like, the guy's living, but it's always like, as long as they have the thing that they have, they will tell you to go without something else. It was like defund the police was often pushed by people behind gated communities. I don't think Scott Galloway, who, by the way, again, lives in London, is going to suffer. Also, how does this affect the economy? Like, does it actually affect the GDP? Like, a couple of days of not?
No, absolutely not. And he's banking on the fact that the people who listen to his dumb podcast are economically illiterate, and no one is going to fact check him. That's why fartbags like him love doing podcasts, because there's no interface. There's no interaction with people who actually know more than you do. And, he used to be a respected guy who, appealed to conservatives and libertarians. And now it's like, what have you become?
Yeah.
You know, it's like when people talk about Trump derangement syndrome, it's not just a pejorative. It really is something that consumes once rational people who used to be able to look at both sides of an issue and think about it critically, and then, you know, fall on the side of what they thought to be the truth. And it's like, here, the truth be damned. The only truth is Edward Norton should fire his plastic surgeon and never go back, because that eye job is one of the worst I've seen in Hollywood, and there have been quite a few recently.
Yeah. Also, the just the three of them sitting on the sofa was just, it was just so.
I mean, but the other two are like, oh God, stop talking, because they can hear the movie receipts declining.
Yes.
You know, they can feel people's interests like physically waning, and they're like, oh God. You know, it's like, I need this for my remodel. Stop talking, Edward. You're only making it worse. And he's like, not worse than these, huh?
You know, Tyrus, my problem with this story is I can't take it seriously. If you up with open borders, everything that happens after, I will. It just doesn't, like, when they talk about the people getting hurt, it doesn't resonate with me, because you guys had the opportunity and you blew it, and now you're complaining when we clean up your mess.
I believe the word you're looking for, Greg, is root causes.
Yes, root causes.
That's one of their favorite words, root causes. Lo and behold, Greg, in his little wisdom, discovered what the root cause was of all the violence that's going on.
Yes.
You opened the border.
Yeah.
Which caused other countries to dump their best and brightest.
Yeah.
Because that's what I do. Like, I got my 6 kids, and when the border opened up, I took the 4 smart ones and like, you get the out. I'm going to stay here with the 2 special ones. Like, so, but here's the thing. Don't feel bad, Greg, because Ed don't believe it either.
Yes.
You know how I know? You know how I know? Because he couldn't talk about it. This is a man who gets paid to speak and play a character, lie. And he said, what it is, what happened.
That's right. He was.
What are we talking about?
He was great in like Primal Fear.
Yeah.
Do you remember Primal Fear, where he plays like a mentally deranged guy?
But he couldn't play a passionate liberal.
Yes.
If I was the director, cut. Your name's Norton, right? I need some tears. Do you don't remember the line? Like, our words don't even count. They don't even have to make sense. So stop doing that. Give me something, some emotion.
But he was given such a pass in the 90s for mediocre acting because he went to Yale.
You didn't think he was good? And he was
up the Hulk, and all you got to do is
he was fine in Primal Fear. He was fine in that movie. But he tried to get rock and roll credibility by banging Courtney Love for a while.
Same here.
I think you just got some critters.
He went through a weird phase. He was really into tall chicks for a while.
Yes, I had to carry a tiny comb wherever I went.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
This NASA-engineered cushion turns any cheap office chair into a $1,200 ergonomic throne. The office furniture industry doesn't want you to know about this. It was created by David Kern, a materials engineer who spent 11 years at NASA designing seating systems for long-duration space missions. His job was figuring out how to keep astronauts comfortable while sitting in the same position for days, with zero gravity pulling the spine apart and weakening the muscles that hold it together. The solution they developed worked so well that astronauts reported zero pressure pain during the 8-hour seated phases of launch and landing. But when David's own father destroyed his lower back working from home during the pandemic, he realized something infuriating. The same engineering NASA used to protect astronauts was being completely ignored by the entire office furniture industry. They'd rather sell you a $1,200 ergonomic chair that still leads.
Here to weigh in, Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett. I'm going to get to what Lindsey Graham said on this program last night. We've got to have a bill. It's got to pass now. We have got to stop any support for sanctuary cities and states. And those people that have implemented those policies, in my mind, are aiding and abetting in the law breaking and obviously helping to obstruct justice. Is there any part of my legal analysis that's wrong?
No, it's 100% correct, pointing out that the fundamental problem, Sean, is cities like Minneapolis who mistakenly think they have a right to declare themselves sanctuaries for illegals. Well, I got news for them. Giving sanctuary is against the law. Specifically, the law passed by Congress. Democrats voted for it. Bill Clinton signed it back in 1996. That law requires states and cities to cooperate with ICE requests, and that means honoring detainers. Now, the state's prison system does that in Minnesota, but the Minneapolis jail system absolutely refuses. As a result, violent criminals are released onto the streets to re-victimize citizens. Ignoring that legal duty carries a punishment under that law. A city can lose federal funding, tens of millions of dollars. And if that doesn't get their attention, there is yet another law. Prosecution is an option because it is a crime to harbor or shield somebody here illegally, which is what Minneapolis is doing. The statute is 8 U.S.C. 1324. Anybody can look it up. It's pretty clear. So, Sean, it's so hard to believe that any sensible person could ever object to making a community safer by arresting and deporting alien criminals who victimize innocent people with violence like murder, rape, kidnapping, child abuse. But, these Minnesota protesters are siding with the criminals. So is Waltz and Fry, both of whom are ginning up the street rage, all to protect the worst of the worst under the masquerade of some imagined state authority that exists nowhere in the law.
Greg.
Protesters don't have veto power over immigration enforcement.
Let me ask you about this video of Freddie from 10 days prior. And I'll concede what his lawyer is arguing that, okay, even though we see a very aggressive, to me, violent looking, spitting at law enforcement, confrontational individual that is armed, I mean, what does that tell us about the mindset of somebody? I mean, my understanding is his own father was begging him not to do this, not to go to these things and be involved in this. But clearly, that is not a good look for him.
Well, it shows his state of mind. An angry person who is expressing his rage with assault, spitting at an officer is assault, obviously attacking a federal government vehicle and destroying the property. And then he seems to resist to some extent the arrest. It tells you a lot about his mindset that then extended a week later when he intervened, when a different group of officers, Customs and Border Patrol, were trying to fend off a protester. He gets involved, resists arrest. He's committing crimes all over the place. Now, it's tragic that he lost his life. And it may be a case of, mistaken perceptions when the shooting occurred, which invokes the imperfect self-defense. But that video tells a lot about Alex Preddy.
All right, Greg Jarrett, thank you for that analysis. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
My wife said, if you win, we'll fly to Asia. If I win, we'll fly to Paris. I bet you won't get toned with just Tai Chi walking before.
Yo, everyone move! Move! What are you doing? What is he doing?
Scary situation this morning. The NYPD hate crime unit and DOJ civil rights team investigating after a man is arrested for ramming his car into New York City's most visible Jewish center as thousands were packed inside.
Out of an abundance of caution, the NYPD has significantly increased security around houses of worship throughout all 5 boroughs. You will see an enhanced uniform presence.
Our next guest worked at the FBI for a decade here in New York City. Former investigator Bill Daley joins us now. In Bill, a frightening situation. Now, Tish went on to say that there were no terroristic threats made, no bombs were found in the vehicle, but yet a frightening situation at a time when the vulnerability of houses of worship is so sensitive.
You're exactly right, Griff. Good to be with you this morning. And certainly this particular act is being investigated as a possible hate crime. There's some circumstances around that where some police are saying this could have been an emotionally disturbed person, but some may say isn't that the case with many of these incidents? It doesn't really matter, unfortunately, who the person is at the time. It's what type of damage and havoc they wreak. I think broadly speaking, and I think this particular Chabad, which is a center for many of the Orthodox Jews who follow Rabbi Schneerson, who was elected that post of head of that Chabad about 75 years ago, is kind of the epicenter for many people. So it gets a tremendous amount of visitors. It's quite prominent in the Crown Heights area of Brooklyn. So for this to be kind of a target isn't, unfortunately, too surprising. We're really concerned about, Griff, is that we've seen now kind of a rash of these incidents. It was only just a couple of months ago we had a vehicle attack on a Church of Latter-day Saints, which then went on fire and killed many people. We have had other incidents, including the one just about a week ago in Minneapolis, where a church was stormed by protesters. So it's unfortunate that houses of worship have become kind of this epicenter for kind of this intersection of political issues, of people's grievances. And I think, as far as security is concerned, all of these places, no matter what denomination you are, need to take security seriously.
And Bill, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at DOJ, Harmeet Dillon, posted this on X saying, I have instructed our criminal prosecutors in DOJ Civil Rights Division to open a civil rights investigation into this violent attack. We'll see where it goes, but I do think that you really put your finger on something important, and that is, you say it's not surprising that this historic Chabad was the target, and I just can't but think about the vulnerability on houses of worship, because when you see that video, this car is able to just sort of easily access that downward sloped driveway. And we're told from the reports that actually the repeated ramming did knock the doors off the hinges. And you wonder if enough is being done to protect houses of worship, particularly one, as you say, that's not surprisingly being targeted.
Yeah, I think, we heard Commissioner Tish here in New York talk about the effort they're putting into it. I know police departments around the country do that. Their intelligence operations are always looking for potential threats against houses of worship. But ultimately, it does come down to the individual churches, synagogues, mosques to put their own security in place. And sometimes, Griff, it gets down to the basics of, listen, if you can't understand who potentially the assailants are and stop them before they come to commit an attack, putting things such as large bollards in front of a building. I know it may take away from some of the aesthetics of some of these places. It can be done aesthetically pleasing, but you want to be able to protect institutions, houses of worship from being crashed into, much like we talked about the one that happened last night, when we just talked about that happened with the Church of Latter-day Saints. Yeah, those are the things that people need to take on and onus themselves and responsibility.
Yeah. And fortunately, no one was injured in this incident. Bill Daley, thank you for your time.
Good to be here.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Man, do not complicate going back in shape after 50. Start doing Tai Chi and lose weight without treadmill. This is me after 2 months of Tai Chi. I feel younger and stronger than in my 30s. I'm 62. I did Tai Chi for a month and lost 22 pounds of belly fat.
Make it a habit. 7 minutes of Tai Chi every morning, all the way for 1 month. In 1 week, you'll feel lighter, your back tension will ease. In 2 weeks, you'll look better and wake up with more energy. In 1 month, your wife won't believe your results. Here's a printable Tai Chi workout plan made for men over 50. These beginner-friendly exercises take just 7 minutes a day. It's more than a workout. It's a game changer for your health and longevity. Get your printable and follow along.
At Les Schwab, you get more tires we design ourselves for the roads that you drive.
First Lady Melania Trump ringing the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange ahead of her silver screen debut. Melania hit theaters this Friday, taking us inside the 20 days leading up to her husband's inauguration. Roll it, Buster.
On January 30th.
Everyone wants to know, so here it is.
20 days in her life.
I will move forward with purpose, and of course, with style.
Witness history in the making.
I feel energized to serve the American people. Here we go again.
Don't put that on tape, please.
Please do.
And Melania joins us now. I want to ask the first question, and then we'll go around the table. Mrs. Trump. That's what you call her, Jesse.
I didn't know.
Yeah. So
I haven't been briefed.
I look at your life, and that you probably never saw this trajectory coming, and it reminds me of my own marriage. When my wife met me, I was just a magazine editor living in London, and she had no idea where I was going to end up. And sometimes I think she wonders why, or because she certainly doesn't care about my career as much as she should. Do you feel that way too? What's your relationship with the president, not knowing he was going to be president?
Well, I always thought, that one day he might go and run. And I always told him, if you do it, you will win, because I knew how much people loved him. So, and here we are again.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So he's running again.
So he's running again.
No, here we are again, the second time.
Yes,
So.
it's about time. Jesse, do you have a question?
So the final 20 days, your husband was having a lot of fun. He was serving fries at the McDonald's. He was, dressing up as the garbage man with the vest on and doing the YMCA. When he's doing the YMCA, he says you don't like it. How do you feel?
I like it at the certain times.
Okay.
Some days was not appropriate, and I told him so. But it's his dance, and I think people love it. People in sport all around the world, they're dancing, and it's a great atmosphere when he does. So brings happiness and fun, as well as serious as you need to be as well. So I think he's doing just fine.
You've never done the Y, have you?
I did.
You did?
Yes. Wow.
Was that on
a little bit,
the inauguration night?
Correct. It's different than his.
And it's so funny, Jessica. He is such a better dancer than Barack Hussein Obama.
When you put it that way, yeah, I had noticed that. It's great to have you. Something struck me in the trailer. So the president is standing there and gets asked, what will your legacy be? What's your focus for the second term? And he says, I want to be remembered as a peacemaker. And you added, and unifier. And I'm curious as to what role you play in that, or what your designs are for how you can help facilitate that, because there's no question that the country needs a lot of unifying at this moment.
Yes, it does, but I think he's unifier. He's unifier not just here in the United States, but around the world. He stopped many wars, and as well here in the United States, it's a lot of opposition. And that's the problem, right? So the people not agreeing with everything what he does, and they just need to come on the same page and see that he wants to make America only safer and better.
Hear that, Jessica?
Well, Greg's been telling me that. I don't know why.
I wanted to ask about the process of the movie. So you've written books, and
Yes.
the last time we had a chance to see you, you had written the book. But you had a very hands-on approach to this documentary. And what was it like being a part of that, promoting that? Now you're promoting it, but you were also part of the production team.
Well, I led the production, and I had a great team around me and a very talented director. But, that was my life. So whatever I did, the cameras were following me. So from morning till evening, and everything what I needed to do, organizing, moving back to the White House, my family, preparing for inauguration, my business, my philanthropy. So all in all, establishing the East Wing office, hiring people. So all you will see that in 20 days. So it's day to night. It's nothing that you do a double take, because you cannot do that. We have so many people around. I have Secret Service, and it's a big production, whatever you do. So one take and you go.
Was there any Secret Service agent who was like trying to get into the scene?
No, everybody, they're very professional.
Yeah. Was there anything that was caught on camera that you wished hadn't?
Yeah, tell us that right now on television.
I will give a scoop out.
So my whole family was so excited for you to be here, and your kids kind of live this journey with you. And you know, President Trump met my daughter Blake when she was just a tiny little baby, and today she was asking about the First Lady. So I showed her your picture. She thought you were a princess. My son Nash, who's 3 years old, looked at your picture and goes, "Whoa!" So thank you for creating a movie I can take them to. It's PG, so it's a family affair. But I'm wondering, because Barron's walked this journey with you through the first term, through the second term, now a movie. What was that like for him? What is it like for him now, being in college?
It's very different. You know, he's 19, almost 20 years old. I'm very proud of him, and he's an incredible young man. He understands now. He's involved. He knows what's going on in the world. He talks with his dad. He talks with me. He was very involved in the campaign. He gave him all of the ideas, who he needs to talk to, all of these YouTubers and, you know, podcasts. So he was really a smart mind behind it.
You mentioned the director. That's Brett Ratner?
Brett Ratner.
Yeah. How did that go? He hasn't been involved in movies in a couple of years. How was that relationship?
Very good. He was very talented. I know that, and box offices could tell you, right, that he was very talented. And we had other suggestions and looking into it, and he was the one that I said, you know, the most important is that he puts out my idea, what I have, and cinematic film that I want to achieve. So he was the best one, and he was great to work with.
Did the president get involved in any of the production or editing?
No.
Not at all.
No, he saw the movie first day on Saturday.
And he loved it.
Loved it.
Can I ask a question I've been dying to ask?
Yes.
But it's good. You're going to think that it's kind of you all might think it's a kind of weird question, but I've always been curious. What is your favorite time of day? Like, are you a morning person, late night?
Favorite, it's morning. Very early morning. Quiet. You get ready for the day. You go, you know, have a coffee, and you start reading and organizing the day. Checking all the emails, preparing for the day. I like the best.
I love mornings.
I would love to ask, you have just an accelerant on you in the second term. The Take It Down Act, you went to Capitol Hill. You got that passed. You're in the Rose Garden. Foster children, fostering the future. AI. I mean, what haven't you done? Diplomacy on the world stage with Vladimir Putin. And I heard you mention to Ainsley that you have more legislation coming out. I don't know if you want to preview that here or just say, you know, what's the difference?
Not yet. I'm working, and I think I will have a lot of support, like I had it with the previous one. So, but I'm working also reuniting more children.
Wow.
I think we will have a success. I'm still in talks, so that's exciting. That's, for me, it's very satisfying because, you know, you're bringing children home.
Absolutely.
Well, if you want to break any news at 8 o'clock Eastern, you can always come on the show.
That's good.
Barron wants to come on the show.
She's a morning person, so she could come on America's Newsroom.
What do you hope that people know about you that they didn't before from seeing the movie?
I think in every scene they will see how I work, who I am, how I communicate with people, and they will know me a little bit more. They know I'm a very private person, and I'm a very selective person, what I do, what I don't do, when I talk, when I don't talk. And that's my choice, and nobody is in charge of me, and I'm not in charge of anybody else.
If this is a huge success, will there be a sequel?
Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah, Melania with a vengeance. Melania.
From the White
Electric
House.
Boogaloo.
From the White House.
From the White House.
How about mornings
like
with
that.
Melania?
Yes, I like that.
Stay tuned.
All right. Thank you,
Thank
First
you.
Lady.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Go check out Melania this Friday.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
Of this webinar series, Sickle Cell Disease and Gene Therapies, Trust, Clinical Trials, and Transformative Therapies, Ethical Pathways in Gene Therapy. My name is Jonathan Green, and I'm Director of the Office of Human Subjects Research Protections here at the NIH. I'm also a practicing and pulmonary and critical care physician. As this webinar is being held in recognition of Sickle Cell Awareness Month, I wanted to just speak for a moment about my own awareness of sickle cell disease. My first exposure to patients with sickle cell came as a medical student and resident working in the inner city hospitals, Detroit Receiving Hospital and Boston City Hospital, taking care of patients in acute sickle crisis. As an intensive care physician, I've cared for sickle cell patients my entire career. What I'm most aware of is both how much and how little has changed in the treatment and caring for individuals with sickle cell. On the one hand, we have the potentially curative therapies of stem cell transplantation and gene editing, but on the other hand, life expectancy remains markedly reduced. Most patients with sickle cell disease have no access to these new therapies and are still seen in our emergency rooms in crisis, often labeled as drug-seeking, and are treated no differently than when I was an intern almost 40 years ago. In today's webinar, we will hear from people with firsthand knowledge of sickle cell disease as the parent of a child with sickle cell, from physician investigators who have dedicated their careers to caring for patients with sickle cell and finding new treatments, and to members of the regulatory community responsible for reviewing proposed new therapies. I'm sure you will find today's webinar exciting and informative. I know that I will. At this point, to kick things off, I have the distinct privilege of introducing Captain David Wong to provide opening remarks. Dr. Wong, or Captain Wong, is the Senior Advisor to the Director at the Office of Human Research Protections. David?
Thank you, Dr. Green, for the introduction. It's my honor to be here today to express my sincere commitment on behalf of HHS to improving the lives of individuals with sickle cell disease and their families. For far too long, the sickle cell community has not received the full attention and support that it needs and deserves. I saw this firsthand when I led the sickle cell disease portfolio during both the first Trump administration and during the Biden administration. Some of the notable achievements during that time included having the first National Academy's Sickle Cell Disease Consensus Report, Strategic Plan, and Blueprint. We established the Sickle Cell Disease Federal Agency Work Group, comprising of over 60 members from 11 different HHS agencies. We hosted a Sickle Cell Roundtable with First Lady Melania Trump. And last year, we had the very first HHS Summit for Sickle Cell Disease during Awareness Month. HHS across the many agencies continues to support sickle cell in so many ways, and I'm so proud of this work. To share just a few highlights, the Health Resources and Services Administration, through their Sickle Cell Disease Treatment Demonstration Program and Newborn Screening Follow-up Program, supports comprehensive sickle cell disease care systems, which served 25,000 people with sickle cell disease between 2017 and 2021. The National Institutes of Health continues to fund and support groundbreaking basic science research, clinical trials, and the Cure Sickle Cell Initiative. As a result of NIH's funded research and relevant to today's discussion, the Food and Drug Administration, or FDA, in December 2023, approved 2 milestone gene therapies for treating individuals with sickle cell disease 12 years and older. One of these therapies is the first FDA-approved treatment to utilize a type of novel genome editing technology called CRISPR, signaling an innovative scientific and medical advancement. Today's webinar is part 1 of a 2-part series on sickle cell disease and gene therapies, and is led by my office, the HHS Office for Human Research Protections. OHRP is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year and is responsible for providing leadership in the protection of the rights, welfare, and well-being of human subjects involved in research conducted or supported by HHS. Using the recently approved gene therapies as a case study, today's session promises a rich, open, and insightful dialogue on ethical considerations and establishing trustworthiness in sickle cell disease research. Thank you all for attending today's event. Without further ado, I will now hand the mic back to Dr. Green. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Captain Wong. We can just advance to the next slide. I'm just going to run through a few housekeeping items. So please, so we have two talks today. First will be by Mr. Antoine Sarton, who is a parent and caregiver, the perspective on gene therapy, followed by Dr. Willie Smith, who's going to talk on responsibilities for the ethical conduct of sickle cell disease research. That will be followed by a panel discussion, an audience Q&A, and closing remarks. Please submit your questions and comments using the Q&A box in the webinar, and we will try to answer as many questions as we can. We will share the slides with all attendees afterwards, and this event is being recorded and will be archived in 1 to 2 weeks on the sickle cell disease playlist on the HHS YouTube site. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Antoine Sarton. Mr. Sarton is a sickle cell disease advocate from Louisville, Kentucky. His 12-year-old daughter, Kaylee, has sickle cell disease and was recently approved to receive gene therapy treatment. Antoine has graciously offered to share his family story and journey and set the stage for today's conversation. Without further ado, over to you, Antoine.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to say thank you, Mr. David Wong, for having me, allowing me to share my journey with the sickle cell, also to OHRP. Again, I would like to say thank you all for just allowing me this platform to discuss and share what it's like to be a parent as a caregiver, taking care of a child with sickle cell disease. Again, my name is Antoine Sarton. I am from Louisville, Kentucky, born and raised. I'm very familiar hands-on with sickle cell. Growing up, my mother always installed in me about making sure that I knew my blood type. Growing up, I watched my grandmother in and out of the hospital taking care of my auntie and my uncle, who both had sickle cell disease, SS. My uncle was the youngest, but my auntie was the youngest of the girls. There was 5 of them. And so, again, I watched my grandmother literally live in and out of the hospital along with my mother, going back and forth. And so as a child at that age, I didn't really take it that serious because I always saw them come back home. You know, I see them go in the hospital, I see them come back home. And I just thought, you know, they were just sick. But as time went on, my mother was always telling me how sick they really were. And there was times that they almost didn't get to come home. And so she just always installed in me to know my blood type and that I need to know that I carry the trait of sickle cell. And again, at a young age as a kid, I'm not thinking nothing much of it. I'm like, you know, just living a life as a little boy, a teenage boy, trying to find my own identity growing up. But I fast forward that 2008, my mother lost her sister, went into a crisis, ended up having a brain aneurysm and died November of 2008. So that was the first strike. Fast forward, it hit home for me. And again, I've always had that conversation as I was growing up, you know, discussing, you know, Do you know your blood type? Do you carry the sickle cell trait? I have 2 kids. My son is 18, but unfortunately, he doesn't have the trait at all. But my daughter, on the other hand, when it hit home, the year of 2013, I didn't have that discussion. And I was very disappointed in myself during that time because I assumed, because her mother is biracial, that she would not be carrying she wouldn't carry the trait. And so that it's not true.
Banning bots is against deception and against fraud. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Blackburn, Ranking Member Hickenlooper, Ranking Member Cantwell, and the members of the subcommittee. My name is David Weingarten, and I'm grateful to be here to discuss all of this. I'm Vice President of Concerts for Z2 Entertainment. We operate 3 independently owned venues across Colorado: the Boulder Theater and Fox Theaters in Boulder, Aggie Theater in Fort Collins, and exclusively book several more across the state, producing approximately 700 live shows annually. We didn't choose to become policy advocates. We chose to run small businesses, employ local workers, and bring live music to our communities. But the scale and aggressiveness of the ticket scalping market has left us with no choice but to speak up. So what's going wrong? Fans are unnecessarily price gouged on reseller sites when cheaper tickets are still available from our box office. Billions of dollars in Google ads steer fans into the scalping market. StubHub alone spends $800 million annually to have their website and ticket listings appear on search engines ahead of ours. StubHub had active listings advertising $40 parking spaces at the Merriweather Post Pavilion right here. The problem? Parking is free at the Merriweather. Every night, our box office staff deals with fake tickets that don't scan, for seats that don't exist, for events that were never scheduled at all. Ticket Network listed tickets for a Joey Valance and Bray show at the Fox Theater. The problem? The show didn't exist. One fan paid more than $300 to a scalper for 2 Big Bad Voodoo Daddy tickets at the Boulder Theater, which cost $27 on our site. The reseller also promised, quote unquote, guaranteed first 8 rows. The problem? The show was standing room only. The most extreme version of this is what resale sites call concierge or seat saver tickets, which are not tickets at all. Fans are led to believe that they are buying a real seat, but they're unknowingly paying overpriced for a price gouge promise that someone might try to find a ticket later. It's purposely deceptive. For example, the Howling Wolf in New Orleans was charging $10 to a show before a single ticket had been sold. Despite that, StubHub was listing a speculative ticket for $964. We found seat saver tickets on Vivid Seats for Beyonce in Houston, Atlanta, New Jersey, and Las Vegas for rows at the venues that did not exist. This is the core of the concierge model. Charge first, source later. Maybe. That is why the music industry does not support the House Ticket Act as written. It claims to ban speculative tickets, but creates loopholes that allow this deception to continue under a fancy new name. You couldn't sell a car, a hotel room, or a plane ticket you don't own and call it a service. Live shows should not be any different. When something goes wrong with these fake tickets and overcharged tickets, fans don't blame the scalper who sold it to them. They blame the venues and the artists. We are responsible for paying artists, staffing, safety, production, payroll, rent, performing rights organizations like ASCAP, and more. Scalpers and their platforms do not pay any of these costs. Nothing. And they definitely do not deal with the upset and angry fans at the door. At Z2, we've been forced to print out and keep this reseller customer support sheet because fans are angry and confused that this is quite literally the only thing that we can do to help. Anyone who's tried to get help from these sites knows that phones don't get answered, emails go nowhere, and travel expenses aren't reimbursed. The question before Congress is not whether fans are being harmed, they are. It's whether federal policy will finally catch up to the realities of ticketing in the United States. Congress should ban speculative ticketing with zero loopholes for schemes like Seat Saver. Embrace bipartisan movement in the states by passing a national ban on resale above face value and a cap on outrageous resale fees. Ban deceptive URLs, spoof websites, and predatory search engine advertising. Support the U.S. Department of Justice effort to break up Live Nation and Ticketmaster, and close the Bots Act enforcement gaps by passing the Blackburn-Lujan Main Event Ticketing Act. Artists should be able to control how their tickets are sold. The fans should be able to trust the platforms that they use. And independent venues should not have to fight for survival while scalpers make billions off of our risk. We need Congress to act now. In an era defined by division, live music continues to create connection and common ground. Making it affordable for Americans is definitely worth fighting for. Thank you for your time.
How long it takes a beginner like my dad to go from beer belly to get ripped again with Tai Chi.
How old is your father?
He is 56.
Oh, perfect. By the end of November, you won't even recognize him.
But what if he hasn't worked out in years?
That's even better.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm good. We're going to begin our 5-minute round of questioning and work through the members as they come to the dais. Mr. Wall, I want to come to you. I want to thank you and your team for collaborating with us as we planned our hearing today, and your appearance is certainly appreciated. I will say I was quite disappointed when I read the FTC complaint against Live Nation Ticketmaster, as well as your response. I couldn't help but remember our hearing from the Judiciary Committee that I referenced earlier, and it was after Taylor Swift's, your platform had such a meltdown. And your president, Ticketmaster's president, told members of the committee unequivocally that your company does everything in its power to stop the circumvention of your ticket purchasing limits and security measures. So, given the allegations in the FTC's complaint, how can you possibly stand by that sentiment saying you do everything you possibly can?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, it is in litigation, and it's not going to surprise anyone that we contest a lot of the most basic allegations in that case. But let me just say that the reason that I feel that I can say that quite confidently is because, you know, when we left that hearing, we got the message. We understood that we had to up our game, and we have made increase after increase in the resources that we throw into the battle against not just the bots, but all of the different techniques that
Does Live Nation Ticketmaster employ a chief technology officer?
Yes.
You
And
do?
in fact, we have a brand new CEO
What
who
is
is
your
a technologist.
expectation of that CTO?
Our expectation on this particular issue is to make every effort possible to get the tickets that an artist like Mr. Ritchie
Have
wants
you
to sell to his
consulted
fans
with
in
other
their
companies in similar nature to yours, or other companies, like I said, financial institutions that fight bots every single day?
Of
Have
course.
you all consulted with them to see what they're doing?
Of course, and the new
So you've consulted with them. Have you picked up any of their best practices?
absolutely.
And so why are you not able to block the bots?
We are blocking over 500 million.
But you're not getting all the bots. If the local power company had your approach to this, every day they would have a bot scoop in and get user data. They would get information. They might even corrupt the system because they get these cyber attacks daily. It is inexcusable that you all cannot find a way to keep transparency and fairness in this marketplace. Mr. Berry, do other of your members have problems such as Ticketmaster has?
So our members have similar teams of employees who take care of those problems as well. And we have a company that is well known and is trying very difficult to break into the primary, and has done a little bit of that and does not experience those problems and does ticket football stadiums as well.
So you had mentioned if a broker couldn't be a part of a resale system, it would be a black market. So what is the process somebody goes through to become a broker? Is it just an email address? Is it a physical address? What is the process you require of people?
So to become a broker, we are online marketplaces. So in order to sell tickets on an online marketplace, I don't know if there's
I'm fully aware
a
you're an
process to
online
become a broker.
marketplace.
Sure.
In other words, do you know the people that are there? Do you have the information? Do you do enough of research to know that this is actually an ongoing concern and not a scalper?
So every seller that is on a marketplace has to set up an account and be verified and provide their information and their address, et cetera. If there's ever a problem as a marketplace, like any marketplace, in our case, tickets, we only do one thing. and
Mr.
that's tickets.
Weingarten, you're kind of rolling your eyes on that. You got a response to that?
I don't think that that's even possible for the amount of,
So you don't believe what they're saying?
I do not.
Okay, that's great. Mr. Ritchie, I want to come to you. I know you've got the reputation not only in Nashville, but around the country. You do a barn burner of a show. And you're known
You're going to say something else.
Not quite. But you take care of your fans. You are known for taking care of your fans. So how has this price gouging in the marketplace affected your fan base? What do they tell you?
They're pissed. It prices them out of the market, many of them, especially, the working class folks. And like I've explained before, people don't realize why this is so different than another business where maybe if a grocery store is gouging on the price of something, you might be able to go to another store close by if you have those means to get that a little better price. When you're talking about your favorite artist, I'm looking back when I was a child and some of my favorite artists, I would have done anything to get into those shows. And so some of these people, they're maxing out their credit cards and they're in debt. They're missing a house payment, things like this. So the way it affects them is terrible. You see it all the time. Go on to any artist message board who's popular and tickets come, and it's a conundrum to get them. And just look at those messages. Oh, I wish I could go. I wish I could afford it. I'm priced out. Like blah blah blah. It's really just common sense, which is we keep talking about. I've heard it from Mr. Hickenlooper and down here. They're trying to run this disguise again of like speculative ticketing and all in pricing. These things are great. We do all agree on them. It doesn't solve the problem because what they hide in these things, which I believe they've done in Colorado and that they're doing in California, or they've done, is they do all these wonderful things. It goes, oh, they're doing all this stuff for ticketing. What they don't do, or what they do is they sneak in, or they say, we must keep tickets on the free market. And all that does is give the scalpers, the bad actors, the bots, a license to ill. That's it. So they keep running this game. Don't be fooled. Like the only way I've seen it that we can fix this is, and Live Nation, us and Ticketmaster agree on this, oddly enough, that there needs to be a price cap. They've tried this in Europe. Just look at it. It works there. Do I want to be a follower of Europe? Not really. But you know what I mean? If they did something that's kind of working, we ought to take a hard look at that.
My time's expired. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Senator Blackburn. I actually chaired the hearing in Judiciary that Senator Blackburn took part in. And Mr. Ritchie, thank you for being here. I remember that well because we had trouble getting artists that wanted to come forward. We found a guy, Clyde Lawrence of the band Lawrence. And what I remember most is that he ended up being a great witness, but he kept turning to the person behind him and everyone on TV thought it was his lawyer. It was his saxophone player. That hearing,
I have the same lawyer present.
There you go.
None.
But it made a difference because we gathered evidence that we gave to the Justice Department and with Senator Lee. And what we found out at that hearing was that Live Nation Ticketmaster size is unbelievable. No company should have 80% of ticket sales at major concert venues, own 40% of the top 50 amphitheaters in the U.S. and control 60% of promotion revenue. We also discussed many of the issues that you've talked about today, about the bots and about what's happening in the resale market. And I've been frustrated. While some things have improved and we've appreciated the companies worked with us on some of these, but it just continues to be a problem. Mr. Berry, I'd start with you. Why does breaking up Live Nation Ticketmaster help?
My lifetime dream of living outdoors has finally come true. It's super comfy and huge. It's entirely slip covered and you can choose from multiple fabric options, but I chose this dark charcoal color because I wanted a no fuss design for our dock where we host parties.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I believe this case that faces the entire nation right now will answer the question of whether or not a monopoly can be held accountable and do better, or run roughshod over our government and the market. Simply put, in terms of specifics, there's been this conversation around exclusive contracts and venues. We agree a venue should be able to decide. A venue should be able to decide, but not extorted into making a decision, because that affects the downstream effects. In the world of ticketing, one of the greatest examples, and it's in the amended complaint, Senator, had to do with the Ticketmaster SafeTix technology. It was announced as anti-fraud and counterfeit technology. The way it's being used is to foreclose competitors and abuse fans. It abuses a fan after the fact when months down the line, because they don't deliver tickets when you buy them, you pay for it and you get them 6 months later, where they disappear, they get canceled. Worse yet, you leave fans with legitimate tickets outside of venues not able to get in because their tickets have been taken back by Ticketmaster.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Weingarten, as an independent owner, could you talk about, for a concert venue, how this issue, this anti-competitive practices affect independent venues?
Well, when you've got one company that controls that much, and it's not just the amount of money that they have, they've got a significant amount of leverage managing artists. They've got all or nothing ticketing deals, touring deals that won't allow for any other plays unless they're in these venues, and these are multi-million dollar deals. If you're radiusing out any other sort of like play within a market or close by,
Radius clauses that you're talking about.
Radius clauses, that's correct. Those make, and if I'm like sort of a known promoter that has brought an artist up for a while, and I want to be, and I want to continue to work with that act, and put them in maybe a larger space, they wouldn't be renting to me.
Right.
The list goes on, and they're a behemoth for sure.
Mhm.
And it makes things very difficult for independent promoters.
Thanks also for focusing on some of the deceptive practices. That bill that Senator Cornyn and I did, the Fans First Act, some of those provisions are in in the Ticket Act.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Wall, as we look at advancing some of this legislation, but also as we look at what's happening with that case, and I believe you got to let the Justice Department do their job. I know that Live Nation has hired a number of lobbyists. That always happens, but Trump-aligned lobbyists to apply pressure to overrule the antitrust division and settle the case. The former Deputy Assistant AG for Antitrust, Robert Alford, someone I've called as a witness in judiciary several times, appointed and subsequently fired by this administration, warned about these lobbyists' influence over the case. Would you agree that the Justice Department's antitrust lawsuit should be resolved based on the law and the facts and not political pressure?
100%, and I expect that to be resolved in our favor. One thing I wanted to tell you, Senator Klobuchar, because you brought it up, is that in that lawsuit, in the ticketing market that isn't gerrymandered but simply takes the full range of opportunities in large concert venues, our share is actually under 50%. So that's the government economist's number, not ours. So I think that you should take some comfort in that.
Okay, Mr. Ritchie, I have a feeling you don't take comfort in that, but
Well, I was just going to add, I know no one likes a tattle, but from what my sources tell me, you might want to ask Mr. Wall, is that my friend President Trump The Live Nation has also hired a couple of his friends, Rick Grinnell and Kellyanne Conway. That's just a lot right there.
Okay,
So,
Senator.
okay, on that note, but could I just ask one last question on the subject here of just what you think the effect is on smaller bands, not ones that fill the whole
smaller
arenas
bands?
like you of a monopoly?
The smaller bands, I mean, if you get popular as a smaller band, it's almost the same problem.
Mhm.
You're just selling out a smaller venue, no tickets, and they get jacked up in prices, and all the same things still happen.
Mhm. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you for having this hearing. The reason why I introduced the bill is I agree. I think that for me, and I think a lot of Americans, these live events, whether it's a concert or a sporting event, it brings people together. You do have those memories. I remember the first concert was Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers at what was used to be called Riverport in the St. Louis area, and just love going to concerts. You just hate seeing people get priced out. Big Cardinals fan. You see people getting priced out. These playoff tickets. I mean, look at the college football playoff, the national championship game. I mean, these Indiana fans, like the worst program in the history of college football. I can't get in the arena, and I understand there's limited capacity, but I just think that there's the more transparency that we have, I think is really important. I think, Mr. Ritchie, what I hear you saying is, we should do that. This is broad bipartisans. We should do that, but there's more to do, right? There's more to do than just the transparency, because you're just seeing regular people that are just getting boxed out, right?
Yes, those are things we can all agree on, the speculative ticketing, the transparency, all that stuff, but it does not solve the problem of getting the tickets into the hands of the fans at the prices the artists set. Like I said, I'm a capitalist, I'm a deregulation guy, but something needs to be done here. This has gone on for 30 years. It's only gotten worse.
Right. Well, I appreciate you coming here today, because I think you lending your voice to this is important. I wanted to ask Mr. Wall, in a lot of these sporting events, the dynamic pricing and inventory holdbacks are now kind of routine, with only a fraction of the seats, I'd say, often actually released to the general public. Given this kind of structure that exists, what is Ticketmaster's policy on disclosing to fans how many seats are truly available for the event at the moment of sale? And do you support greater transparency standards on that point?
Thank you, Senator. We definitely support greater transparency. I do have to say that there's a wrinkle in this, in that certain kinds of information are primarily useful to ticket brokers that are trying to size the market for what they can, how much they can charge, and we draw some lines there. I want to take this opportunity to say that we do not ever hold back. Ticketmaster wouldn't have the authority to do this anyway, but we do not hold back tickets from the primary ticketing market. We don't secretly send them over to brokers or anything like that. And that is one of the fundamental ramifications of the fact that a concert promoter with a CEO like Michael Rapino owns Ticketmaster. That puts us on this side of the aisle instead of this side of the aisle, because we're going to make the decisions that are good for Mr. Ritchie and other artists.
How does, and I'll stay with you for just a sec. Ticketmaster recently announced several policy changes, including limiting entities to a single verified account. You mentioned that, and removing broker management tools. How would this legislation, the Ticket Act's requirement for full transparency, complement that or help that as far as the internal changes that you're already making in that regard? Or does it?
I don't see a particular connection to it, but we're going to vote yes on transparency pretty generally, just because we agree that that's an important part of the market, and a lot of these issues, particularly in the resale markets, there's so much opaqueness, there's so much misdirection, that as a society we've got to do something about that.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If you can't balance on one foot for 30 seconds, I beg you to try this. You don't need to train harder. You need 7 minutes that count. Follow this 7 minutes of Tai Chi every morning, all the way for 1 month. In 1 week, you'll feel better. In 2 weeks, you'll look better. In 1 month, your wife won't believe your results. Here's a printable Tai Chi workout plan made for men over 50. These beginner-friendly exercises take just 7 minutes a day. Tai Chi helps men feel lighter, relieve back pain, and wake up with more energy every day. It's more than a workout. It's a game changer for your health and longevity. Get your printable and follow along.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Berry, music venues and promoters traditionally guarantee that every ticket sold by their box office admits them to the shows. How do your ticket resale platform members verify that a ticket is real prior to it being listed on their resale platforms?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. We advocate, as your office knows, for interoperability and greater connections between the primary and secondary. Great example, sir, would be Pacquiolin. That's a company that Ticketmaster was required to divest during the merger, large in the collegiate area. When there's a ticket purchased or resold, there's a connection on the back end so that there's verification, and when it goes for sale, there's a guarantee it goes through. This is not just trusted, but it's verified. We'd advocate for that across the entire ecosystem. When 80% or more of popular concert tickets are controlled by one company that will not share that information, there has to be a lot of trust and there has to be a lot of customer support. The greatest thing we can do as marketplaces then is hold the sellers accountable.
So, Mr. Berry, do all your members guarantee that the ticket's good?
All guarantee refund protection or comparable.
Well, that's not what I'm asking. Do all
Yes,
your
Senator.
members guarantee when you buy the ticket you're going to get in? I mean, the answer is no. We can just say it. The answer is no.
The guarantee
I can move on to the
is that your ticket will work.
Okay, let me move on to the next question. I'll help you with this, sir. You're not going to say it. I'll say it. The answer is no, and we know it's a problem. We need to fix it. So if you're saying that you want everyone to guarantee it, then make them. Don't allow them to be a member unless they guarantee it, and then we won't need to pass legislation. So I hope we can work on that one together. Mr. Berry, which of your companies allow speculative ticketing and which ones ban it?
So multiple companies don't allow it on their platforms. And the challenge with speculative ticketing, sir, is that there are a lot of tickets that you may presume are speculative that have already been provided through different allotments that no one knows about because it's completely opaque and secret. There can be, multiple pre-sales. There can be deceptive secret holdbacks of tickets. Now, I understand today that was challenged, but through subpoena authority, the New York State Attorney General obtained this information. So when we see some of these tickets, they are not speculative.
Let me ask you the question.
As for speculative, sir, we would support a ban on deceptive speculative tickets as the Ticket Act has prescribed.
Would you support a ban on speculative ticketing?
Yes, sir. And that's why I call for this committee to pass the Ticket Act.
Will you do me a favor? And Mr. Ritchie, I appreciate your response earlier. To all my colleagues on the committee, I had the amendment. I had the amendment to get rid of speculative ticketing, and then I was told by some of the offices, take it down because it's going to take the whole act down. And I talked to the main author, Ms. Blackburn, which, well, okay, we need this, we need the act. But if everyone here agree we should get rid of speculative ticketing? Mr. Ritchie, yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Wall?
In stronger terms than he
Mr. Berry, I heard you say yes. You want to repeat that?
Yes, Senator, pass the Ticket Act.
Absolutely.
Let me ask
get
you a
rid of
question just real quick,
speculative
Mr.
ticketing.
Berry. You support getting rid of speculative ticketing? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. It's a big change in the industry. We think it's the right thing to do for the fans.
Mr. Weingard?
Absolutely,
Okay,
100%.
well, Mr. Chairman, I'm glad you're here, sir, and we hear this, and all the staff in here hears it. And maybe we can just offer this up next time we have any bill that comes in, since we're in the Senate. There's nothing that restricts us on offering whatever we want to do. It's in the committee's jurisdiction, so I look forward to doing that. with everybody here as well. Mr. Wall, let me jump to you here real quick, sir. September 2025, the FTC brought suit against Ticketmaster alleging that the company knowingly allowed brokers to use multiple accounts to evade ticket limits. Now, I'm aware that you dispute these allegations and there's ongoing litigation. But my question is, how many bot-related circumvention referrals has Live Nation made to the FTC since the Bots Act passed in 2016?
I'm not sure the exact number, but there came a point when they told us to stop doing that because they understood that the bots problem was an ongoing problem.
So have you disciplined, Mr. Wall, any brokers or your company disciplined any brokers or banned them from buying or listing tickets on Ticketmaster based on their circumvention of your technological controls?
Yes.
I appreciate that. Madam Chair, I'm going to turn this back over to you. I know everyone here knows that I've been proud to work with Senator Blackburn on this issue as well. I'm proud that I heard from everyone in the industry that we can get rid of speculative ticketing. I look forward to working with the chair and the ranking member of the full committee to bring that up. And all the staff that are in here, I hope you just author it. If the chair wants to put his name on it, I'd be happy to turn it over. But let's get that done. Let's get rid of it. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Lujan. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to all the witnesses. Mr. Ritchie, let me say, as a Texan, I'm particularly happy to see you bringing cowboy hats back to the United States Senate. It warms my heart.
Yes, sir.
Let me start with you, Mr. Ritchie. In your testimony, you talk a lot about how music fans and artists have been harmed by systemic problems within the ticketing system. You've been doing this for over 25 years with a ton of success. What do you see as the biggest problem for music fans?
Well, like we're saying, we keep going back to these speculative ticketing. Transparency, all this stuff, great. Everyone does agree on these small things, but it does not solve this problem. The biggest problem I see as an artist is getting the tickets at the prices I set into the hands of the fans. And like I said, I'll say it again, I'm a capitalist, I'm a deregulation guy. There's no way around this but to put a price cap on this or technology figure it out. But technology hasn't yet. Maybe they don't want them to. I mean, when people are making a lot of money in the secondary market, and I even told the CEO of Live Nation a couple years ago, I go, you guys would have probably gotten away with this a lot longer if you just would have paid the artists some of the money in the secondary market, which they never did. We never shared in that. But either way, I'm here for the fans. That's it. I would actually take a pay cut off this. I would rather have more fans and take a little less money or have packed buildings and play to that. Because let's face it, as a front man and a lot of front men, we have a little bit of egos, all of us. And rather than take that little bit extra money.
Fortunately, no one in politics has that.
Yeah, not at all. So it's getting the prices we set, getting them in the hands of the fans.
You also talked about how artists have lost leverage in the ticketing system. And obviously venues make relationships with ticket sellers. Can you explain what it means, how performers have lost leverage and what might change if artists had more control over ticket sales?
Well, I mean, just with this, speaking of the secondary market, if I went to Ticketmaster, I don't know, a couple months ago, I got a tour coming up. I could go like, hey, we've agreed on a price for the ticket with the building, with the fees, everything. Okay, I want to buy all 15,000 tickets. No way that's happening. You can only get a certain amount for your fan club that you want. Maybe I want to do special things there. Maybe I want to do things like, have first class tickets available like an airline, but then also have some really cheap tickets around there without doing dynamic pricing, which kind of takes one ticket right next to another ticket and for no reason just jacks it up. I'd rather be transparent about this going into it. Like, yes, we know we have first-class customers. People have worked hard and done well. We want to provide them very expensive tickets, so they're going to be there towards the end. Also want to have very cheap tickets, but I want to lay this out across the board. Just all sorts of unique things we could do with those tickets, whether it's giveaways, fan clubs.
About how music fans and artists have been harmed by systemic problems within the ticketing system. You've been doing this for over 25 years with a ton of success. What do you see as the biggest problem for music fans?
Well, like we're saying, we keep going back to these speculative ticketing. Transparency, all this stuff, great. Everyone does agree on these small things, but it does not solve this problem. The biggest problem I see as an artist is getting the tickets at the prices I set into the hands of the fans. And like I said, I'll say it again, I'm a capitalist, I'm a deregulation guy. There's no way around this but to put a price cap on this or technology figure it out. But technology hasn't yet. Maybe they don't want them to. I mean, when people are making a lot of money in the secondary market, and I even told the CEO of Live Nation a couple years ago, I go, you guys would have probably gotten away with this a lot longer if you just would have paid the artists some of the money in the secondary market, which they never did. We never shared in that. But either way, I'm here for the fans. That's it. I would actually take a pay cut off this. I would rather have more fans and take a little less money or have packed buildings and play to that. Because let's face it, as a front man and a lot of front men, we have a little bit of egos, all of us. And rather than take that little bit extra money.
Fortunately, no one in politics has that.
Yeah, not at all. So it's getting the prices we set, getting them in the hands of the fans.
You also talked about how artists have lost leverage in the ticketing system. And obviously venues make relationships with ticket sellers. Can you explain what it means, how performers have lost leverage, and what might change if artists had more control over ticket sales?
Well, I mean, just with this, speaking of the secondary market, if I went to Ticketmaster, I don't know, a couple months ago, I got a tour coming up. I could go like, hey, we've agreed on a price for the ticket with the building, with the fees, everything. Okay, I want to buy all 15,000 tickets. No way that's happening. You can only get a certain amount for your fan club that you want. Maybe I want to do special things there. Maybe I want to do things like, have first class tickets available like an airline, but then also have some really cheap tickets around there without doing dynamic pricing, which kind of takes one ticket right next to another ticket and for no reason just jacks it up. I'd rather be transparent about this going into it. Like, yes, we know we have first-class customers, people who've worked hard and done well. We want to provide them very expensive tickets, so they're going to be there towards the end. Also want to have very cheap tickets, but I want to lay this out across the board. Just all sorts of unique things we could do with those tickets, whether it's giveaways, fan clubs. Some people have corporate deals they want to do things with, and it's not like they haven't worked with us on that. I'm not saying Ticketmaster doesn't. But just the freedom to say, like, I don't want my ticket resold at all. I'd rather a couple percentage, a few hundred people kind of get screwed over and say, I can't sell my ticket back. I got to eat it. Because I know right now, if that happened, that 90, 95, 96% of those people would have a great experience at buying the ticket. And some of these things now, I've heard in the last 6 months, we can do that. We can do that. I'm like, well, why couldn't we do that for all these years? And it seems like I said, people are being reactive instead of proactive.
Let me ask the other witnesses, do you agree with Mr. Ritchie, number one, that as an artist, he could not buy, say, all 15,000 tickets? And if you agree that under status quo, he can't, why not?
I can answer that, Senator. The reason is because in the United States, the tickets are issued and owned by the venues. The ticket is literally a license to come onto the premises during the show. And so there are venue interests here that are reflected in thousands of contracts. What the venues will defer to Mr. Ritchie or any other artist on are the pricing, resale restrictions, things like that, but they're not going to give up their property rights in the tickets.
My wife said, if you win, we'll fly to Asia. If I win, we'll fly to Paris. I bet you won't get Tony.
We too are rooting for fan success, Senator Cruz. We believe the artist and the artist success and event success, we want to see sold out. We help achieve 100% sold out. But at the end of the day, I agree. The artist, they should set whatever price they want to set. I think Kid Rock, if I may, I think he's absolutely right. He wants to set different tiers of his pricing. He can, and fans should have that option. They should also have the option, if they choose, to recover their costs if they can't use it or to be able to resell it. Ticketmaster doesn't make it very easy, sir. Sometimes these price caps come with price floors. It happened to me, and I'm in the industry last year up in Baltimore to see Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks. Took my kid up there. One of us couldn't make it due to business, and we weren't allowed to even resell it for $50. It was a $180 ticket. They set a floor. That seat went empty. An empty seat doesn't buy beer, hot dogs, or merchandise. So we think there ought to be options for consumers.
I don't think anybody disagrees with the fact that there should be some resale available for those types of events that occur. That being said, when a bot or somebody comes in and purchases hundreds of tickets or whatnot, And we are looking at it as a venue, as a sold out performance. So we staff as such with 100% staffing, the whole lot. And we're also paying the artist for those for that sold out show as well. And unfortunately, when those brokers can't get their tickets sold, we'll see a drop count, which is how many people are actually through the door, of 60 to 70%. So now we've lost 30 to 40% of the income from food and beverage, which is how we make our money as a venue. And so, and to put the salt on the wound is that these brokers, these scalpers, will then claim fraud on all of the unsold tickets and will get their money back from these credit card companies. And so we'll get charged that as well. They're called chargebacks. So not only do we lose 30, 40% on those tickets that go unsold for the food and beverage, we get double charged on the chargeback, and there's no way for us to make our money back at all.
All right, so my time has expired, but Mr. Ritchie, I'll give you a chance if you want to respond to those comments. I don't know if you have any response.
I think we're all, for lack of a better term, rock and roll, we're all kind of smoking the same dope.
All right, that spices up the hearing even more.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. Senator Cantwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, have you gone to the, do we want her go? Or?
Sure, it's fine. Senator Blunt Rochester,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you also to the ranking member. A special thank you to Ranking Member Cantwell for letting me go before her, and to the witnesses, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate the work of Senators Blackburn and Lujan on the main Event Ticketing Act, and also Senators Schmidt and Markey on the Ticket Act. I came to Washington to fight for Delaware families, the fans, artists, and consumers. To me, live events shouldn't be a luxury, but all too often fans are actually facing a stacked deck online, from hidden fees to misleading listings to speculative tickets to bots that scoop up all the inventory in seconds. As everyone has said, I think many of us have experienced it. I too experienced it for Beyonce tickets. When I served in the House, I offered an amendment that was included in the previous version of the Ticket Act to crack down on deceptive ticketing websites or fake URLs. And I'm committed to building on that work and making online ticketing fairer, more transparent, and more affordable for fans. Mr. Berry, we know cybersecurity is a major threat to online ticket consumers. As Anthropic found in a November 2025 report, cybersecurity attacks are now beginning to use AI agents to execute cyber attacks by themselves. Mr. Berry, is the online ticket industry prepared for the AI agent cybersecurity threat?
Senator, it's a constantly evolving challenge, and the bottom line is the industry has to meet that challenge.
So you would say
Yes.
yes?
And primarily when we examine the bot problem, because it is a problem, what you've heard today, these are attacks. There's no place in the system for them. Jumping ahead of a consumer in line and scooping up the tickets just shouldn't be something that can be done by technology. Candidly, that just speaks to an anti-fan approach. But it happens in the primary sector. So when tickets first go online is when these attacks happen. We have a member of our forum that does a very good job. We're talking 99% records. They can provide the specific numbers, but it's very high in terms of keeping them out.
Yeah, I would say I remain still very, very much concerned. For example, the Associated Press reported last year that a crew in New York illegally and without the AI tools, this was without the AI tools, used email redirects to take over accounts and then resold more than 900 digital tickets for pricey events, including the Taylor Swift concerts. Considering this and many other examples, Mr. Wall, what steps has Live Nation taken that will reassure consumers that the ticketing marketplace will be fair and secure?
Thank you, Senator. It's obviously an important question with AI and all the various manifestations. And we are very much looking at both the positives and the negatives of AI. Your question about the defenses, one of the things we're seeing, Mr. Ritchie mentioned earlier about how an important tool that we use to stop the bad actors is identity verification. Well, of course, now what we're seeing is AI agents pretending to be humans to try to pass the identity verification. Right now, I think we're on top of that issue, but it is one of the major initiatives that we have announced at the company is an across-the-board investment in the AI technologies, both on the kind that can serve the fan and the kind that can protect the fan.
And I know you just mentioned the new steps have been taken to address it. Mr. Weingarten and Mr. Wall, one popular tactic is used, it's called the wall garden model. In exchange for stronger security, and the model requires consumers to give up some of their personal data and convenience by locking tickets into a special app that prevents using these tickets with screenshots or wallets. Yet reports like the one from 404 Media suggest resellers can still bypass these walled gardens. Mr. Weingarten, from the independent venue perspective, do ticket transfer restrictions genuinely reduce fraud?
You know what? I'm not quite sure if that actually reduces fraud or not, but I do know that at some points it is necessary to be able to transfer tickets to if you can't make a show or something like that. But I'm not quite sure, and I'd never heard of the walled garden either. So I'm sorry that I don't know about that answer.
That's okay. I will submit some more questions for the record for the witnesses. But again, bottom line, this is truly about the fans. It's about the artists, and it's about making sure that we in this age also care about what's coming next, whether it's AI or quantum and how it's going to be attacking these systems. So thank you very much. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cantwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for holding this important hearing and for you and Senator Hickenlooper, but I want to thank you particularly for your advocacy for the music industry and for your steadfast approach in helping on all sorts of legislation that is trying to make sure that content created by artists are protected and that it's not replicated with AI and a variety of other things. So I'm definitely supportive of the Speculative Ticket Act that Senator Cruz and we passed here, but it hasn't gone all the way through the process. Definitely, I think Senators Markey and Schmidt, I think Senator Schmidt was here earlier and mentioned that he's supporting that. Definitely in support of upgrading the Bots Act of 2016. I don't think it's strong enough. But I think the larger issue here, first of all, love music in the Northwest. We are a big music state. And Mr. Ritchie, appreciate you mentioning Pearl Jam. We have lots of venues. We have lots of places for artists to perform. We're very proud of that. But we're not proud if we can't get the artists in those venues. And the sea change that's happened in the meantime that we've had this conversation is the fact that Live Nation and the tickets are now 80% of the market. So the Department of Justice, along with 40 attorney generals, including my home state, are currently suing Live Nation and Ticketmaster, including monopolizing live events industry. So Mr. Weingartner, earlier, this conversation came up about the radius clauses in contracts. And so, what are we doing to look at this management structure? It was very interesting. The Seahawks said, you know what? Do not resell your tickets last Sunday. Do not. They literally sent a message to all the season ticket holders. They said, don't do it, or we'll take your tickets away from you. And believe me, I didn't see any Rams fans in that stadium, like a few, like 12, okay? But the fans knew they were serious. Now, they could have made lots of money off those tickets, but the venue in this case said, don't do it. So they do have the power to do something here. They just don't use it. And that is an interesting point to Mr. Ritchie's earlier testimony. Why don't they? Particularly when the artists are trying to protect the fans and protect their fan base. But Mr. Weingart, it's even worse when the marketplace doesn't function and Mr. Ritchie can't go to one of your venues because somebody already wrote a clause that says that he can't, or that you can't go within certain miles. So what are we doing to create a competitive environment? You know, again, we have lots of venues that are in the 5,000 to 7,000 seat range, created by lots of outdoor sites, you know, tribes. You know, we have 29 tribes, they're creating venues. Like, there's lots of opportunities for people to go, but not if somebody is shutting the market down because they control 80% of the market. So what do we do to get at these contract clauses that would give other artists like Mr. Ritchie the availability to go where they want? So why can't he, you know, or some of these other artists just agree to go to another venue at a lower price?
I think that asking Kid Rock and his management about those deals, you know, would probably be a good idea. But also, you know, it's not
I'm asking
necessarily
you whether we need to see the contracts that show that these kind of manipulative practices are actually being deployed that curtail artists from signing up in your venues. That's what I want to know.
I think that when you're talking about multi-million-dollar national touring, all-in touring deals, and they want to make sure that they are playing in those Live Nation / Ticketmaster rooms. The artists will play in just those rooms only. And even, you know, with some of these like bigger festivals that are playing in LA or in other places, they make these incredibly massive radius clauses that no artist can play anywhere within, you know, the western half of the United States for a specific period of time. And so they are locked in contractually to not do that. And when you're talking about, again, these multi-million-dollar contracts, that's something that happens. I do think that with radius clauses, when you're talking about different artists and playing in the same market and whatnot, I do think that there's some discussion that needs to be had around announcements so you're not cannibalizing the different ticket sales. But when we're talking about, you know, the fact that somebody can't play in Colorado because they're playing in at a festival in Los Angeles or something like that, those are definitely more egregious.
If Brandy Carlisle wants to play the Gorge,
Right.
and she makes an agreement to play the Gorge, but Brandy Carlisle also wants to go to Walla Walla and have an event, she should be allowed to go.
She should.
And because otherwise you're just price gouging.
Right.
You're not giving the artist the flexibility. You're basically taking the consumer and you're price gouging, running up the price. And so I just think these clauses are the ones that are, again, with the control of 80% of the market, Mr. Wall, it's just too much. And I know that's what's happening to art. Mr. Ritchie, do you have a comment about this? You seem to know a little bit.
Well, as much as I'd like to agree with you, if you have a radius clause, if I'm going to play a big place and I sell out that place and I want to play another place, it's in that radius. I'm kind of battling myself. It's like having a great restaurant and I'm going to open up another great restaurant right next door. I'm going to split my audience, you know, and it just might not make the most sense. But what I'm here, that can be debated till the cows come home. I think
Well,
I'm right.
saying they're curtailing these venues from getting these future
I
events.
think what you're talking about
over a time period. So what I'm saying is you want to let the pressure off for your.
I think what you're talking about is if Live Nation owns 80% of this market, they own most of the venues and the management and this, that, and the other ticketing company, and an act's coming up, and they know they're going to blow up, right? They're going to be a big act, but they're still in like the 5,000 seater range. Live Nation has bought the Fillmore or whatever that's 5,000 seat, but there's an independent promoter that owns another one. Live Nation can come in if they're going to get a $10,000 guarantee and they can say, we're going to invest in their future. We're going to get 15, 20,000. And that small promoter can never compete with them, or they're going to give them some back end deal here or there. Is that illegal? I don't know. Is it bad business, good business? I'm not sure, but you know, there's something to be said when you own most of the market, you know, which nobody really in Congress voted for. You know, they were all kind of against the merger.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Lummis.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not on the subcommittee, but I'm on the Commerce Committee. And when I was downstairs in my office just now and heard some of this testimony, I cleared my schedule to run up because I've gotten so many complaints since I've been here about Ticketmaster specifically. And so when I have a chance to ask you some questions, Mr. Wall, I'm pleased to. Can you explain, first of all, welcome.
Thank you.
And welcome to all of you. Is Ticketmaster a monopoly?
No, we are not.
And tell me how you come to that conclusion.
Because we are at the near the end of the road in the antitrust case, and the math has been done. And if you just look at the addressable market for large venues, the government's economist is putting our market share under 50%. So that's not a monopoly share. They have an alternative argument that looks at 20% of that market and says that we have a monopoly of that, but there's no such thing as a monopoly of 20% of a market. That's why.
So what defines a monopoly?
It's typically that you have the ability to charge monopoly prices, reduce output, things like that.
Okay, if you control artists, venues, and tickets, and a person has to choose, who chooses your venue has to use Ticketmaster, or an artist that you have a relationship with, that sounds like a monopoly to me, because you have relationships with artists and with venues and with tickets. And when you're able to combine the three, it forces artists to use your venues and your tickets. It requires venues to use your artists and your tickets. And it takes choice away from both the artists and the venues. And to me, that sounds like a monopoly.
I understand, Senator, and that's the story we hear a lot. But if I could just give you a couple of data points without getting too argumentative about this. We're not a big, we may be the largest venue owner in the sense of the number of venues, but we don't have any stadiums. We don't have any arenas. So where all of these big shows play, the major concert venues, we own hardly any of them. What we own, the only venues that we own that even fit within this market the government is claiming are amphitheaters, which are a small part of the whole. And as far as artist choice, the one thing I will just say is know us by the company we keep. We're on this team. We don't wear the same uniform by any means, but we are on the artist team here. And you know,
Well, I'd like to start calling the shots then.
yeah. But it is important to point out that on almost everything, our position is exactly what Mr. Ritchie's is, and it's because his position is very typical of what the artist's position is.
Mr. Ritchie.
Have you heard about Pop-On Roofing? We need 50 homeowners in your area to trial this radically simple new roofing service.
How would you respond to my question?
Well, I think monopoly is having no competition. I think it's the opposite of this number and that number. I can't keep up with you, Mr. Wall, with the numbers, but it's lack of competition. And I think if there's more competition, let's say in the ticketing market, then that would make things better for the fans and for prices and for the artists. And, you know, and I would say let the artists bear the blunt, take the risk and reward. You know what I mean? If I say that I want tickets to be sold with a no resale, you can't resell them, period.
Yeah.
My fans are going to go like, oh, I couldn't go and Kid Rock's a jerk. Whatever, that's fine. I mean, they pretty much bear the blunt of it now, and StubHub does, and rightfully so. Rightfully so, because they don't give us the freedom to do what we want with our inventory. They don't exist without me and everyone else.
Right.
That's a fact. I think we can all agree on that.
Mr. Berry, how would you respond to my questions?
First and foremost, on the monopoly question, Senator, I'm looking forward to the Justice Department and 40 state attorneys general, bipartisan team of attorneys general figuring that out. The Department of Justice should stay the course, finish the job. If they're watching today, don't settle. Let this play out. As a fan foremost, that's how I got into all of this. I'm pretty sure if it's someone in the schoolyard that can bully and beat everybody up, that sounds like a monopoly to me, and that's what's happening.
Mr. Weingard? Garden? Sorry.
Yeah, we are, the artists hold all the marbles. I mean, the artists and the artist team, they hold all the marbles, and we want to play with the marbles. So we're going to do everything that we can to make sure that the artist is happy, and we want to make and get them what they need. At the same time, when you're dealing with, you know, a monopolistic corporation, or you're dealing with a bunch of StubHub, you know, and secondary and scalpers and whatnot that pay none of the costs. None of these costs are getting paid by these scalpers.
Yeah.
None of them. We pay them constantly, and when that's happening, it's not equitable. It's not fair. There's no competition. You know, they're making their profit margins are enormous because they are not sharing in any of the risk.
Mr. Ritchie, do you hold all the cards?
No, hardly. I just want to say there's so much money in this business. There's enough to go around for everyone. That's a fact. But the one thing we can agree on, there's a lot of merit here to everything we're talking about, but we have to get the middleman out of the way. Just let me get the tickets to the fans at the prices I want to set.
Madam Chairman, thank you.
Senator Hickenlooper, you're recognized.
I was enjoying being incognito. Long before I ever dreamed of getting into politics, I was out of work geologist and opened a large restaurant in Denver called the Wine Coop Brewing Company, brewed its own beer. Took us 2 years to raise money. My mother wouldn't even invest, although you don't really care about that. We put a jazz club in the basement. So I became a venue. And so we were the place between Chicago and San Francisco. So Freddie Hubbard would come and play a weekend. We didn't ever get any of the big acts, but we did well enough to lose $30,000 or $40,000 a year, which I looked as collateral damage because people came in and ate in the restaurant upstairs. But I did get a sense of how it worked. Got to be friends with a guy named Doug Kaufman, who was a local promoter. He was trying to renovate this beautiful old theater from the 20s, the Ogden Theater. And I knew him from that. And he was putting on a show at Red Rocks, and he had Spin Doctor, Gin Blossoms, and Cracker. This is like in 1993 or 1994. And his father, who would always loan him the money when time came due to make the big down payment for the lead act, which in this case was the Spin Doctors, his father would do it. His father was building renovating his house, so he couldn't do it. So he came to me, and I got my restaurant. We co-signed the $40,000 loan, so we'd give all that money to the Spin Doctors, who turned out to be out of fashion by the time the concert started. And Doug had promised me that, you could tell how much they'd already sold 25% of the seats 2 months out. And he said, I guarantee you, you won't lose money. And we didn't. And that, there's a poster somewhere in the universe where it's produced by Nobody in Particular Presents, that's Doug Kaufman's company, and the Wine Coop Brewing Company. But I saw just how arbitrary, how fast it all happened. I ended up, basically, I took all my ill-gotten gains and put them back into gift certificates to help him renovate the Ogden Theater. But it created this, once I became mayor and the city of Denver owns the Red Rocks, I became obsessed with why can't we do more acts and more things? And it turned out we could. It turned out the mayor gets to make that final decision. And I think that's where a lot of my passion from this kind of comes from, is seeing how it works up close and personal. Let me start, Mr. Weingarten. Thank you for joining us today, and your work in the Colorado music industry has helped keep us a leader in music. Now that the senator from Washington is gone, I can say really on a per capita basis, way beyond Washington. Next year, Boulder's actually going to start hosting the Sundance Film Festival. As you mentioned, when fans purchase a ticket, they expect to be allowed to enter the show to get what they paid for. Can you paint a picture for us when Coloradans attend one of your venues and realize they're the victim of buying speculative tickets or fake tickets? What happens?
Yeah, and that is a daily occurrence. Anytime that we have shows, we have issues. Doesn't matter how big the act is or how small the act is. People are coming into our box offices at the Fox Theater, the Boulder Theater, the Aggie in Fort Collins, and they are. And not only is the fan helpless, but the venue is helpless because we have the only way that we can help them, as I had mentioned before, is that we can give them, we have these sheets printed out, laminated sheets printed out that say the customer support of each of the different, the scalper sites, so they can call. But the problem is that one, the phones don't get answered. The emails don't get, people don't respond to the emails, and it's always after the fact. And so what happens is we're at a loss. We have no recourse that evening, and so we're left with a father who brought his teenage daughter to a show. They've come in from out of town. They've bought. They have hotels. They've went to the restaurant. They've done everything that they did. They're out of that money. Where does that? Right. Where's the recourse there as well? So we see this on a daily basis, and it's a massive problem.
Oh, well, we will do our best to fix that. Mr. Ritchie, and I'm sure you've been astonished seeing, just as we all have, that the revenue that an artist makes is now no longer your royalties. It's where you perform, at least for most people. I think you might be in a different league in that. But you've worked with countless venues and performers and middlemen and promoters and platforms. As much as you love seeing fans sold out, I wanted to ask just a question about dynamic pricing and whether there isn't a way to get the artist more money from that. If that ticket's going to be resold, shouldn't the artist get a piece of that, a cut of that? And wouldn't that justify that open market after tickets have been sold?
I don't know if it justifies it, but it definitely would have shut everybody up for a little while longer. If they would have let the artists share.
That's all we hope for in the Congress,
Yeah,
right?
Secondary market or whatnot. But I think that was kind of, they started this thing called platinum ticketing, and that's kind of what it was. They kind of shared some of that revenue with the artists. It was just this, it's like, no, we don't want any of this. And to be honest with you, back in the day, I didn't really understand it. I don't think most acts do either. You got these managers who aren't really managers anymore. Manager used to just look out for one act. Now they have these conglomerate of acts. They have 10, 20, sometimes hundreds of acts. So they got to play nice with everybody. They can't just go, screw you. This is what my artist wants to do, blah, blah, blah. And they're going to take as much money as they can because they usually get paid a percentage off the top. So I'm not a fan of any of that. Like I said, I would rather just have them like an airline. I'm going to have some first class seats. I'm going to have some economy seats. You're going to know what they are right up front.
Yeah. Well, I'm out of time. I do appreciate all of you being here. When I first got elected governor, we had the One Republic, Lumineers, Nathaniel Rateliff, and the Sweats all came and donated their time to play for our inaugural. That was fun. That's a good show.
And like most good fans, you remember those special nights
Exactly.
around a concert and around a venue. Senator Markey, recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you to Ranking Member Hickenlooper for holding today's important hearing. And with my New England Patriots now playing Senator Cantwell's Seattle Seahawks in a Super Bowl less than 2 weeks, this hearing comes at a fitting time because prices are sky high. In fact, right now they're double the price to go to Denver for the Patriots Denver game in that beautiful snow globe that you created. And so just absolutely, he was governor and mayor in Denver. Okay, so just incredible. But it's just absolutely crazy how high the prices are for a single ticket to these games. And it also comes just a few months ahead of the World Cup in the United States, where ticket demand and ticket prices are just absolutely astronomical right now. So consumers are understandably frustrated by the state of ticketing today, from hidden fees to ghost tickets to deceptive advertising. Misleading ticketing practices plague the industry, and it's time for them to end. And that's why Senator Schmidt and I have introduced the Ticket Act to clean up these unfair and harmful practices. And we're doing it on a bipartisan basis. And I thank Senator Cruz and Senator Cantwell for signing up for this legislation and moving it through by a voice vote last year. And I'd like to ask for this letter from the Consumer League, National Consumers League, in support of the Ticket Act to be included in the record.
Without objection.
I thank you. The National Consumers League and other groups such as the Sports Fan Coalition have been critical advocates for pro-consumer and pro-competition policies, and I'm proud to have their support on this bill. And now I want to get each witness on the record about important policies in the Ticket Act. And I recognize, as Mr. Ritchie said earlier, that the Ticket Act doesn't solve every problem. We're aware of that. But I do want to get some of the basic answers on the record in terms of what's in the bill itself. And so the first would be on all-in pricing. Starting from my left, do you agree that ticket sellers and marketplaces should disclose the full price of a ticket up front? Mr. Ritchie?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, Senator.
Yes.
Thank you. Good. Next, speculative ticketing. Do you support a ban on speculative ticketing?
Yes.
In all circumstances without exceptions.
Pass the Ticket Act and ban speculative ticketing.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So I thank you so much for that. Do you, as we move to disclosure requirements, do you support prohibiting misleading resale advertising and use of deceptive URLs?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Senator.
Yes.
And last will be refunds. Do you support providing consumers with a full refund when an event is canceled?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Senator.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. And thank you. Those answers were almost as good as the Patriots defense against Denver on Sunday. So sorry about that. But I hear unanimous support for the key provisions in the Ticket Act from the main stakeholders in the ticketing industry. And I look forward to working with my colleagues to get this.
It's a good start.
Good start.
Thank you, Senator Markey. I want to go to a second round of questions before we close this out. And Mr. Wall, I want to come to you because in the FTC's complaint, executives at Ticketmaster knew that scalpers were violating the ticket purchasing limits. And it seemed, from what I've read, that it was a big inside joke that you all knew this, but you were allowing it to happen. Your C-suite knew of this. One of your executives even wrote in an email that we have stating that you, and I'm quoting, turn a blind eye as a matter of policy, end quote. Now, you have emphatically denied that this conduct needed, really had any sort of malfeasance. You all have denied that, but I want you to answer. Why would you have to turn a blind eye, as your executive put it, if there was no wrongdoing that was taking place?
I think that is taken very much out of context, Senator, but let me just cut to the chase here. Our
I'll be
actions
happy to
speak.
provide you the email.
I have the email, I've seen it.
Okay.
But our actions
Not out of
speak
context.
louder than anything else. We showed up, we walked the walk. We actually put the money in, we improved our defenses. Our bot defenses are second to none in the world.
They're obviously not up to par. You've got bots still getting through, and
And
you've
we
got
will-
scalpers that are still scooping up these tickets. So we've got a disconnect going on here somewhere.
And Senator, we will always take the position that so long as tickets are still going on this way, then we're not up to par. That's our position
Okay,
too.
well, let's accept that. And let's say there's work to be done. So do you accept any responsibility when a fan is hit with a speculative or ghost ticket?
Never, because we do not allow those on Ticketmaster.
But
and
it's
haven't for
happening.
years.
Mr. Berry, how about your members?
I'm sorry, Senator, do our members support?
Take any responsibility.
Absolutely, Senator. We serve tens of millions of fans every year.
Okay. And Mr. Wall, why can't Ticketmaster work with artists and do what Mr. Ritchie has recommended, where you would have tiered opportunities for fans? Why can't you all make that happen?
So Ticketmaster never sets prices itself. However, Live Nation and Ticketmaster do offer.
I'm 103. I am going to start Tai Chi because I still have 53 years left.
The tiers, the platinums. For example, we stand alone. We're the only resale site that will consistently, if Mr. Ritchie says he doesn't want us to turn on resale on our Ticketmaster marketplace, we won't. If we do, we will pay him a
Mr.
portion
Ritchie?
of it.
I don't, that's the first time I've heard very recently from Michaels, the CEO, that we could do this cap or not have resale. I'm like, well, he goes, yeah, we've done it for other artists for a while now, for Pearl Jam, which is maybe why they're not here making a stink today still. They might have a side deal from what I've seen. I'm like, why don't,
So it's not.
they're like, you can have this
standard
deal too. I'm
operating.
like, why haven't you told us this? Oh, we're really bad at advertising. I'm like, come on, that's
Yes.
BS.
Yes.
There's nothing unusual about these arrangements I'm talking. Every artist that we promote has the option
How
to tell
can
us.
it not be unusual if the artists don't know
Right.
that this
We'd have
is
no
an
idea.
option?
I would be happy to put in the record the list of dozens of artists
Then you
that
need to
have them
start-
right off the
start
TM Plus.
supplying.
I
You
know who
need
the
to-
artists
I
are.
would
I got 'em.
recommend that you submit a list. Let me ask you to submit a list of artists who are able to control their ticket sales, who are able to turn off the secondary market, and who are able to work with you how they want to tier these tickets. Let
Senator,
me move
if I
on
may,
to,
Senator,
well, no, I'm moving
Face
on.
value exchange. We are the only one that offers artists the opportunity to
Mr. Wall,
do face value exchange.
I've got
How
another
long?
question for you.
Since we'd invented it a few years ago.
I've never heard of it. I'm very close with
Okay.
a lot of people at
we're-
Live Nation
We're
everywhere.
going to move on to another. Senator Lujan referenced a letter that he and I sent to you.
Yes.
And I've got it right here. I will submit it for the record without objection. And in it, you said, and I'm going to quote, given the level of abuse you are now seeing, you will no longer permit brokers to use multiple accounts. So before now, you have allowed brokers to use multiple accounts. This
Yes.
gets to what I was talking to Mr. Berry about verification of these accounts. So you've allowed them to use these multiple accounts, but then you also said in that letter that you weren't turning a blind eye. So were you all screwing up or were you lying?
Neither.
Neither. Okay. Mr. Weingarten, what do you have to say about that?
Well, I mean, just a couple things just from what has been said, and I just want to make clear that the Ticket Act, as it's written, does not outright ban spec ticketing.
Right.
So that definitely does need to get updated or changed.
Okay.
And since we're all in agreement, that would be great. But the other piece is that, sorry, I lost my train of thought. What was the question again? I apologize.
We were talking about, he was saying that we were talking about the brokers.
Multiple
scalpers
accounts.
and the multiple
Oh, yeah.
accounts that the brokers had, and they had responded. We have the email where one of the C-suite said that they just turned a blind eye. It was standard practice. But in the response to Senator Lujan and I, they responded, given the level of abuse you are now seeing, like it was just now beginning to happen, you will no longer permit brokers to use multiple accounts. And you had referenced the ghost tickets, speculative
Right.
tickets. So I was asking if you agreed with him.
I would definitely say that we experienced that quite a bit. In fact, when we're looking at different, trying to do some like scrubs to see how many scalpers are potentially hitting a particular show, sometimes they're even egregiously even utilizing the Boulder Theater's address and we'll see 20 to 30 different.
And then when you find one of these scalpers, what do?
We try to cancel those orders and get rid of them,
Cancel the
because when you're
orders.
seeing
And you
when you're
do it
seeing
before.
60 different orders, not tickets, 60 different orders from the state of Indiana or something like that come in for a show at the Fox Theater in Boulder on a particular night, we know that that's fraudulent activity.
Okay, Mr. Wall, I want to come back to you on this because I think it gets, why did you allow the abuse of the system for years? Before you said you weren't turning a blind eye and before you said you were going to clean it up.
What we allowed was brokers to have multiple accounts, and that is because virtually all brokers have multiple accounts and always have.
So you did not do verification if these were actual brokers or they were bots?
Oh, sure we did. Of course we did.
Well, you ended up with a whole lot of bots And then you said you're blocking a lot of the bots. So, I mean, we've still got a difference. Mr. Ritchie, you had a comment?
It's this simple. If I buy a ticket and I go to the show, I'm their worst customer. If they allow these multiple counts to go on, that ticket resells and they make more money. Boom.
Mr. Wall, I want to come back to you. July of last year, Ticketmaster filed a public comment in response to the DOJ and the FTC request for information on issues in the ticketing industry. Now, in that public comment, you made some very interesting arguments. Not sure I agree with all of this, but you made some interesting arguments. On page 11 of that comment, you wrote that the Bots Act, and I'm quoting, implicitly obligates ticketing platforms not to turn a blind eye to patterns of behavior that indicate unlawful ticketing harvesting.
Yes.
End quote. Okay, now I agree with that. You should not turn a blind eye to that. This supports the fact that the Bots Act holds companies like Ticketmaster liable for selling unlawfully purchased tickets. Senator Moran and I wrote the Bots Act, and the Bots Act was never meant to be Section 230 for ticketing platforms. So why are you now taking the opposite position in ongoing litigation?
We aren't. There must be a misunderstanding because our interpretation of the Bots Act is fundamentally the interpretation that you and Senator Lujan put forward in your amicus brief in the Key Investment Group case.
And we have another amicus brief coming on the second one. Okay, do you have, Senator Hickenlooper, do you have any questions?
I have myriad questions, but I will restrain myself. I wanted to, Mr. Ritchie, I wanted to ask, in your experience, your direct experience, how much control does the artist have in what the final price for an artist or a customer pays for that ticket relative to the add-ons?
The final price or setting the price of what we'd like?
The final price.
The final price, well, not much.
So you
I mean,
can't,
that includes all the fees that tacked on, how the buildings make their money, everyone this, that, and the other. There's, they charge how much to print out a ticket at home, all these little stuff that makes no sense, like that everyone's up in arms about. We get a ton of say in what we want the tickets priced at, because that's where we make our money, and we make the majority of that money. As I'm sure Mr. Wall will be happy to tell you, that's true. But at the end of the day, no, we don't have any over all those fees and everything that they tack on and all the stuff that people are really upset about. If I say tickets are $49, whatever, fans are usually like, okay, that's great. As artists, we want to treat our fans right. They know that. But then when they get to the end and they check out, they're like, why is this thing $75? It's
right,
supposed to be $49. That's a huge problem.
right. And there's no way when you can't restrict the contract, when you're signing a contract with that promoter, they're unwilling or unable to guarantee that they can, assuming, and obviously if we do a federal law that,
I mean, this is why I said subpoena some of this stuff, because what I've heard, people are getting kickbacks from this. Sometimes it's the managers or the artists. There's a lot of people at fault here. I'd like to put it all on Ticketmaster and they take the majority of these blows, no question, them in Live Nation. But there's a lot of people there with their hands in this cookie jar that it shouldn't be in. And that's why I hope you subpoena a lot of these contracts and look for some of this fraud, because I bet there's some folks who go to jail.
I'm not going to judge anybody on that evidence yet. Since last year, the FTC's all-in pricing went into effect.
Watch what magnesium does to your bowels.
If you have to wipe more than 4 times after you poop, here's why.
Have you guys seen a change in the market since that? And maybe each one of you can describe a little bit what the change is. And then also, if we made that a federal law rather than just a rule, would that make a difference? So that's the two questions. Have you seen a change, and would
That's great. I think that's great for fans. Just more transparency, so they don't get sticker shock when they go to check out with all these hidden fees.
Okay.
It's been very important because contrary to what a lot of people believe, ticketing companies can't decide how to show these prices. It's the content owners who sort of dictate this. And so you have a problem getting everybody on board. We've been pushing this for years. The system is working. Some people were saying that there'd be a lot of problems. There haven't been any problems. It turns out this works just fine.
Right. And you think there's a benefit to making it a federal law as opposed to just a FTC rule?
The only thing I would ask with that is the industry has adjusted to the FTC rule, so tried to be as consistent as possible,
Right.
but otherwise, yes, absolutely.
Taking what's working and just
Codifying.
thank you.
Yeah.
I yield to the more experienced person up here than myself. Mr. Berry?
Yep, we absolutely support all-in total upfront pricing. We've been advocating for years, and I want to thank the FTC for doing it. And I do agree it should be codified into statute.
Okay, Mr. Weingarten?
Yes, we've been working, meaning the National Independent Venue Association has been working throughout the states. And we've gotten a lot of states on board for some time. And they've been, it's been great. And I think a federal law with that would be terrific.
Right. I appreciate that. I do have more questions, but I'm going to just put them in written form for
We've
you. I'll
had them
let you
here
go.
for a little while. Mr. Berry, I do have one more for you. What percentage of the tickets that are sold on your platform are from brokers?
I don't have a specific percentage, Senator, but what I can tell you this, if you're a broker, or if you're a nurse, or if you're a season ticket holder, you're held to the same rules. You have to deliver the tickets as they have been ordered. You will be penalized or thrown off platform if you are not. The marketplace has to keep both sides of the equation honest.
I would like for you to submit for the record
Absolutely.
that number. Mr. Weingarten, do you agree with that?
I 100% do not agree with that. I think that is very false. And we experience that, as I mentioned in my testimony, we experience that on a day-to-day basis. And I guarantee you that all the 100 venues that I represent for the Colorado Independent Venue Association and elsewhere will say the same thing.
Well, I want to draw this hearing to a close. You all have been gracious and you've been patient with our questions, and I am grateful for that. Members of the committee are going to have until February 4th to submit their questions for the record. As you have heard many say, they've got more questions, so you're going to get questions for a response in writing. We will expect that response back from you by February 18th and would appreciate it. As you can see, this is something people are, they've lost their patience with this price gouging, and they want to see some consistency, transparency, and maybe even a little bit of equitable treatment for fans in this marketplace. And at this point, I will conclude this hearing as I say thank you all for your time.